that why you have let me go? Oh, Christmas is here everywhere. Oh, Christmas is here if you care. Oh, if there is love in your heart and your mind, you will feel like Christmas all the time. Oh, I feel you, Christmas. I know I found you. You never fade away. Oh, the joy of Christmas stays here inside us, fills each and every heart with love. Where are you, Christmas? Fill your heart with love. Merry Christmas Eve. It's good to see all of y'all. My goodness. Philip, Watley, Denise Roma. Welcome. Good to see you. Billy, Vicky. Yep. Merry Christmas from Texas. Rocksteady, Al, Eric, and No Rock. I could not have sang that. 420. Good to see you. Watley. Okay. Where are we going to start? I think I'm going to start with the scripture. This is the birth of Jesus, Luke 2. In those days, Caesar Augustus issued a decree that a census should be taken of the entire Roman world. This was the first census that took place while, now I'm going to mess this up, but Quirinius was governor of Syria, and everyone went to their own town to register. So Joseph also went up from the town of Nazareth in Galilee to Judea, to Bethlehem, the town of David, because he belonged to the house and line of David. He went there to register with Mary, who was pledged to be married to him, and was expecting a child. While they were there, the time came for the baby to be born, and she gave birth to her firstborn, a son. She wrapped him in cloths and placed him in a manger, because there was no guest room available for them. And there were shepherds living out in the fields nearby, keeping watch over their flocks at night. An angel of the Lord appeared to them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were terrified. But the angel said to them, "Do not be afraid. I bring you good news that will cause great joy for all the people. Today in the town of David, a Savior has been born to you. He is the Messiah, the Lord. This will be a sign to you. You will find a baby wrapped in cloths and lying in a manger." Suddenly a great company of the heavenly host appeared, and the angel praising God and saying, "Glory to God in the highest heaven, and on earth peace to those on whom his favor rests." When the angels had left them and gone into heaven, the shepherds said to one another, Let's go to Bethlehem and see this thing that has happened, which the Lord has told us about. So they hurried off and found Mary and Joseph and the baby who was lying in the manger. When they had seen him, they spread the word concerning what had been told them about this child. And all who heard it were amazed at what the shepherds said to them. But Mary treasured up all these things and pondered them in her heart. The shepherds returned, glorifying and praising God for all the things they had heard and seen, which were just as they had been told. On the 8th day, when it was time to circumcise the child, he was named Jesus, the name the angel had given him before he was conceived. And it continues on in Luke 2, but that is what Christmas is. And love, like the song said. Let's see. So next, and I don't know if y'all looked at the description. Amen, Vicky. Hey, Pat, good to see you. Merry Christmas, Stands Alone. Merry Christmas, Cherie. Merry Christmas. Echo. Merry Christmas. Thank you all for being here. I just wanted the first hour to be given the glory where it belongs during Christmas. And I won't be on tomorrow, so this is my Christmas with y'all. Let's see. This is, hey Carl, good to see you. Another video that I'm going to share with y'all. Please pay attention to the words, to the message. It has a really good message. And we could all be in these times now. I know a lot of people are struggling, and well, we all are. Hey, Savagely, good to see you. But there's blessings out there. So here we go.
The Great Depression, which began in 1929 and lasted through much of the 1930s, was a time of profound economic hardship and uncertainty. For millions of families across the United States and beyond, the holiday season presented both a challenge and an opportunity, a chance to find joy and hope amid the struggles of daily life. Christmas during this era was marked by resilience, creativity, and a focus on the values that truly mattered: family, community, and the spirit of giving. As the economic crisis deepened, traditional holiday customs were reimagined to reflect the realities of the time. Lavish gifts and extravagant decorations were replaced by simpler, homemade alternatives. Families turned to their own ingenuity, crafting ornaments from paper, string, and other readily available materials. Gifts were often handmade, with knitted scarves, carved toys, and baked goods becoming treasured tokens of love and care. The financial strain of the Great Depression also reshaped the way communities approached the holiday season. Local organizations, churches, and charities stepped in to provide support, organizing toy drives, soup kitchens, and other initiatives to ensure that no one was left out of the celebrations. These efforts brought people together, fostering a sense of solidarity and shared purpose. Despite the hardships, Christmas during the Great Depression was a time of remarkable creativity. Families found joy in simple pleasures, such as gathering around the radio to listen to holiday programs or singing carols together. In many homes, storytelling became a cherished tradition, with parents and grandparents sharing tales of hope and perseverance. These moments of connection helped to strengthen bonds and provide comfort during an otherwise difficult time. Retailers, too, adapted to the economic climate, shifting their focus to affordable and practical gifts. Department stores created window displays that emphasized the spirit of the season rather than material wealth, using their platforms to spread messages of hope and cheer. Santa Claus appearances remained a staple, offering children a chance to share their wishes and experience the magic of the holiday, even in challenging circumstances. The movies of the era also played a significant role in shaping the holiday experience. Films like It's a Wonderful Life, though released later in 1946, inspired by themes of resilience from this era, and A Christmas Carol resonated with audiences, offering messages of redemption, community, and the enduring power of kindness. These stories reflected the struggles and aspirations of the time, reminding viewers of the importance of holding on to hope. The Great Depression not only reshaped individual Christmas traditions but also strengthened the collective spirit of giving. For many, the holiday season became an opportunity to focus on the well-being of others, fostering acts of kindness that transcended personal hardships. This ethos was evident in both small, everyday gestures and large-scale community efforts that brought people together during a time of widespread struggle. One of the most heartwarming aspects of Christmas during the Great Depression was the emphasis on making every gift meaningful. Families often relied on their creativity to create presents that carried emotional value. Handmade quilts, embroidered handkerchiefs, and jars of preserves were common gifts, each reflecting the time and care of the giver. Children's gifts, such as carved wooden toys or hand-sewn dolls, were cherished not for their monetary worth but for the love they represented. Charitable organizations played a crucial role in ensuring that even the poorest families could experience the joy of Christmas. Toy drives, soup kitchens, and coat donation programs became essential parts of the holiday season. The Salvation Army, in particular, expanded its efforts during this time, distributing meals and gifts to those in need. These initiatives not only provided material support but also reinforced the idea that Christmas was about sharing and community, not wealth or extravagance. Public celebrations, such as parades and tree lighting ceremonies, took on new significance during the Great Depression. These events offered moments of collective joy, providing an escape from the difficulties of daily life. In cities and towns across the United States, communities gathered to sing carols, admire decorations, and share in the magic of the season. These gatherings reminded people of their shared humanity and the importance of coming together in times of hardship. Radio programs and newspaper features also contributed to the festive spirit. Families would gather around the radio to listen to Christmas stories, music, and special broadcasts, creating a sense of connection even for those who were far apart. Popular programs, such as President Franklin D. Roosevelt's Fireside Chats, often included messages of hope and resilience, reinforcing the values of unity and perseverance. The challenges of the Great Depression also inspired new Christmas traditions that reflected the ingenuity of the time. For example, holiday meals often featured simpler, more affordable dishes, with recipes adapted to make the most of available ingredients. Potluck dinners became popular, allowing families to pool resources and share in the preparation of festive meals. These traditions emphasized the importance of togetherness, demonstrating that the spirit of Christmas could thrive even in the face of adversity. The resilience and creativity displayed during Christmas and the Great Depression left a lasting impact on how the holiday is celebrated, even today. The traditions born out of necessity, emphasizing simplicity, thoughtfulness, and community, have become enduring aspects of the holiday spirit. In many ways, the challenges of the era served as a reminder that the true magic of Christmas lies not in material abundance, but in the connections we share and the values we uphold. One of the most significant legacies of the Great Depression Christmas is the emphasis on gratitude. For families struggling to make ends meet, the holiday became a time to focus on what they had rather than what they lacked. Simple acts, such as gathering around the dinner table, exchanging small but meaningful gifts, or singing carols together, reinforced the importance of appreciating life's blessings, no matter how modest they might be. This spirit of gratitude and resourcefulness also extended to holiday decorations. In the absence of store-bought ornaments, families crafted their own, often using items found around the home. Strings of popcorn, paper chains, and dried fruit garlands became common sights on Christmas trees, adding a personal touch to the festivities. These handmade decorations not only reflected the creativity of the time, but also fostered a sense of pride and accomplishment. The Great Depression also saw the rise of traditions that emphasized giving back to the community. From donating food and clothing to volunteering at local charities, people found ways to support their neighbors and spread holiday cheer. These acts of kindness, often driven by those who had little to give, became a cornerstone of the holiday season, reinforcing the idea that Christmas is about sharing and compassion. For children, the holiday retained its magic despite the economic hardships. Parents and communities worked tirelessly to create moments of joy, often organizing small gatherings or surprise visits from Santa Claus. These efforts ensured that children could experience the wonder of Christmas, even if their gifts were modest. Stories of hope and perseverance became a central part of the celebrations, inspiring young ones to dream of brighter days ahead. The resilience of those who celebrated Christmas during the Great Depression continues to inspire us today. Their ability to find joy and meaning in the simplest of things serves as a powerful reminder of the holiday's true essence. Whether through acts of kindness, heartfelt traditions, or the creation of cherished memories, their example encourages us to embrace the values of love, generosity, and hope. The story of Christmas during the Great Depression is a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the enduring power of holiday traditions. In the face of overwhelming challenges, families and communities found ways to celebrate, emphasizing the values of love, kindness, and togetherness. Their resilience serves as a reminder that the heart of Christmas lies not in material wealth, but in the connections we build and the hope we carry forward. For those seeking to bring the essence of this era into their own celebrations, the lessons of the Great Depression are timeless. Simple, thoughtful gestures, a handwritten note, a homemade gift, or a shared meal can create moments of genuine connection and joy. By focusing on the things that truly matter, we can honor the legacy of those who found magic in the simplest of Christmases. If you're looking for inspiration to craft a holiday filled with meaning and warmth, our ebook, The Magic of Christmas, Recipes, Traditions, and Timeless Memories, is the perfect guide. Packed with heartwarming recipes, creative ideas for decorations and gifts, and thoughtful ways to connect with loved ones, this guide helps you create a Christmas that captures the spirit of love and generosity. Whether you're reimagining traditions or starting new ones, this ebook is your companion to making the season unforgettable. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the story of Christmas during the Great Depression. If you enjoyed this exploration, don't forget to check out our other videos, where we uncover the history and traditions that make the holiday season so magical. Be sure to subscribe to our channel for more inspiring stories. And may your holidays be filled with peace, joy, and the timeless spirit of Christmas.
I'm going to put the link to that because of the recipes and things that she was speaking of that are on that channel. I found that and I was like, this is everything we've been talking about. Community coming together in hard times and making it more joyful for the children. We do the coat drives and food drives and all of that also. And hopefully it gets to the right people. Well, it does. Here um it's not sent off. It's done in the community. So let's see, what do I have next? It's a new tab. No. Save sharing. I already did that. I will give an update. I haven't seen Bruce in chat lately, but I checked out the website that he told me to look at. I still don't see anything there. So, Bruce, if you're out there listening, you're still in our prayers, and we miss you, and I hope that you have somewhat of a Christmas. And then I spoke with Chuck. Vicki is out of the hospital, and but they're all sick. Some kind of a thing that seems pretty bad. And if y'all could keep them in your prayers. Vicky's sister seems to have had a couple of heart attacks. It's not good. And she's in ICU on the machine. So Vicky's having a hard time with that also, on top of her being sick. So y'all could just keep them in your prayers. Okay, this one is called Christmas Within. No, it's not. I'm sorry. Not that. I did that one. Oh, how about if we just do a song? Let's see where to go. This one is good. Yes, Echo. It is good news that she's out of the hospital, but she's having a hard time. They all are. Chuck's trying to run everything, and he's been pretty sick too. Okay, here we go.
child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace. Silent night, holy night, shepherds quake at the sight, glory stream from heaven afar, heavenly hosts sing hallelujah. Christ the Savior is born. Christ the Savior is born. Silent night, holy night, Son of God, love's pure light, radiant beams from thy holy face, with the dawn of redeeming grace. Jesus loveth the birth, Jesus loveth the birth.
I love the Christmas songs. I know y'all are probably tired of hearing them or something, but I just can't get enough of them. Yeah, it's hilarious too. And I saw y'all talking about the different Bible versions, and all of them that I have here are King James. But I do look at other readings also, have a Concordia for study. Scott, it's good to see you. Merry Christmas to you. Oh, you're Kim. Okay, Merry Christmas, Kim. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. I thought it would take longer to go through all that, but it didn't. And we'll just see what everyone's going to be doing tonight. I saw that Carl is already leveled up. I think Cola went live last night after me. I know it seems like right before I fell asleep, I got a notification, which is unusual.
Guess who?
Gotta be that camo person.
Merry Christmas, Bonnie. Merry Christmas, chat.
Merry Christmas to you. Yeah, no tears tonight. Just
No tears. Is that what we said?
Yeah, it's
I'm not sure I believe that, Bonnie.
no, it's no.
How can you even control that? All right, look, those things will just leak out of your eyes when you least expect it. Sometimes you don't even know why it's coming out. I mean, it's not like you can control that.
I know. And the girls freak out when that happens, and I'm like, they're like, what's wrong? And I said, it just happens. Just give me a minute. It'll be okay.
Uh,
Sometimes it's longer than a minute, but
that's really just evidence of a heart, you know.
well, yeah, and just sad times. I mean, I'll hear a song or I'll see something, or it can just be anything. It can just be a memory, whatever, and that's
I
okay.
saw. I'm sorry. I thought.
No, I was just gonna say that's okay because that's how we get it out. That's how we grieve. That's how we mourn. It's a process. It just happens.
Well, no, Scott. How do you come in here under the name Scott and then want me to call you Kim? I mean, until your name's Kim, I'm going to call you Scott. Okay, I'm just. Is it Kim Haggerty? I know a couple Kims. Which Kim is it? I mean, I've known dudes that are named Kim, so I don't know what you mean. I saw a Facebook post that I made in 2014 or 2012. One of them, it was, you know how they throw your memories up back at you to remind you what life was back in the day?
Yes.
Anyways, it's a good thought. At the time, and I'm still today, my thoughts are with those that are alone at this time of year. All right. The people, like some here, that don't have a family or people to be with on the holidays. That's where my thoughts lie tonight.
Yes. And that's why I was, that's why I'm not right now. Because I know that there are many that don't
I'm
have anywhere to go or can't or don't have family with them at this moment.
well, Scott. I'm smoking one right now.
It's Kim, not Scott.
I'm gonna mess with you right now. I don't know which Kim. Is it Kimmy or is it Kim Haggerty? I know a few Kims, but I don't know which one it is.
um,
Blue Butterfly. I want to ask you something. I want you just to relax. Read your comments before you hit send. Take a little time. It's no rush because I see you having troubles and it looks frustrating. Just relax when you go to do the text. Look at it before you hit send. I've been in your shoes before. It's like you get anxious or something and it's just like really frustrating to get your message across. I think I've seen you going through that for the last few hours.
Cheryl, I'm thankful for you too. To
Mm.
yourselves are God's temple and that God's spirit dwells in you. Amen.
What's going on, runner? See, you did it. A perfect comment, Blue. Right there. Just relax.
Hey, Red Runner, good to see you. Merry Christmas. Chuck, Vicky, and their family also. Bruce. Amen. Thank you, Rich Runner.
For some reason, I mean, all right, these phones are not made for guys, at least. All right, they're made for little fingers or something because I often hit like three buttons at once. But for some reason, when I get typing fast, instead of hitting the space bar, I hit the period. So you'll see me make a comment, and it'll be instead of space between each word, there'll be a period, and I'm like, ah, man, I did it again.
Yeah. Merry
What's
Christmas,
up,
Al.
Michelle?
Merry Christmas, Kissall. Al doing dishes. Good job. Just got home from work. Yay. I hope you get a couple of days off now. Yeah. We were supposed to make cookies today, but there's been more present wrapping. And so keeping it hid from me, but keep coming to ask me for things that they need. Oh, good to hear, Al. Another roast. Mm-mm. That's good to hear, Regina. They'll need a break sometimes.
I can't believe there's still snow on the ground on Christmas. That hasn't been happening here over the last several years. I'm glad that kids get to wake up with snow on the ground.
Well, I guess that's good there. We're hot. I was looking at it today and I said, I don't even know what to wear tomorrow to go to my daughter's. Okay, tomorrow is going to be a little different. It's going to be 66, 52 low with rain at night. But otherwise, it's in the 70s and 80s the rest of the week. So baking cookies the day after Christmas is going to be a little warm.
Some of it melted away, Billy, but we still have ground cover. It was trying to melt away. Seems like your side of the state's a little warmer lately.
Yeah. Sheree, we are always here for you. And my email address is in my About section if you ever need to talk or anything. Hey, Rabbit.
I've talked to Sherry. Sherry's a good person, Bonnie. I'm glad you extended that invitation because that's good people.
Good. Chessboard, good to see you. Merry Christmas. Rain and wet. And see, she's just north of me, a few hours, but I guess that's where the rain's coming from tomorrow night. Coming down south. Kiss off. No, they don't.
What's up, chessboard? Coyote?
We usually have our winter in January and February. And so it's possible that it's going to be that way again. But the Farmer's Almanac told me we were going to have a dry, cold winter. So the cold spells have been off and on, but
Michigan's usually bitter cold in the January and February months. We'll get snow and stuff, and it used to be we'd get snow in November and it'd last all the way till April. But it's always been the most cold, bitter months are January and February. Remember when I was showing you pictures of 35 below? That was, I think, in February.
Hey, Cindy, good to see you. Just wanted to tell you.
Cindy Loon, what's up?
Absolutely, Cindy. Good message.
That's just true words, Sherry. You're welcome.
Did you get your tires yet?
I posted a picture on my community page. I've got 5 of them. They lost one somewhere in transit. Somebody owes me a tire. But I got 5 of them.
Cool.
Nobody's open right now. I can't get them mounted because no one's open yet. So might have to wait till Friday to go up there to get them mounted.
Thank you, Echo.
Good.
Yes,
The-
please add Tom to your prayers also for healing
Yeah.
and recovery.
Well, Benji, Tom, and Bruce have been at the top of the list here for a while.
Yes.
Brakes got rerouted too. He opened up the truck. I was so happy because I had to get some fabric for the shop too. I had to unload, and I helped the guy. And I look over at the stack of tires, and I went, "Oh." He's like, "What's wrong?" I said, "There's only 5." He goes, "What?" I said, "There's only 5. There's supposed to be 6." And I showed him the order number. He's like, "Oh, Carl, I'm sorry." I'm like, "It's not your fault, man. I kind of expect this stuff. This is the way this goes." And then I contacted the seller. He hasn't got back with me. I probably won't hear from him till after Christmas, but it's somehow it'll work out. I know it will, but it is a drag. It would have been cheaper to go up there and have them all mounted and balanced all at the same time,
Yeah. Oh, 9 puppies. She's playing with.
That sounds like Christmas right there.
Rabbit got his brakes fixed. Didn't get home, and now I have a broken axle. Oh no.
No.
Sorry to hear that, Rabbit. I do not know how to find my email. Okay. I will put it in it's public. It doesn't matter.
All right. How about this, Sherry? Do I have permission to give Bonnie your phone number?
Does it let me put that? Let's see.
When I remember it tomorrow, I'll do it. I probably won't remember tonight, but I will tomorrow if I have permission. Oh, there you go. You can do that too.
Yep. There's that. Yep. Phone number would be great. I was on the phone a couple hours with a couple of people here. Rabbit, aren't they all? Vehicles are money pits. Vehicles and homes.
Yeah, it's like you got to choose one. I mean, there's no question. If I was going to rent an apartment or something, I wouldn't have been able to afford a vehicle, straight up.
Sherry said yes, please.
Right on.
Yeah. Thankfully, mine has been holding up. Knock on wood. And we're working on the house. I think I'm going to do one wall with that wallpaper and see if I can stand it. Because it was supposed to be a really light green, but looks like olive green to me. And
what is it?
Wallpaper.
Oh, cool. You got olive drab military issue wallpaper? Heck yeah.
No, it's not. And so that's what I said. I think I'm just going to put one wall and see what I think, or send it back and try and go find my own. What I wanted was a really pale green, because the floors that she's just laid down are a gray, and I thought they were a lot lighter gray than they are, but once they're laid down, it's a pretty dark gray. And so I'm trying to think of something that would offset that darkness.
Camouflage. Paint it camouflage. You put the green
No,
base on, and then you throw the black and the tan and the brown. What's up? Merry Christmas,
oh
Pappy.
my goodness, no. And the girls seem to be tired of the sand colored walls that we have, so we'll see what happens. Merry Christmas, Pappy. It's good to see you. Many blessings to you too. Echo.
Uh-oh. Navy's up to something now.
Oh, I gotta get my phone and see what this is.
What's up, Jerry? You got a 17 years old. I'm trying to picture what that I remember the Mazdas from like the late 70s with the hatchbacks, Jerry. I'm having a hard time remembering what a Mazda looks like.
Good to see you. Merry Christmas.
What's up, Maga?
Let's see.
I'm finally subbed to Ultra MAGA Patriot for Life. I finally went and subbed to him.
Oh, cool.
I don't even know what he's about yet, but I got an open mind.
Okay, that's great. Wait, but I need to send that to me. How do I do that?
Are you laughing at something the Navy's
Yep,
picking on me about?
yep. You know it.
So I'm taking it's fairly accurate from the giggle I hear.
Maybe. We'll see what you think.
All right, I'm out of chat. I'm ready for this. Remember, you asked what I thought.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, because I have, and so then I got to change my drapes because my drapes are a pale green. I may even change my mind and it be a whole different color. I don't know. I just know I didn't like the marble looking and all of that. Okay, let me see if I can grab this picture.
I'll go looking for that later too, Coyote.
Oh, there's another video I got to share with y'all too. I forgot about that one.
What's up, Guns? Merry Christmas, Guns.
Okay, there it is. Now let's see what happens if I go here. Turning Guns, Merry Christmas, good to see you. Present.
What you doing now? Yeah.
Do you see that?
I have
person?
that picture. I have that picture. There's also a video of a guy. The people are sitting on the couch and they don't even know it. The guy is wearing the cushions are him. He's wearing an outfit where they sew the cushions right into it. So you could, I forget where that was. I thought that's pretty accurate. Good one there, Navy.
And they're sitting on top of him and don't know it.
Yep, exactly.
Or something. I think I've seen that picture too.
I could make one of those. I've thought about it. I did have a camouflage couch though. All right, I got a 1920s, one of the very first fold-out beds years ago, This thing was cool because you just lifted the bottom and then it all went flat. And it had a blanket trunk built in underneath of it, and big claw wood like handles on the ends of the arms. But I put woodland camouflage over that and had it for years.
No, no grandma's twerking tonight. Oh, kind of sounds good. Pappy.
I'm missing something. It's like,
Portuguese sausage ramen.
hey, sounds fine.
I gave my daughter a couch like that and already mix it, Bonnie. What am I mixing?
Bahama Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I had thought about light gray, but that to me would be too much gray. Like a little,
And watch his back, he says.
well, here's another link. What? He probably ate really quick. And that's true, hilarious too. So I thought about just doing one wall and just see what it looks like, and then go from there. Because I can also lighten it up with just sponge splotches.
I don't know if you've seen what I did with the truck. Everything I own is camouflage or army green, but I left the walls and the ceiling all white. The floors in a oil paint gray, but everything else is white. And the reason I did that is because of light reflection. You know, it's if you shine the light at the wall, it diffuses the light, and I don't like light shining my eyes, so it'll keep the room bright enough for me to see everything, but won't irritate my eyes.
Yep, that's good. I'm glad you kept it white. Merry Christmas to you, Watla. Did I say Merry? Neat, Puppet. Good to see you. Merry Christmas.
Well, me?
Hey, Eric. Merry Christmas.
I saw the other Eric earlier in chat. He must have moved on.
Yeah. Grays with blue. Oh, that sounds interesting. I just going into other people's houses and seeing something that I really like. I'm like, oh, this is what I want. And then I'll see another one. Nope, this is what I want. Well, we have a bunch of rooms. It can be, yep. And that's the thing, though. The living room is like 23 feet long. And then it is open to the dining room. So we'd have to go into the dining room also. Well, in the hall is off the living room. Whatever we do to the living room kind of has to match that whole area because it's so wide open.
I'm starting to really, I mean, I didn't even know it until like the last year or so. I'm starting to realize just how much I like being with pretty much what they call a minimalist. Right? It's like
Yes.
I'm down to only the things that really matter. Basically, it's either
Artist
stuff.
Merry
What was that, Bonnie?
Sorry, I was telling artist and poet Merry Christmas. Hello.
What's pajamas?
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I just it's like owning less is a lot easier to deal with. You know, I used to have all kinds of furniture and all kinds of, but the less of that stuff I've owned, the better I feel about it.
Yeah. You see that?
Oh, absolutely, Coyote. I've said this before on a couple panels now. I was sick to my stomach. I couldn't make it to those meetups last time. That's a main objective.
I would love to go to a meetup. Monty, Merry Christmas. I haven't been able to make it to Missouri yet. I don't know if I can go that far. What life? Good to see you.
Can you hear
What's
me?
up, man?
Yes, I
What's up,
can.
Wyatt? I like Missouri. I mean, when I was a kid, I went up in the Arch. You ever seen that, Bonnie? In St. Louis, they've got this massive, like 300-foot tall arch right in the city. I don't know if you can do it anymore, but when I was a kid, you could take this like elevator kind of ride and go all the way up to the top, and it had these little observation ports you could look out of.
Can any of y'all drop Carl's link in the chat, please, for Mega Patriot? I might not want to go back. That's what my friend kept telling me. She was a Texas girl, and she moved to Missouri, and she lived like 11 miles outside of Branson somewhere. Her kids went to school with the Osmonds, and but she kept telling me, she said, I have a house for you. You just get up here and it's yours. And I'm like, I tried for 5 years to get up there and it just didn't happen. I think the farthest I got was Durant, Oklahoma.
I spent some time around Joplin, Missouri, some time around Branson, Missouri, and the Ozarks are cool, man. It's a different kind of feel in those woods. I remember seeing like this tan, really sharp rock protruding out of the ground everywhere you went. Not the kind of woods and hills you'd want to run through and fall, I guess. But it's a different terrain altogether. The Ozark Mountains have a different feel.
Yeah, I haven't been to them. I know when I was a kid, and thank you very much, Virginia Roots. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, y'all.
Merry Christmas, everybody. What's up, Virginia Roots? And
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah. Where's
I'm
Watt?
just checking. I'm out here at my mom's and she don't have the Wi-Fi or the internet, so I'm just making sure.
Cool. Having fun at mom's.
Oh man, we just got back from the trip to the Dollar General. Man, that was a I don't know if it was a trick or a treat. I said,
Find anything good?
come on, you can drive with me. I'll ride, take you up there. No.
Did you find anything good? I bought a freaking solar light off them 5 years ago for like $10, and this thing still works like it's new, dude. They do sell some good stuff at Dollar General, man. For $10, I have a solar light I love.
I was kind of disappointed, really, because I asked the lady. I said I didn't see any Generals for sale, so I'm guessing they were out of them. I was trying to buy a
Right.
couple while they were still $1.
And what was that?
He wants to buy
Generals.
General Patton.
Okay, because yesterday ours had batteries. I think it was buy one, get one free.
Even like the name brands or the bargain brand?
I'm not sure. We missed it.
I noticed that the tool stores and dollar stores sell like off-brand batteries. They work okay, but they don't last like a name brand.
So, which one is in Kansas and Missouri both? Which city?
Was that
It's
Kansas City?
See, yeah, that's where it's confusing. Kansas City's not in Kansas.
Well, it's in both. It's like It takes up the whole, it's on the line. It is Kansas City. Thank you. I've been there. That's where we went for a square dance convention when I was a kid. And we were on the Kansas side, I think. Because we went up through Oklahoma City, straight up into Kansas. So, yep.
Then it gets to that point where you're not in Kansas anymore.
Yeah. And it is Kansas City, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri.
What I remember at Kansas, literally as a kid back in the early 70s or so, was just literally farmland everywhere. That's what I remember. I don't know where it was we went through, but that's what I imagine Kansas as.
I think I was sleeping through Kansas. Oklahoma City, we stayed at I guess it was an RV park, and they had palm trees. It was beautiful. I loved it. But seeing other parts of Oklahoma, I'm like, oh, okay, Oklahoma didn't look quite like I thought it did. How's the family? They're doing okay. Thank you for asking.
Well, I'll tell you soon enough what they all look like, Bonnie. You'll see it.
Yeah, posting them videos.
I have lived vicariously through others for too long. Now it's time to repay some of that.
Well, and that's why I was sharing everything I could live on the trip, because I know a lot of people are homebound for whatever reason, and it's a joyous time of the year. I really wanted to catch a living nativity, but I could not find one. I don't know why. East Texas didn't seem to have any, but and so I was gone when they had them here, or I would have shared that too, because that's an amazing experience. It seems like last Christmas I did share it though, because we went.
Got a few still in my area, but I didn't make it to them this year.
Yeah. A mind traveler. That's a good idea. I could picture it.
It's called living on the astral plane.
No, but if you just keep picturing it over and over, then if you do it, it's like, ta-da, you're there.
Yeah, it's astral projection.
Oh.
When you can leave your body like in a dream state and be somewhere else.
No, I meant physically. If I keep thinking it over and over in the route and picturing it and everything, and then just
we're talking about
do
manifestation.
it. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Because I really need to go see my stepmother too.
Hey, Lady Smith and Silver Girl.
That's the one that lives in Florida.
Yep.
How many people are here right now?
She's right in the panhandle.
The seams are busting. They're filing in left and right, Carl.
It's saying.
Well, I feel like I've greeted 50 people here already.
It's saying 60.
I don't think we brought enough chairs. Somebody's got to go on a chair run.
Monty, did I say hello to you? Who did I miss?
Oh, look at that.
I brought plenty of fried chicken and potato salad for everybody. Just sit back and enjoy yourself.
Mm-hmm. I'm in.
Spiritually, I'm in celestials. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, visualize where you want to be, and eventually, if your travels is long enough, you'll make it there.
That's cute. Made a turnip seed.
I gotta tell you what, Dreams are free entertainment to me. I've known this since I was young. I look forward to my dreams. 9 out of 10 dreams, I remember all the details. And if I don't like part of a dream, I can change it mid dream. I mean, literally, if I don't like what's going on, I switch the channel. And it's like free entertainment, right? And I appreciate that. I really do, man. It's something that is very enjoyable.
Hey, Silver Girl, Merry Christmas.
I get visits from people who have passed away, right? Very vivid, detailed visits in my dreams from people who are no longer here. I treasure those. But it's also I like live adventures in those. I have like reoccurring dreams. Sometimes I even have a part two to a dream and shit.
What is his name?
There's that midnight train to Georgia.
To Canada.
Dang.
Hey, Donna, Merry Christmas.
Well, they got to get Christmas spirit too, so send it on.
Right? Where's the bells?
Canada.
That's what I need to do next year is add bells. Everybody really likes the Christmas tree. We go anywhere at night, we turn on the lights to the Christmas tree on the front of my car, and people are taking pictures and asking us, how did you do that? It's just to get the battery operated lights, or solar lights would work too.
Oh yeah.
I
I still enjoy seeing that too. People have Christmas trees lit up or lights.
Yeah. It was $2, $3 to make the Christmas tree.
That's cool, hilarious too. I'd love to see Siberia.
Siberia.
She went to Russia.
Oh. Yeah, she's been some places. My aunt and uncle used to do that. They would go to different countries. They were missionaries. Spread the word.
I hear that train's coming around the bend. I ain't seen sunlight since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps dragging.
Tiny Farm Nuggets, good to see you. Merry Christmas. Prayer request. Hopkins Dirty South Homestead. COD along with medical. Oh no. We will absolutely keep them in our prayers. Thank you for dropping that.
And you know, Monty, when I'm coming down there, dude, you know I'd come and see you.
Hopkins Dirty South Homestead.
Monty's another one of those monster guys. Imagine having if I'm going to go to the bars again, like if I ever want to go to the bar, I'm going to pick up Watt, Monty, and Chuck.
Well,
Let's do it.
Dirty South Homestead, wasn't it?
I don't even know if a bar could handle that much.
Ain't got no choice but to handle it, really, you know. Did you know it was today in 1923 that President Calvin Coolidge lit the first national Christmas tree at the White House?
I do now. You know, some of this stuff that you tell us, I knew before, but had totally forgotten. So I like the refresher courses, even if I did hear it before.
It was the first Christmas tree, national Christmas tree that contained electric lights.
Did you know that 2024 years ago on this very night, Christ was born?
Maybe
I was just trying to fathom that much time.
Mhm. So
And
the
in the
girl,
grand scheme of things, it's really nothing.
No, that's weird too. You mentioned that because what if you would lived up? All right, what if one family member of your family lived to 100 years? All right, so like if my grandfather was 100 years old, that means his grandfather was 100 years old, and so on. That's only 20 lifetimes. You know, if you look at it like that, that doesn't seem like
Yeah.
very long to me.
yeah. Have a good night, Mega Patriot. Merry Christmas.
So, Craig,
Just reinforces that,
Merry Christmas.
people of that age, people need to listen to what they're saying. For 100 years, they've seen a lot.
I had an uncle that we celebrated his 101st birthday. That's been several years ago. He's passed since then, but
Yeah, you make it to the Century Club in today's standards, you're doing pretty good.
right?
I wouldn't
He's,
mind. I just want to be in my right state of mind if I can make it to 100.
yes. He smoked no pipe.
I didn't think I lived past 21. Why? This is all bonus time for me.
Yeah.
You don't got to wait to Christmas to open presents. We've lived the past. We ain't seen the future. That's why the here and now is a present.
I got beautiful presents today. They're black and round and big and heavy.
You get chocolate donuts?
Tires. You wish
Oh,
they made
shoot, yeah.
chocolate donuts. You wish they made those that big, don't you? Can you
It's like a
imagine
Homer Simpson donut. Heck yeah, I'm
donut
glad you got your tires.
Wait a minute, has that been done? I've never seen a donut-sized tire. I mean, a tire-sized donut. I've never seen that.
You put them on yourself or you get somebody to put them on for you?
I'm gonna have somebody put them on for me. I've got military issue original inner tubes and everything, so I'm gonna have them put on, and so that way I can lower the air of my tires for snow and sand and stuff, and not lose the bead.
Exactly, Kim. And I think it's because when you're young, you don't think about, you see the cousins, you go to the family reunions and you have fun, but you don't think about how related you are, how far back.
We're all related if you go all the way back.
Right. But how far back that line goes. And
When you're younger, you don't understand time. You always assume there'll be a tomorrow or a next time or,
yes.
I have never assumed that. All my
Right.
life, I've been too close to death to assume that. So I think it changed my theory on that. Whereas I realize at any moment you could die. I mean, could be an airplane crashed into your house. You could step outside, get hit by a bus. There's all kinds of things that'll kill you in this world. You never know. So I guess I kind of knew that all along and kind of treasure the moments because of it. I live in the moment more than anything.
Yeah. Trying more and more to be that way.
Well, you can be too much that way. You don't have no plans, or you don't learn from the past. You can be too much in the present. You kind of got to learn from the past, look to the future, but live in the moment.
Bear. Merry
A
Christmas.
glass of present.
Hey, it's good to see you, Jeff. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Jeff. You and your family.
Hilarious 2 said, if you want more hours in your day, do what you don't want to do first.
There
That
you
is
go.
I like that.
Do the big things while they're small. Do the hard things while they're easy.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm got 5 jobs in front of me, I usually do pick the worst one first to get it done and over with.
Yeah, me too.
What do you mean if we make it to December? We're in December.
It's almost over.
Right? Grandparents sit at family reunions and think, damn, all these people are here because we.
Yeah. That's funny.
That's a sense of accomplishment.
Merry
Yeah.
Christmas, Huckleberry.
Merry Christmas.
What's up, Mimir? Merry Christmas, anyways, you fucking Grinch.
When I said last night, I found Huckleberry with the Grinch. I was right.
Yeah.
It's Christmas Eve, see? All the Whovilles are putting their presents under the tree.
You do remember, though, in the end, the Grinch flipped his ways, you know.
Yeah.
Yes. He couldn't control it. His heart grew. His cold, small heart.
See, Max, Christmas isn't so bad after all.
Man, we've all been programmed.
Yeah, I just got through watching Home Alone for the 158 millionth time.
Hold every thought captive to the obedience of Christ. This really slows down. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a strange sensation as you age, all right? Because, like, sometimes you talk about something 50 years ago, and it seems like so long ago, but then you'll hear a song, and it was like yesterday, you know? And it's like
Yeah.
certain things can make it feel like it was just the other day. Other times it feels like it was decades in your past. Even feels sometimes like it was somebody else.
Yeah.
That moment when you realize next week, 1985 would have been 40 years ago.
Right. Back in the 1900s.
Yeah,
Oh.
way back in the 1900s.
I'll be right back.
Eric, I expect to be starting my journey here within. All right, I've got to get the tires mounted. I got to get the brakes on the thing. I'm going to make some short journeys with the things just so I can test it. You know, because I ain't driven it for a while. It could be something else wrong. I'm going to ease into this a little bit because I can always retreat back to a familiar territory if I have to. But I'm going to hit up Billy and Metal first because they're close. I'm going to try to hook up anybody on the west side of Michigan that wants to. I got a couple people here. I'm going to want to go to Jeff Riddles. I want to go to Johnny McClan. I want to go. I'm going to probably go south from there into either probably Ohio through to Indiana and Illinois, and then up into Wisconsin. But I might turn around and go right straight into Missouri and head around through Louisiana and Mississippi, headed towards Florida. And then, I don't know, man. It's hard to say because I want to go to the Carolinas too. It's hard to map something like this out, guys. It ain't easy. I'm still indecisive about things. Where I'm going first.
Like you said, just start out small and branch out from there.
I want to see it all at once. You know, it's I am distracted when I'm on the road. I won't lie, because if I see a sign that says, National Park that direction, I'm bound to go that direction. Yeah, it'd be hard to do too, Lady Smith. It really would. Well, nobody really wants to keep me, Craig, so I'm not worried about that. I might not have been born in a barn, but I lived in one. I'm not easy to keep. I'm too feral.
Okay, I'm back. So, um, Craig, what if they keep you? Um, if I was you, because it's winter and the roads could be pretty bad, I would start with the closest to you and start spreading out, whichever direction you want to
Well,
go.
no, that's one of my favorite things, being the only one on the road because nobody can drive in that snow.
Right. But, I mean, just to get the feel of it and get all those hugs that you just can't stand, you know.
I figure I'm gonna get some padding or something on before I get the hugs. I'll just pad myself up. I can't really feel anything. It'd be better that way.
Oh my goodness. Craig's keeping you.
Eh,
Oh, he's making a series. Keeping Carl, the series. The Girly Girls Trip. Let me know when, Hilarious, too. If you can drive, I'm in. I mean, I can drive
people
some.
are talking. I've heard other people talk about going mobile. I might even start a convoy. What if other people join? It could be like a circus traveling around the country.
Yeah. But still, you have the right idea. With your own place to sleep and everything right there with you, that was the hardest part of that trip was where are we going to sleep?
It is very, very handy. And again, I can pull right into a parking lot, stand up in the driver's seat, open the door, close the door, and go sleep, and nobody even knows I'm in. I can
Yeah,
turn the lights on. I got what's called blackout curtains. They Velcro over all the windows, and now it's pitch black in here from the outside, even if I have the lights on in the inside. You know,
yeah. And I was so convinced I was going to make it to Georgia or in that area that I was looking at B&Bs there and they were like $50 to $70 a night. And I said, well, that's pretty darn good because around here, they're kind of pricey.
Everybody's
well,
trying to get a piece of the Georgia pie.
I told Bill how I had to drive across Michigan for 20 years, constantly. And I knew places that are legal to pull
Yeah,
over. And I would just pull over on a side of a highway or a road somewhere and get a nap if I needed it. And I'm going to be hunting down those locations. There are people who live out of their RVs and van life type situations, and they know all these places. So as I go along, I'll be studying those as well,
yeah,
trying to find those places to rest your mind for a while, whatever. Because there are free places like that. I know of several here in Michigan. It's even free camping places. You go right down to the river, hang out there for days if you want. they'll take a donation. They got donation boxes and stuff, but it's free. They're not going to charge you for anything. No electric or nothing. It's totally rustic, but still, it's a pretty good deal for free.
Yeah.
Oh
That-
yeah.
What's up, Eric?
I know the LBJ Ranch has people, snowbirds. They come every year. And I think it's free there. Like they may help put the feed out one day for the cattle or something. Or just mostly they just keep an eye on who's going in. If it's after dark, after hours, that the park's open.
Getting a train about every 30 minutes now.
What is a earth roamer? That's why I put that up there. Yes, LBJ.
He's pretty much naming what I got. I got an earth roamer. An RV could be that, a camper. It could have a beefed up truck or whatever.
Oh, it's nice.
Okay.
Seen videos on them. Yeah, they're pretty nice.
Girl trips. Stand in a van. Went junking at secondhand store. I'd love to do that too. Look, I'm trying to get rid of all my junk in here. I am. Oh, that's sorry. That is my weakness at thrift stores. And I was really wishing, I even told my daughter, I really wish we would have stopped at more of those because I am looking for a cast iron cauldron. There's some things that could be needed that I was thinking I really should have looked for those kind of things.
Oh yeah. You can find you a good one, yeah.
That's a good tip, Kim. And their E-load range, Eric, 10-ply radials. They're for extra heavy loads. That's why I had to have these certain type.
I don't need to do glamping.
Well, I've been told that I have a pretty nice camp set. And glamping to me is just being comfortable, right?
Yes.
If you're off the ground on a pad, mosquito free, warm, dry, that's good stuff. I don't like to, I mean,
I think of glamping as like Beverly Hills style or something. I don't want to sleep in a tent. I don't do real well sleeping on the ground.
yeah, I don't want to do that. I mean, I can, but I don't want to have to.
Okay, if glamping is a bed and a bath, yep, I'm happy with that.
All right, that's like the meetups. When I go to the meetup, I've got a 17 by 17 by 10 foot tall tent that I custom made. I got mosquito netting all the way around it, wood stove in the middle, field desk, table, cots, the whole nine, mosquito nets over the cots. I can set it right up. All right, it's like a home away from home. You've seen how I was living there for, a year and a half ago. You saw how I was living in the tent. I don't want for nothing. It's nice and spacious, and if I set up that as like a main base camp, I got other smaller tents I can set up, but usually people end up, hanging out at my camp because it's more stuff. They've got their tents they got to crawl into, but you can walk around in mine easily. I can expand on it. I can open up all the walls like lean-tos and shit, so it gets bigger if I want it to.
Hi, John. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, John. I make all my gear. I can't wait for those meetups because I'm going to be talking about gear and shit. I'm gonna set up. People jokingly say I have a MASH kit, like no mobile medical, but I've downsized. I mean, I'm a little more streamlined than I used to be. But I used to have the trailer, and I could set up 3 or 4 of those tents for people at one time.
Well, I can sleep on a cot or even an air mattress. Done that
Well, I made
not long ago.
custom. I'm sitting on them right now, Bonnie. I made custom 4-inch closed cell foam
mattresses, all right, and I covered them in Cordura nylon, like they use on jungle boots. It's like one of the toughest fabrics on earth, and I made the cushion covers zip together. So now I can make the cushions into a queen size bed. I can make them into a double regular twin, or I can turn it into a couch, or I can put them on the cots in the tent. So I can use them in the truck or the tent. And I made these over 25 years ago, and there's not a single rip or stain on them. All right, it's the perfect fabric to. I mean, I had a dog for 17 years, and it's just like the perfect fabric to use for that kind of stuff. That's what I used on my new tent too. Most of the gear I make now is made with Cordura nylon because it's almost impervious to everything.
Yeah. Gospel Warrior, good to see you. I like that. Merry Christ Day.
Yeah, I like that too. If you have the gear, you're comfortable. It's like people are like, oh man, you live in a truck. They don't get it. I'm comfortable here. I have my own little realm. Nobody can fuck with me. I'm in my own realm, and I can be as loud as I want. I can do whatever the hell I want. Smoke in here, whatever, and not piss nobody off. It is my little sanctuary, I guess.
Merry
And I'm
Christmas,
comfortable.
Mom. Well, and this trip showed me, okay, so you had asked me right after that or during it, what's the one thing that you wish you would have taken? And so because I kept looking for whenever I would need to cook my food, we had a really good cooler. It was cheap, but so my stuff stayed frozen in there for days. We kept just replacing the ice. What I did before the trip is I took the empty soda bottles and I had them full of water and stuck them in the freezer. They would be frozen solid. And we've had those layered in with the ice also. And I think those are what kept everything frozen good. But so my little hot plate, I should have taken that. Then I wouldn't have had to worry about someplace with a stove or whatever because I had my dishes with me too. Because
I
you never
got a
know.
hot plate sitting right there above the wood stove. I got a hot plate, and while I'm here, I can
Yeah.
plug in the electric because I ran a cord across from the shop. But all I did is I made a receptacle on the back of the
Even that,
cab. So when I
like this,
go to get in or out of the truck, the 110 cord is plugged right in there, so I don't forget to plug it in or unplug it, and I can monitor it every time I see it.
yeah. And
What's up, Nut? Anybody
my
else that's come up in here that I miss?
and my flashlights. I should have taken a flashlight, and I have a whole pack of them in my shelf where everything is. And I probably should have taken my medical bag. Um, we didn't necessarily need it. Um, I have a medicine bag that it's just that's the one with the EpiPen, the inhaler. The My daughter has asthma real bad, and cough syrup. Anything like that we might have needed. But my medical bag with the bandages and the gauze and everything, probably should have taken that. But we were trying to really pack light, and
Yeah, what kind of vehicle you have too? Because, like I said before, the toughest thing about this is fitting everything in my truck. That's the
yes,
hardest thing.
that is the problem that we had because winter clothes take up more space than summer clothes, and so there was more of that this trip than the last one. And then, so yeah,
Jeff,
space an issue. And then we were we bought a few things to bring back that took up more space, but not really. I mean, we made the Christmas tree, so that didn't have to. It was on the front of the car. We didn't have to carry that. And I bought a
Well,
hood.
packing stuff, I'm constantly trying to condense things where if you buy certain things and they come in a package, you can take them out of that package, maybe put them in a Ziploc, maybe just leave them folded up. They'll get smaller. It's easier to pack. I'm constantly messing with that kind of stuff. I want to answer Jeff about something. I saw a news story about a black flag on the White House. Is it the POW flag? Because that's black. And I've seen it several times where they fly that flag along with the United States flag. But there is other meanings for a black flag, and that would be
Yeah,
like a coup, I think, is what that one would be.
it would be.
Can either be used, like you said, to represent POWs or a state of mourning or someone put to rest at like a high level.
Yes, under duress, which is,
Yeah,
a sign of a coup.
I mean, even the black and white version of the Stars and Stripes. Pretty sure you've seen that version.
Yep.
Oh,
Well,
Gospel
I
Warrior said
have
that
one.
it's POW flag. Penguin did a video on it. Okay, good.
I have a subdued black and gray flag patch there too, Gwat. I mean,
Silver Girl said she saw the emblem, blew it up. Okay, good. That's comforting because I know what that means.
okay, well, Silver Girl said she blew it up and could see the POW emblem. So, again, this is another media distraction.
Are we sure it wasn't a skull and crossbones?
Did you know that technically the U.S. Navy can still fire on any vessel that flies the Jolly Rogers?
Yeah, the
Yes,
Jolly Rogers.
or arrest them. Or, yep.
Maybe I'll identify as a Jolly Roger.
Mm-hmm.
It's a jolly time of year. Roger
No.
that.
There probably is some Jolly Rogers out there.
There is. I found that out a year or two ago that there's still pirates that come into the Great Lakes. Actually, I think is the Great Lakes has
Pirate
the
has always been there. It's always been there.
yep.
Arr, matey.
Go to Rescue's live chat, and you can see all the pirates in there fighting for their booty and stuff in the chat.
Hmm.
Game,
Absolutely, Gospel Warrior. I want that up. Never forgotten.
Oh yeah, see, Wingnuts a pirate radio guy. I forgot about that. They got what state has? I think there's even a sports team named the Pirates. So there's probably a lot of pirate fans.
What? I know.
You got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You've got the Pittsburgh Pirates.
There you go.
You got the Oakland. Well, they're not Oakland anymore, but the Las Vegas Raiders. What else? It's the only three I can think of right off the top of my head.
Hey, Gigi, Merry Christmas.
Knights Templar.
Yeah.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
On November 7th, 2019, the National POW MIA Flag Act was signed into law, requiring the POW MIA flag to be flown on certain federal properties on all days the U.S. flag is flown. All days.
What's up, Steve? Yeah, again, they're
Merry
trying
Christmas, Steve.
Merry Christmas.
they fear. They're trying to cause fear because that controls people.
Oh, yeah.
What is it? 26 days.
They stick something up there. Conspiracy this.
Yeah, they know it intrigues people like me. I always have the curiosity for the odds and the weird stuff.
Well, I must too, because here I am with all of you.
Hey,
Oh, wow. And that said his division officer, Lieutenant Slade of BF 103, F-14B Rio, was the last active duty personnel to have POW status.
oh wow.
Hmm,
Bet he has some stories. Man.
interesting. Yeah.
I think it's going to be some epic journeys, Craig. Don't have to write a book or anything like you're talking about. I think just documenting it, live streaming and videoing everybody I meet from this community when I meet them. Maybe going out doing a little adventure. Imagine me and Mad Chad going to Lake Erie coast or something together, or shit like that. I think it would be a riot, man. I'm looking I'm antsy, people. It's hard for me just to even sit still right now because I feel like I should be working towards that goal the best I can in every way. I'm ready. I'm restless. I'm probably gonna blow YouTube up, man. People are probably gonna get sick of me doing so much content. If I do this, it's gonna be constant content. We'll see.
That's true, Craig. What a long, strange trip it's been.
That's a Grateful Dead song.
Good job, telling good piano.
Trucking down to New Orleans, keep trucking like a summer breeze. I
It's been a
just
minute
keep
since Craig
trucking
was on that.
on. Uh-huh. Whatever became of Sweet Jane? She lost her mind and no, she ain't the same. Living on Reds, vitamin C, and cocaine. All a friend can say is ain't it a shame. Busted. You never heard that song, Bonnie?
Nope. I mean, if I did, I didn't.
Hey, Eric, you think I wouldn't? You don't think I will go right into a meth neighborhood and check it out? I do. I have. I will. Yeah. Right, Jerry. Well, Casey Jones, you better watch your speed. Trouble ahead, low trouble behind. And can't you see that notion just crossed my mind?
No, Silver Girl.
Greg.
Seeing the counter to that, she don't lie, she don't lie. Okay.
Okay.
Merry Christmas, Snooks.
Eric. he, uh, he says I'm not leaving because of his record collection. He lost in it. What's up, Snook?
Merry Christmas.
Getting tired of popcorn. Yeah.
Never liked popcorn. You never know anybody else like that? I get all kinds of shit. People go, "What? What the fuck are you, American or what?" Oh, I never liked popcorn. I mean, I can eat it or whatever. I'm not like allergic or nothing, but it's just never on my radar. I don't.
Yeah. Same
I
here.
used to really like popcorn, and I don't know what happened. Same with my daughter, my youngest. She was wanting a snack one night, and I said, "There's some popcorn in there," and she said, "No, I don't eat popcorn." But she has some things with her teeth, and as she said, they get stuck up. The kernels get stuck up in there, and I said, maybe
Yeah,
that's why I quit eating it.
it's kind of a pain in the ass like that, but also you could eat a whole giant tin of it and still be hungry.
Yes.
It's like eating beer, you know?
Yeah, it's not filling for sure.
Yeah,
Movies are no fun with Carl.
that's probably an accurate statement right there. It is.
Yeah, the crunch and butter and salt. That's what I did too. Popcorn for Garland. That's what I was just thinking earlier. I should have strung some popcorn. I've got lights and nothing hanging up, but my living room's just I got the backdrop thing, but I can't even get to that now. I told the girls, y'all have got to make it to where I can get to that for New Year's Eve at least. I was hoping I could get to it tonight, but oh well.
Sherry cashews is like the Cadillac of nuts out there. It's the best one.
What Virginia do now? Where'd she go? Too late on me. Don't get it twisted.
The weirder it gets, the more chance of Virginia coming up on the panel.
The popcorn balls are amazing.
And did you? I started watching that movie you recommended. I only got like 10 minutes into it before I got interrupted, but I've started it.
Which one?
The Bishop's Wife. I've got a 1957 version.
Good. How are you, Wingnut?
All right. Yeah, I'm just hanging in there. Another day.
Yep.
So, Wingnut.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people years ago said I should write a book, and man, I don't know. I've got a lot of different stories and stuff from different stuff that I've done over the years, but I don't know if it's that interesting.
Well, there's things that are interesting to different people in different ways. You know, it might not be interesting to one person, but the other one might be.
Right.
That's a hard.
Right. Well, I mean, like I was over on backstage with Indy, and we were sitting there talking about some stories and stuff, and some of my experiences could, I guess, be valuable to others, because I can only talk from my own experience. I can't speak for other people, and you know, I've learned a few things over the years. You know,
Well, it's
a
like they
lot of
say.
it is like a lot of it is like just, you know, what not to do.
That's what I was gonna say. If you don't do anything stupid when you're young, you won't have anything good to talk about when you're old.
Yeah, yeah, thanks, Snooks.
That is absolutely true. What you just
Yeah.
said, Kevin. You don't have anything good to talk about.
What's up, Silver Girl?
You may still have a lot to talk about.
Well, y'all have
Yeah.
already heard my stories. That was from a whole lot of bad ideas.
And
Well, I mean, you know, there was a lot of stuff that I did over the years. I mean, you know, like I was on the road and technically homeless for about 10 years. So, I mean, you know, there's a lot. I saw a lot and
I've
did a
heard you
lot.
say that before. I've heard you say that before.
Yeah.
You know, when I hear somebody like you that does say that, it tells me of your survival skills, that of life survival skills, not the ones you run out and play Rambo. I'm talking about every
Oh,
day.
man. Yeah. Dude, I'm going to tell you, it's like, I hear that's why I get kind of irritated sometimes about a lot of these so-called prepper channels. I'm more of a survivalist when it comes down to that. But I do prepare, you know what I mean? I do, you know, put some stuff aside, you know, just in case, that kind of thing.
I
But
know the
yeah,
frustration you're feeling, but it's not even necessary, right? The
yeah,
frustration you get from that, you've got to see it from all the angles. You know, that's the thing is I can't afford to buy a bunch of preps, but if
right,
shit hits the fan, man, I'm going to be all right. All right, I'm going, and it's one thing is you got to realize somebody who's well-to-do when that has never had to live on the streets or has never been hungry, don't know what that's like.
right,
They're kind of
right,
rookie, all right? They don't.
right.
They're when it comes to a real situation, some of those people are going to suffer because they don't know hardship. They don't
Well,
even know if
there's just
their spirit will endure. You know.
yeah. Well, there's some real basic things, man. You know, real. No, see, that's the thing. It's like I'm glad I'm not. I mean, I don't want to be forced into homelessness again. But you know, if I did it on my own will, I would be better. I'd be okay with it. Um, but that's the thing too. It's like some basic things, like, you know, having a roof over your head, having a place to put all your stuff where it doesn't get messed with, somewhere to take a crap every, you know, whenever you need to take a shower. You know, just some basic things that some people, everybody, I think takes for granted.
yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, it's like that was, you know, some of a couple of things I've seen it one or two do it once or twice, but you know, when it comes down to some of these prepper channels, like, you know, it's like, you know, building a latrine, how to keep clean, you know, these are some
I've seen
basic
that
things
move.
that you need to
I've
know,
seen
you know.
that those simplest things wear a person down when they lose
Oh
those
yeah,
things.
yeah,
All
and
right.
depression, really, depression, I'm gonna tell
Well,
you
they
something
lose
like,
their lives. They
you
can
know,
die from that in a way.
yeah,
I mean, they
yeah,
lose their life shortly after for whatever reason, but it was that
yeah,
same loss that brought them to that point. All right, and it's very hard for somebody who's, you know, always walked on, you know, shag carpeting all their lives and took a shower every day and, you know, had 3 meals on the table like
yep,
clockwork, to have that taken out from under them and maybe only have a damn cardboard box. All right, that is devastating to them. It's like,
yeah,
you know, I've seen animals just give up on life because they were caged.
yeah.
You know, it was kind of that
Well,
kind of thing.
I'll tell you, man, it's like, well, this is some of the reasons why I don't like snow, is because some of the times that I've had, I've slept on a concrete pad and I was cold, and I hated it, and you
I'm
know, it's
sorry
just
you
one of them
were there,
things.
man.
Well, it's just one of them things, man. It's like, but like I said, I wasn't forced into the scenario. Actually, when I was 18, and somebody offered me gas money to take them from North Carolina to New Mexico, and I was like, all right, I'll do it. And they backed out, and I was like, well, fuck it, I'm going anyway. And that was the start. That was the beginning. And I did it for like 10 years. And I was
I
just
get
kind of
it,
like, I went,
get it.
I went to New Mexico. My van broke down. I ended up staying there for, I don't know, I think it was about a year or so, almost a little over a year, in different parts of New Mexico. And then I ended up meeting a girl. We ended up traveling around the country, and then,
Riding rails,
you
was
know,
riding rails.
no, at the time I had a van. And well, part of it anyway, for about half of it, I had a van, and the other half of it, I was just living out of my backpack. But I had a 1976 Westphalia, VW Westphalia, and
Those are awesome, and boy, you should have hung on to that. The value of them fuckers are way up.
minute, Sassy. Wait, Sassy.
huh?
Wingnut, before I stop talking and taking up all their time, I want to ask you a question. If I was to I'm planning on getting a CB radio for the truck. If I had a CB, do you have a rig you could pick me up through most of the country?
Well, put it this way. I have preferences, and I also know there's there's a radio in particular that I think is probably a good starter radio. Um, you know, but
I remember
it
having
all
a
it
CB.
has a lot. It has a lot to do with the antenna, honestly. Not
Well,
just the radio.
I remember having CBs where I could talk to freaking Missouri. I mean, halfway across the United States, you could talk to
Well,
people on the CB.
yeah. I mean, well, it also has a lot to do with conditions. But yeah, and your antenna. I mean, honestly, your antenna is like kind of like where the rubber meets the road. Your antenna is what's going to connect you to the ionosphere and all that other stuff. So I mean, it has a big deal there.
What if I use, all right, because I already have some parts of it. I can get monster whip antenna, military issue ones that fit right. I even got bolts already on the truck for it. What if I got one of
It
those?
depends
Is there
on
some way?
it depends on if it's tuned for the bandwidth that you're talking on. Like I'll
Now,
tell
is
you
that
this,
an adjustable thing? 'Cause that's what I was getting ready to ask you. Is right on the base, there's settings, all right, and I can change the
okay,
settings of the antenna. I need to talk to you in detail. I'll show you some stuff or something. Someday I'm gonna have to get on this with you. It's not gonna happen tomorrow. It's gonna be a while, but I need to get a good CB, and I would like to use the military radio antenna parts because
yeah.
they'll fit right on here like it's born there.
No, they're
Yeah.
right.
Like
A fire
even
stick.
Huckleberry was saying a fire stick. I mean, those fire sticks are actually pretty good. They're a fiberglass antenna. But I'll tell you this. I mean, you'll get a little bit more static noise on them, but the 102-inch, just the steel whip antenna, you can't beat them. They're indestructible kind of thing.
Well,
But this
the military ones are a thick fiberglass that comes into sections.
right,
I can screw it into the base, but once it's screwed together, it's got a big ball at the end of it with a little hook,
right.
and I can hook that and pull it to the back of the vehicle to keep it low under bridges and shit.
Let me ask you. I'm not that familiar with them, but are they just a single strand of wire in the middle of that fiberglass, or are they coiled up all the way around it?
I've seen both. I've seen them where they actually have
Okay.
a plug with like maybe 6 to 8 pins. I always wondered why they have that many.
Right.
But again, there's different settings on the bases. They may be multi-use. I'm gonna have to look into it.
Right. Well, I mean, like I said, it has a lot to do with the antenna.
Listen,
Yeah, it has
that's
a
why
lot
I was
to
saying they're cheap. I
Yeah.
can get them.
Yeah. Yeah, and but I mean, it has a lot to do with the antenna, and it also has a lot to do with the conditions. Like for instance, just like when it comes down, like you where you are in like a geographical location, and stuff like that, how high up or down in the gully you are. It all has a lot to do with a lot of different factors. There's but I
I'm
remember I
hoping I
used
can
to do
use one. I'm hoping I can
you
use
know
one of those. 'Cause with that little hook by the ball, I can put a little American flag at the top of the antenna too, and that looks kick-ass.
I used to have this thing I don't know if you can still find them anymore, but I used to have this little ball thing that had like a LED, like a little LED light in it, and you stick it up on top of the antenna. Every time you key up, that thing would start lighting up. uh,
Oh, that'd be cool too.
yeah.
Remember how they used to use the flags while they were using dune buggies in all the dunes and stuff? They'd have to have big,
Yeah.
tall flag poles so they don't run into
Right.
each other.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think a 102-inch whip is about, I think, a quarter wave antenna. Because the CB, the 11-meter bandwidth, if you get like a full wave antenna, it's a big antenna. It's a long antenna for a full wave.
Oh yeah, they're
Like
like
I've got
12 foot or more. I think they're like 12 foot. The ones I'm talking about.
yeah, they're pretty darn big. They're pretty darn tall. Like I got a 5/8 wave up on top of my tower, and that thing is huge, and it's got a long ground plane on it too, at the bottom. But there's a little tricks too. I remember I used to sit in my truck, and I'd go down to some of the boat launches down here on the bay, and the bay is like this salt water and stuff. But I'd pull back up into the boat launch, and take a tow chain, hook it to the bumper of my truck, and then throw the other end into the water, and all that water out there becomes my ground plane. And boy, man, I can just bounce that signal all over the place, and it's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. But we're putting the chat to sleep. I think Snooks fell asleep. They're
And
like, oh,
they're
there's Bonnie.
wanting something good. Interesting as it is, it's Christmas, guys. Come on.
I know. I'm realizing because it's like I said, I got to talk to him somewhere else because I need to know.
Oh man.
Wingnut, if you want to put any of your information for Carl to get a hold of you in private chat, you're more than welcome.
Well, okay, well, put it this way. Talking Christmas presents and stuff. If you guys are thinking about CB radios and you've never been into them before, there's one kind I would suggest for like a starter type radio. There's this thing is called a Bearcat 980, Uniden Bearcat 980. It's also got sideband, and that's a good starter radio in my opinion. It's not very expensive. It's got a lot of bells and whistles when it comes down to it, and it's user friendly in my opinion.
Did you say Uniden?
Yep, it's a Uniden, but it's called a Bearcat 980. That's what it's. That's the name of it.
I even know that now. I think I actually know that. No, I just want an old school CB. Actually, vintage would be cool, But,
the only thing about those, Carl, is that they're only AM, and some of them may even have FM. They don't have sideband. And me personally, sideband is a lot easier to talk on, and you use less wattage. It's a lot cleaner sound. When it comes down to the stuff, the AM it tends to be, you have to push a little bit more wattage out, and it's a lot noisier. I veered away from my AM. Yeah.
10-4, good buddy.
So John said when he was young and into CB radios, he had a set of beams and could go clear cross country on a clear night. There you go.
Yeah.
And Snooks is falling asleep with bed.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I mean, I've been talking on the radio since I was 14. So I mean, it's kind of like, it's more than a hobby to me. It's more, so.
Yeah, I knew you'd be the one to ask about that. Just figure they're the same way when I start talking about Army surplus. When I can go for too long, they all get bored with it and want me to shut up and everything. So I know how you feel.
Well, it's like I remember back before Radio Shack closed up, man. I remember going because I loved Radio Shack back in the day, and
Right.
right before they closed up Radio Shacks, it was nothing but like RC cars and cell phones and crap. And I'd go in there looking for something, and I'd ask one of the people that worked there, and they're like, look at me like freaking deer in headlights. What the hell is a CB? You know, it's like, it's funny, you know.
Merry
But
Christmas,
it's one of the,
Lauren.
it's one of the things.
I'm
Oh yeah,
trying
anybody
not to
that gets me
say
any
anything.
Christmas presents, I'm accepting gold, silver, and weed. That's the only.
Hey,
that's the only thing.
Rescue. Merry Christmas
That's,
to you too.
Hey, Rescue, Merry Christmas. You
I
with
miss
us?
Radio Shack too, Navy vet. I really do. I really
You'll be
miss
all
Radio
right,
Shack
brother.
back.
I'm trying not to stay on the radio subject, but I loved Radio Shack. You know, I used to get the Heath kits
Dude,
and everything. I built radios. I did all that stuff, but it was Radio Shack was
I
the
was like a
place.
kid in a candy store back then because they had all the different parts and stuff. They had like if you were like into any kind of electronics of any kind, they had all these little drawers and bins of all the different parts like diodes, resistors, and all this other stuff. I used to love that stuff, man. I actually, man, if I ever like wanted to continue schooling of any kind, I wanted to be an electrical engineer. You know, I was really into electronics. I was more into the hardware. I never really got into the software part of it, but I was really into like opening things up and doing like internal diagnostics and shit. You know, that was something I've always that's still today. You know, I love doing that kind of stuff. And I remember even when I was a kid, if things were broken, I was the first one to start taking it apart and try and figure out what's wrong with it and fix it. Even if it was not the right way to fix it, it was like, you know, kind of like jerry rigged, you know what I mean? I'd get it to work again, you know what I mean? You know, I've always been that way, you know. I love that kind of stuff. And I miss Radio Shack for that kind of thing. I mean, I just,
Ditto
I
to
love,
everything you just said.
yeah.
Ditto.
I've always been pretty decent at it. I just never had any schooling, you know. I mean, you know, at one
Oh yeah,
time I
me
was like,
neither.
man,
But I had
I think
hookups, man.
ITT Tech would have been fucking awesome for me, you know what I mean?
I
ITT
didn't have
Tech,
none
if
of
I
that
ever went there,
schooling either than that, but I had hookups. Like all the cops used to give me all the broken radio equipment and shit from the police department. I ended up with computers and stuff because of that. Any of the outdated stuff that ended up stored, I'd get some of that. They gave me light bars, they gave me radio set, all kinds of stuff I'd get that was broken, and then I'd sit there and
yeah.
fiddle with it until I could get it to work.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like, you know, I mean, you know, it's like there's even a whole movement of the right to repair. You know, it's like you know, there's so much stuff nowadays. Just like you can't repair it, or they don't, or some of the companies don't make things where you can repair it. You have to just go out and buy a new one, and I hate that. You know, I like to be able to sit there and fix stuff, or you know, or modify it or customize it, you know, or whatever. Um, and
It's
Me
you know
so
too.
that's
not
that.
connected. Oh, okay.
What now?
Someone was trying to come up and it was saying not connected.
Hmm.
So she needs to work on that.
Yeah, Navy vet. I mean, you know, see, a lot of stuff now is mostly just working the software. You know, it's like I'm more of the hardware type of guy. You know, I like to open the thing up and get in there and get my hands into the thing. And that's another thing too. Nowadays, everything getting so small. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, the point-to-point circuitry from back in the day is not like it is now. Now it's this surface mount stuff, and all the parts are like, you know, really freaking tiny. You know, my eyes are not as good as they used to be. My hands are not as steady as they used to be. You know, it's like, you know, it's harder to work on things nowadays on some of the stuff. It's
All
you
right,
know,
honey,
but
get connected. Get connected. It's not working.
I hope it's rescue.
Not rescue. Now we got him singing Jingle Bells in the chat.
No,
What's
I'm
up,
not. I'm
Sigma?
not. I'm not really that. I'm not really though. Yeah, I've never really enjoyed this time of year that much. I don't know about Sorry for all you guys out there. I've never really.
No, I haven't been celebrating many holidays either, but this year I feel pretty Christmassy.
And so, okay, it's work on
This is
wing
as
that
close as I'm
side.
going to get to be able to spend time with other people. Put it that way. Because I mean,
There it
honestly,
is.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Nobody's coming to visit me. I'm kind of here at the house with the dogs, and that's about as far as it's going when it
And
comes
we
down to
know
it.
that's why we're doing this is because there are a lot of people in the same boat as you.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
I
I mean,
didn't talk
Snook's
to you
actually.
guys
Yeah.
tonight,
Yeah.
listen, if I didn't talk to you guys tonight, I wouldn't have talked to anybody this whole holiday. All right.
Yeah. That's about how I am right now. Because I mean, my buddy John. He's another radio buddy of mine. He was gonna. He was gonna come over to the house, and we were gonna like cook some steaks on the grill or something like that. But he had a bunch of
Woohoo.
personal crap going on, so he couldn't make it. So
There she is. Hey, Snooks.
Merry Christmas, y'all.
What's up, Snook?
Merry
Hey,
Christmas,
Snooks.
Carl. Merry Christmas, Wingnut. Merry Christmas, Wildlife. Merry Christmas, Silver Girl. That's supposed to have my other picture on it. I came on here to return normalcy. Y'all got to do people talk.
Thank you.
People
Oh,
talk.
you're welcome.
You didn't hear me
Yeah.
trying to back out of that conversation. I knew what I started, and I regretted it. I knew that I opened up a can of worms. All right, and it's not Wingnut's fault. It was my fault. I asked the
Carl,
wrong
you
question.
opened up a pantry of worms. It is all your fault, Wingnut. I love you, sweetie, but you got to get off the CB talk. Don't let Carl hook you in and fish you in. You know what happens. Once Wingnut goes off on it, you cannot stop him.
Now
Well,
reach over there and tickle him and get him in the Christmas spirit.
Okay, Wingnut, I keep telling you, I'll bring the food.
Well, yeah. Hopefully, when I get the house building finished, I have a stove and oven and everything in there, which I don't have now. So I mean, it would be nice to be able to cook like a bigger meals and stuff like that. And I have
I'll
an
bring the
actual
food.
full size oven and everything. You know what I mean? It'll be
You
nice.
build me a bedroom there. I'll bring the food. I told you that. I keep telling you my demands. When are you gonna meet my demands?
Yeah. I'll
Yeah.
put you a cot in the shed.
Yeah, put me a cot in the shed. Do you know what I did? I went on one of his chats one time. I didn't go on his panel, but I went into one of his chats. I said, "Where's my bedroom?" And he goes, I said, "You got my bedroom?" And he goes, he's talking on the live. He goes, "Bathroom. I'll put the seat down for you, okay?" I said, "Bedroom." You thought I was saying I want my own bathroom.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've seen what
Well, I
Wingnut's
mean,
been building. You're doing great. I'm really proud of you.
Uh-oh.
Well,
I'll be right back. Sounded like a piece of furniture just fell. I'll be right back.
Oh dear. Merry Christmas, chat. Okay, now that I'm co-hosting, all of you behave.
You know better than to tell me that.
I eliminated you. You don't count.
I'm hoping things will get better. I mean, I need to get a vehicle and start getting a little bit more income coming in, and things will be better, I think. But
You're going to
it's
get
a
it
little
better.
rough
You're
right now.
working on. Look at how far you've come. You've got a shed with a washing machine in it, a dryer, a refrigerator. You're building your compound.
Yeah.
Okay, well, be proud of you. It's going to get better.
Yeah. Well, I always
No, just
expect the
agree.
worst. So,
Honey, just agree. I stay faith and hope strong every day. That gets me through every single day.
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't always have happy days, but I just don't put it out there on anybody. I'm just, I take care
But
of
he
my own
just
Yeah.
told
issues.
me,
You know
What?
what he was talking about? What he was talking about here a little while ago about being homeless like that. I'm not going to
Mm.
worry about him because I know for a fact that if he's made it this far, I'm the same way. Listen, if I lost everything, this truck burned up and all I had was the ditch and a couple plastic bags, that's a good start. All right. I will start over. I will
Well,
find I know that once you live like that, you can get down to the bottom, but you're always gonna climb back up, you know. And I I gotta say, man, humor and hope and all those things help you. All right, if you the more negative you see things, the worse it's gonna be.
Y'all are
well,
survivalists.
well,
You
see,
really
I
are.
agree. I agree. I mean, in a way, I mean, I will never regret or even any of my experiences that I've been through. I mean, honestly, I don't have any regrets. I mean, there are things that
I
I
get
kind
it.
of wish I had changed a little bit, but at the time, but I don't have any regrets because I mean, honestly, man, it's made me who I am today. Put it that way.
No
Hey, I live.
regrets,
And
but you won't
you know,
make that mistake again. That's the thing. It's the same thing with me. I don't have any regrets. I wouldn't change anything because I learned these lessons, but I wouldn't do some things over. I'll tell you that. I learned.
well, yeah, if
I've
I'm gonna do something stupid nowadays, I'm gonna be much smarter about it.
I've never been homeless, but I lived a very rough, tough life. But I lived the life I chose when I left home. I can't blame anybody. I had a lot of fun. I partied a lot. I supported myself. Um, and I'm not going to say I have any regrets. I don't have any regrets. I am who I am today because of how I lived, and I became a
Yep,
better person. I
yeah,
bypassed all the crap and I became a better person.
I wouldn't want to do it
yeah,
over again either. You
Oh,
know,
hell,
if they're
I'd do it
giving you
over again.
no, I mean, like, oh, what would you change if you could do it? I wouldn't want to do it over. I fucking barely made it here. So the way I feel like it's like, I'm right where I'm supposed to be.
well, I
No,
wouldn't
I
change
wouldn't get,
anything
but
either, but I'd probably, I mean, there are things that I wonder what it would be like today if I had did things, some things a little different. I've wondered that, um,
but every step I took brought
yeah,
me to meeting y'all. See?
oh,
And
Yeah,
where
that's
would I
yeah.
be
that's
And
if I
good.
there's
hadn't met
also
all?
this
Yeah,
I
there
mean,
you
thing.
go.
how much better is
There's
my life
also
for having met all of you?
it's like the choice of trails. You walk up to a merge in the trail and you don't know which way to go. Well, you go to the left and you get a lot of mosquitoes, you trip on a log, whatever happens, and you can complain about whatever, you're going to get past it. But maybe that other trail would have killed you. All right, maybe there was a fucking hungry bear waiting for you on the other one. So it's like I never, even if it was a rough journey, I don't regret it because it could have been worse.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I, the,
agree.
thing- the
I
things that
agree.
have
I mean,
gotten us here have made us stronger, I think.
Amen.
oh yeah. I mean,
We've
like I said, it's definitely gotten me where I am today. I mean, it's been a hard road, and hopefully, I've got quite a few more years to go. Um, you know,
Oh, heck, you got a
so
lot of years to go. You just turned 21. Give it a break.
yeah, I
right.
know, I know.
And Wing, you will never be homeless. I always have 2 extra bedrooms. You can have either one of them.
Yeah,
What is the
I hear you.
definition of homeless? All right, that's the thing is what's the definition
Yeah,
of homeless? Because people are,
Hmm.
no,
saying all the time
it's
they're homeless in the chats and stuff. And I haven't lived under a roof in 5 years. I haven't, had a bed in 5 years, or I haven't lived normal like that. So technically, I've been homeless for years, but I don't feel homeless. I rent the
well,
lot that I'm on. I rent. So I'm legally here. It's not.
well, put it this way,
Homeless
Carl.
living on the street with nothing is just absolutely living on the street with nothing. And
well,
That's
a
okay.
lot of people have been there. And
Well,
thank God
I,
he pulled us through. That's
I will
all.
tell you this. I will tell you this. I will change the word homeless to houseless. I was just
There you
houseless.
go.
You know what I mean?
See,
I
that's
wasn't really
it.
homeless because everywhere I was and everywhere I laid my head, that was my home. You know, home is where the heart is, they say, you know what I'm saying?
It's
So,
Yeah,
you know,
I got my home in my hand. I'm driving across the land. The Fog Hat Man did a song about that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was leading to. Very good, Wingnut.
Is this
well, I mean,
karaoke
you know,
tonight?
like it's, you know, and I'm kind
That's
of
a
glad I
good
did all
way.
that
That's
at
a
a
very
young
nice
age
way to
too.
put it, Wingnut.
Yeah, I'm glad I did all that at a young age. I mean, you know, I know people that's never even been out of the freaking county they live in all their life. You know what I mean? Me personally, I mean, you know, I went around the country, you know, and at a very early age, you know what I mean? So I did a lot more, seen a lot more, and traveled a lot more than most people do. So it's
Oh, I've been all
I
over the United States and out of the United States because my dad was in the Navy.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of happy to be settled.
I know
Well,
these guys.
I do like it. I like
know a
having this
bunch of
place
guys,
to, you know, to go.
you know, some 15, 20 years ago, I started meeting all these guys. They're younger guys. They're in their 30s still, but they're living all over this country. They could be in California or Florida within the same week because they're riding the rails. They get on these
Yeah.
trains and they know where to
Oh.
go. They know where to get money. They know where to sleep. They've got like a little clique
Yeah.
that they're all in contact with. And they've lived like that for a long time, you know. There's actually some of those guys I got to go visit because some of them landed in places. Some of them are dead, you know.
You
But
mean
Yeah. Oh man, there's this guy named he's even got his own YouTube channel, Shoestring. He's
I watched
a rail
dead. I
he's a
know.
rail guy. And he's disappeared actually for the past year or so. Nobody's seen anything of him, and so I'm worried about him. I'm wondering if he's
No,
okay.
Shoestring's dead, man. They found his body in a body of water near the tracks.
No
Can I
shit.
interrupt for just a minute? Hold on.
No
Wildlife,
shit.
how are you
No
doing?
shit.
Wait a minute. How are you doing, Wildlife? Oh,
He's eating.
he's muted. Oh, okay. How are you doing, Silver Girl?
I am gonna
How are
share
you
this
doing,
link
Bonnie?
that John posted. I'm doing much better tonight, thank you.
Well, I'm
And
glad.
because we need to remember all of those. And okay, it might be a little sad, but still it's relevant to the conversation. And if you see somebody in need, be the kindness that they need. You could be the messenger that the Lord is sending. Always remember that. Here we go. Can everybody mute?
For real. Go ahead.
Wait, it takes me a second to pull it up. I'm sorry. Come on, Gmail. Oh, and I have another one to share with y'all too. Forgot about that, but okay, stop. No. No, stop. Okay, go back. Here we go.
God rest ye merry billionaires, let nothing you dismay. Forget your workers' families going hungry on this day, and save yourselves from income tax you'll never need to pay. Oh, tidings of corruption and greed, corruption and greed. Oh, tidings of corruption and greed. In Washington and London town you pay the lobby fees to hold the reins both left and right of sham democracies, and keep us entertained so we don't know we're on our knees. Oh, tidings of corruption and greed, corruption and greed. Oh, tidings of corruption and greed. Fear not, ye say, the media, they only sing your praise. The job Creator gave us all that's good and all that pays. Be thankful for your stable beds and don't ask for a raise. Oh, tidings of corruption and greed, corruption and greed. Oh, tidings of corruption and greed. The Prince of Peace you call him while you make war in his name. A man with no possessions made a shill for earthly gain. Imagine all the people led by men who have no shame. Oh, tidings of corruption and greed, corruption and greed. Oh, tidings of corruption and greed.
That was good. Very good,
And
Bonnie.
it's thank you, John. It's you know, why is this happening in America? Why is this happening anywhere?
Well, a lot of the homeless choose to be homeless because they're on drugs. They could be off the
And
streets and they don't want to be.
yes, and I've seen that. I've seen that they
And that is sad.
but
Why do you think it's
Yeah.
happening?
I think that looking at that, it should make every one of us feel grateful for what we do have.
When it comes to people being homeless and downtrodden, I've heard a lot of stories. None of them are exact. They come from all different reasons. They can be similar, but there's all different reasons.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of them are veterans, you know, that are suffering from PSTD. A lot of them are habitual
PTSD,
drug
yeah.
users, and they don't want to quit using the drugs in order to get into the safer homes and houses.
Right.
A lot of them, family members have given up on them. They've given up on
Mental
I mean, there's
health,
just there's 1,000 different stories.
If
exactly.
the
There's
government
mental
will
health
put as
issues.
much
There's
into,
physical health issues.
and
There's
if the government would put that money that they keep shipping to everyone else into the mental institutions again, not the ones that they did bad things, but
The
getting the
lobotomies and
people
other stuff.
real, yes, getting the people real help. The drug abuse, there's so many things that money could be going to help people instead of just discarding them on the side of the street.
But that's like sweeping up the dust after the China cup is already broken. You
I
don't,
know.
you
I
don't
know.
get, that's not where, that's why it has never worked. Is everybody goes out, how do you fix the people that are drug abusive, blah, 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 blah. That's not what you're trying to do. What you're trying to do is prevent them from getting there.
And it starts in the home.
Is
And
a lot that has to be done with a lot of different people in a lot of different routine, everyday positions who just disqualify these people from existence and from getting anything from them because they believe differently or they chose a different path or they made a mistake. And
Yep.
That's a good point.
before they get to the street. Getting them when they get to the street, you're not fixing their problem. You're fixing the fact that they're on the street, but you're not even addressing the real problem.
Yeah.
Well,
and
also,
some people were just put there. I mean, you know, how many families will just kick out a kid because whatever, because they're acting like a teenager, or, you know, parents expect them to be quiet and calm and collected all the time. It's a teenager. They got hormones raging. They got all this mess that they go through at school. They've got people bullying them. They've got people just treating them like crap. all the way around. And you can't trust authorities anymore. Can't trust anybody, really. So then they turn to what? They turn to what's available to make them feel better at the moment, no matter what it is. It could be sex, it could be drugs, it could be whatever. They're going to turn to that. Oh, and then they get pregnant. And then what happens? Well, let's just kick them out of the house because we don't want to deal with that. That's how it happens.
Like,
It
and that's
does.
the thing. You're going at it at the tail end. You've got to get parents being good parents, and you've got to get the bad parents out of the business. And
Wait a minute. How do you get the bad parents out of the business?
got to go at it at the end.
What?
If you're going to go at something at the end, you've got to start and look at it and take it apart and figure out what's causing it at the beginning, not at the end.
But I'm
Isn't
asking you,
it?
how do
Hold
I
on, before you
asked
guys
just
answer, I
Carl,
just
just a
want to know
minute.
why okay, but Silver Girl's the loudest one on this panel. I mean, I had to turn my phone down, then I can't
She's
hardly
not
hear
that
anybody else.
loud.
Turn
I'm
myself.
asking,
She's not
that's
that
what I
loud.
wanted to ask, is if anybody else was getting that, or is it just my phone that's doing that?
No, it
Oh,
was Silver Girl. Can you speak now, please?
Yeah, I'm turning the volume down.
Well,
that's
way
better.
better, right there, way better.
That's
Thank
better.
you.
Sorry,
that-
Carl.
No, it's all right. I just was trying to help everybody out.
Okay,
And
well, it wasn't hurting me, but it was
then
okay.
there's this part of it. Jerry said his 84-year-old godmother has her family sucking off her teeth still. So, and that's the thing is, I think that the biggest problem with everybody is the destruction of the family unit.
But
It's
Yeah,
you
I have
can't.
to agree. I mean, honestly, man, I tried running away from home many times before I actually left when I was 16. And so, and it was mostly because of my dad at the time. Um, um, we had a lot of problems. I miss him now that he's gone, but and I miss the arguments and stuff like that. But that we had a lot of problems. And
But I'm sorry, Wingnut.
well, I mean, what I find unfortunate, especially when it comes down to the homelessness or the houseless type of thing, a lot of people tend to lump all of it into one big reason why they're homeless, and that's not it. There's because I wasn't a drug addict, I wasn't like some mentally challenged motherfucker, I wasn't any of that stuff. I just wanted to get away from it all. I didn't want to be around it no more. I wanted to,
fight or flight.
and I didn't care if I was 11 years old and I was living out in the fucking woods or not. I didn't care. I knew I didn't know how dangerous it was at that time because I was 11. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But
Can I
yeah,
interject something? Can I
Yeah, and I
say
didn't want
something?
to shut Silver Girl down. Say something so I know I can still hear you, Silver Girl, because I hope you didn't turn it down too far.
She didn't.
I
you're
don't.
good. She's good.
I think it's. Is it okay, Carl?
Yeah, that's great. That's
You're
perfect.
fine. Now, can I say something, Carl? Sorry to be rude.
Obviously, you can.
Okay. Yeah, well, I tend to interrupt. I had great parents. I can't blame them for anything I did when I left home. My parents were great. My dad was strict. I turned wild when I left home. That was my choice. So I had good parenting. So that's not what made a difference with me. And I did a lot of drugs. So sometimes you can
Yeah.
have the best parents in the world. When you get to a certain age, you still choose your own path in life to live. It's not always the
Yeah,
parents' fault.
I blame it all on myself. I do.
And I blame it on me. I agree, Carl.
Yeah, I mean,
And
there's a lot of different reasons for people's situations. I mean, I've met a lot of people that were on the road while I was on the road that were living out um, out on the streets and stuff, and I've heard a million stories, and none of them are the exact same.
Good one,
and
Monty.
Yeah. But you can't make parents or people who have children be good people. I mean, it'd be great if people did not have kids who do not want kids
I
and
think a
they could
lot of
be
it
good
has to do with
parents.
money. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of it has to do with money. People are, in the way the system is set up, is that we're all chasing a living and not a life. And chasing a living, you have very little time for a life.
To live a
You know,
life. Yes.
and honestly, man, you know, the way things are, it's like now both parents have got to work freaking 2 jobs, you know, and just send your kid off to school or daycare or in front of you know, an iPad, you know, as a babysitter. You know,
That's
or
not true. You could,
even more. It's like, you know, even there's not always 2 parents there. That has a big effect too.
yeah.
Um, you know,
But I'm going to
it's
disagree
a
with you. Both parents can be working full time and still be good parents.
They also can be appearing to be good parents and not being teaching the child what the child needs to learn too.
Oh, that's very true.
yeah.
That's very true. But unless, like I said, the problem is you can't tell parents how they're going to be. The problem
Yes,
is we have the problem now. What do we do now? I think we need to spend a lot of money on veterans hospitals and help the
no.
veterans.
What you do is you
What,
stop, remove the home. You remove the abuser from the home child. You
Huh?
take those abusers and put them elsewhere and make it a stick, and you leave the poor child who didn't do anything wrong with a surviving parent or a
With
member of
family.
that
Yes.
is good and that passes all the requirements. You will not only save that child, you will save a half a dozen more. You take the
And
parent
who's going to
out of
dictate?
the home
Who's going to dictate all that?
to be
Yes, because Silver Girl, they will find anything. They will find anything. You can have the cleanest home. You can have
if they're looking for it.
you can have the money. You can have whatever,
They're
but
get the
the
kid.
system is corrupt. They're taking those children. It doesn't matter what you have.
You know that, Bonnie. They don't want to do the good. They don't want to.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's a corrupt system.
Yeah, you have to change the system. There is no way around it.
Wait a minute. You come up with all this advice though. How are you going to change the system?
Or
See, I'm the one who I ask questions and I
also,
tend to disagree.
when
How are
you
you
do
going to change the system?
Because let me tell you,
work,
Child
if you
Protective
just
Services is private entity. I'm sorry, Silver
What?
Girl. Child
that's as
Protective Services is a private entity.
well as I do.
You can
What?
and
you can
I'm sorry. I'm getting
prove
confused.
that they do what they do. If people would get together and quit being afraid, that judge for the private corporation that they are is a family court judge. It's not even a judicial system judge, whatever.
It's a
It's like
civil case. It's a civil case.
it's not even
yeah.
civil. It's
It's
family court.
when they abuse the child at a criminal state.
Well, that
At a criminal
well
level.
that's on a civil side, not a criminal side.
It is a
Um,
criminal side if you choose it to be.
right.
Who
Well,
chooses it to
If
be?
the courts, the judges.
The
no,
offense.
But
The
that's
offense.
the system. You've got to change the system.
I'm
The current
asking you, how are you going to change the system?
you just simply wipe it out and start over.
Who
It
wipes it
takes
yeah,
out?
everybody. It takes everybody doing it.
Everybody to do it. But the children are the one thing that we know we are doing the most worst job for. Because in my opinion, you Snooks did not have good parents.
Are you kidding me?
No,
Wait a
now
minute, wait a minute. You know what? Wait a minute. Silver,
if you
back
want
up before
in your
stop.
mind, go for it.
Stop.
But
Stop.
you did, they
Stop
didn't help
it.
you.
My God,
They didn't
Bonnie,
help you,
can you
and
tell her to stop it?
and enabling the children to make it in the world as part
Oh
of
my
parents.
effing God. Silver,
It is
stop it.
be something that can be done.
Stop.
Not in the years.
Stop.
I'm not going to stop.
You
Because
don't know my parents. You don't know my parents. What the F is wrong with you?
I'm
You're going
saying
to come on here. You're going to attack. You're going to attack. Wait,
I'm
you're
not
going to. You're not
interfering.
going to shut the
A
F
lot of
up.
people
You're
think
going
they
to
are.
attack. You're going to attack me and my
Yeah,
parents.
I'm
You
a
don't
lot
know my parents. She
will
doesn't
say
shut up,
you're
does
Okay,
she?
girls, calm
She doesn't
down.
shut up.
This
believe
is
what you believe.
You don't
I
shut the F up.
well, it's coming from good parents. I just don't see it.
What?
And that's the same thing they say, the majority of them.
Oh my God, you don't
And
know me.
you
Who are
need
you
to
to talk about me?
know the history and stuff of this Snooks
What
because
the F's wrong with her?
it's unbelievable.
What
I
is
can't hear
wrong with
either one of
you?
you actually, because
Yeah,
honestly, I can't hear either one of the sides. Honestly,
I know I'm
um,
with
I'm
you.
sorry,
I
Wayne. I'm sorry.
talk about this with somebody that isn't able. And I've got to be someplace else at 9.
Bye.
So I've got
Bye.
to. So Bonnie, I might check back with you a little later after I'm done at 11.
Don't you
Uh,
ever talk about my parents again. You understand me?
I said people like your parents.
You don't know my parents. My dad was in the Navy for 20 effing years, woman.
I don't care. I'm glad
Well,
okay.
you're in it.
Okay.
Really,
Thank
really
you for coming up, Silver Girl. I appreciate it. And
back your butt up with me.
for you, Snooks. I really am. I'm
You
really
what?
happy that you believe that.
What?
Have something by which you've used to raise your kids, I'm assuming. That's the way it's supposed to work.
I didn't tell you I had kids. I don't have kids.
Well, that's good too.
F
I'm happy.
you.
Whatever's making you happy at the moment.
Oh my God.
Don't
What a
just
judgmental you're so judgmental. You are so
our
judgmental. You know what?
with
God bless
parents,
you.
or Bonnie's parents either.
God bless you.
God bless you. You're going to need it.
I don't need it. I don't need you either. Who is that? Does she
I'm
always do
sorry
this? Or
about
is it,
that.
Bonnie, is
That's
it just me that she
okay.
goes that?
Let me, Snooks, calm
I'm
down.
sorry. I'm sorry, Bonnie. Forgive me.
People come from different backgrounds
Okay.
and they're going to have different opinions of everything. And that got out of hand,
I know it did. I'm
definitely.
sorry.
And I don't think she meant it directed at you.
Oh, yeah, she did.
Okay. But for whatever reason,
Bonnie, I'm
there's
sorry. I
a
could barely
lot
hear
of
what she
us.
was saying. I was fussing so much.
I know. And there's
I'm
a lot
so
of us
sorry. I'm sorry to
that
the
are
panel.
all about the children because the children are being used and abused for the
yeah, there's
profit.
no
of others.
universal answer for this. Honestly, there really isn't.
No.
Because it's an individual thing for each family, and honestly,
Yes.
you know, like I said, I've heard a million different reasons
Merry Christmas.
why people end up, you know, out on the street or whatever like that, and there's no universal answer for it.
No.
And you know, and I know a lot of people that, you know, it's like you know, you talk about, oh, we need to do this with the government, all this. The government really doesn't give a crap about us in first place. All right. And you know, children's services, there's been thousands of children that go missing in their custody every year. And then, you know, it's not a good system altogether anyway. You know, and I'm always interested in, like, you know, I like exploring like abandoned houses and abandoned properties and stuff like that all over the country and stuff. And it just amazes me that there's so many abandoned places around this place, but yet there's still people that have no house to stay in. And I think one of the things that it would be very beneficial to a lot of people that are on the street is making property or homes or you know, stuff like that very, very affordable with very little restrictions on building and stuff like that, for people to actually have that ability to have that. Because I think that's one of the biggest problems, is that it comes down to money. When people end up on the street, at the very beginning, the first months or first year or something like that, there's a good chance they can get out of that situation, no matter what kind of situation they're in. There's a good chance they can get out of it. But the longer they're in it, the harder it becomes. Depression kicks in, financial stuff kicks in. There's a lot of states out here that want to make it illegal to even be homeless. They want to make it illegal to just sleep in your car. And that is there's no crime in that, and that is a crime to make it a crime. It's actually, it's not doing people any good. It just creates more revenue, creates more people to put in jail. There's actually people I know that because they don't have a place and it's cold outside, they will do something just to get in jail so they can get 3 hots and a cot. You know what I mean?
Yes. I know people like that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always a universal type of excuse why people end up out on the street.
Okay,
And then, like I said, I mean, I ran away many times before I actually had left home at 16. I moved out of my parents' house at 16 years old, and I started working, and I've been doing it ever since. But like I said, I ran away a number of times before that, and I guess I had a pretty good home because I had a mother and a father. And me and my dad didn't really get along. One of the biggest things that we used to argue about when I was a kid was schoolwork. You know what I mean? We used to argue about schoolwork all the time. I have a bad thing when it comes down to memorization. I could never remember my multiplication tables. I'm a bad speller, and it was always an argument, and things like that. I know they loved me, you know what I'm saying? My mom's still alive and I love her to death. It's just, and I'm like, even now, she's about an hour away from me, and I don't want to go anywhere. I want to stay right here because I want to stay close to her.
Wayne, can I interrupt just for 1
That's
second? Just
good.
one.
Are you going there tomorrow?
Bonnie, can I just say one
No,
thing?
she's out of town. She's visiting with some of my other siblings right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Bonnie, can I just say one thing?
Sure.
Oh, okay. I'm very sorry to the panel. I do want to say I had great parents. I don't know Silver Girl, and I didn't hear really what she was saying because I was fussing too much. I just felt I was being attacked, and I felt my parents were being attacked. And how I chose to live when I moved out was totally my choice and had nothing to do with the very good raising I had. And that's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Yeah,
But I
and like I
get
said,
triggered very easy when you go after me and my parents.
and like I
Sorry, Wayne.
said, I mean, I personally, from what I could hear, I don't think she was directing it directly at you anyways, Snooks. I think she was kind of like in a general sense. But anyway, like I said, it's like there's many different reasons why, and I think a lot of it has to do with the way everything has gotten so damn expensive. I mean, hell, even kids today can't even make enough money to buy a property to put a house on it or buy a house. The way the system is set up is like, this like you will own nothing and you will be happy type of scenario where everything is going to have to be rented.
They can't even afford an apartment by themselves.
Right. And
a lot of
put it this way. I mean, the
get
cheapest rent around here in where I'm at up here in Florida. I mean, I know it's a little bit more expensive down toward you, Snooks, but I mean, here in Florida, it's like, the cheapest rent is $1,000 a month. You know what I mean? That's just the rent. That's not utilities included. That's just rent in like an apartment.
If they're any size at all, they're even more around here. It's the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's just so freaking expensive. And that's done on purpose, really. is to keep us paying a monthly bill to somebody. You're basically, you never really own anything. And I think that's a big problem when it comes down to the homelessness scenario. It's like, just to be able to afford it. I know a guy. The reason why he was got on the streets is because his wife died. His kids, they don't want to be with him anymore or whatever. And he just got into a financial situation where it was like basically he lost his job, and he had no choice. He had to be on the street. And I know a lot of people also that they don't want to be in a shelter. A shelter. I personally never wanted to be in a shelter. I've done the shelter before, and I felt safer living out in the freaking woods or in an abandoned house.
Bingo.
I had
Bingo. That's what I did too. Same thing.
So I from my experience, I'm just speaking from my experience, and also from my experience from talking and knowing other people in that same situation. And that's the thing too, is like, until you can walk a mile in somebody else's shoes, you really don't know what's going on. And that's the thing too, is like, I can at least say for 10 years, I know exactly how people are living, because I did it myself. And I know how hard it can be. And I'm gonna tell you something, at the age that I am now, because like I said, technically I just turned 51. If I was to be forced out of my house and living on the streets again, it's going to be hard, because I know exactly what I'm going to have to do, and it's going to be hard. And I love the mountains, but I hate snow, and I feel sorry for those people that are up in North Carolina right now living in a tent because their house got washed away. I know exactly what they're going through, and it's not fun. And it can get very depressing, and that depression can actually do more harm to your health than than a tree falling in your house. It's pretty bad, when it comes down to certain things. So I mean, and I think it's that compassion about the people. See, we cannot rely on government to fix our problems, and pouring more money into it is not going to help either, because a lot of these organizations, they don't really put the money where it's supposed to be. They end up paying a bunch of all these employees and all this other stuff, and all this the money doesn't really go to the people that actually need it. It's like, for instance, like I'll go to the Hurricane Helene scenario again. There was people that took money out of their own pocket and transported a bunch of supplies up there. You know what I mean? And next thing you know, FEMA and the local sheriff's departments were actually stealing these supplies from them, and they weren't even getting to the people that were needing them. Like there was like a sheriff's department up there or whatever that stole $34,000 worth of brand new generators that were donated. You know what I mean? And I mean, and a lot of those people, they just took it for themselves. They didn't get it to the people that were actually needing it.
Wait,
you know what I mean?
can I interject just for a second? FEMA took a lot of this stuff and then distributed as if they were giving it out from themselves.
Well, a lot of in some cases, not all of it. But I mean, there was a lot of it that didn't even show up. In some
unless
cases,
you had a Trump sign in your yard, and then they wouldn't give you anything.
In some cases,
that's true. In Florida, a lot of FEMA came into Florida, and if you had a Trump sign in your yard and you needed help, you didn't get it. And DeSantis called them out. I live in Florida, and
so the whole thing is quit counting on the government. That's where communities need to come together. That's why I am trying to pull my community into a meeting to talk about what we can do as a community without the government, without the law, without any of them, to have a place to store food, water, cots for the citizens.
Bonnie, I'm gonna tell you something. That's Bonnie. That's exactly what true anarchy looks like, Bonnie. That's when Americans helping Americans, and Americans
Yes,
getting it done, even
yes,
in spite of what government, and not having government to rely on. It's actually, we're doing it for
exactly.
ourselves. That's
And
exactly what
so,
true anarchy looks like. You know what I mean?
and if you're
And
able
Wait,
to do that where you're at, I would suggest you do the same. And it's the
yeah,
same thing with all of it. That we don't have homeless people here. That it doesn't happen. We step up
really?
and take care of our people. We
well,
we don't
Bonnie, I'd have to disagree on that because they're
wing
there.
nut.
They're just,
Please
you just
let
don't
me
see them.
finish. I know
Okay,
that you
sorry.
have your
Wait,
opinion,
stop, honey.
but I'm just telling you how it is here. I am in a very
Right.
small community. We have 1,500 population. Even our county is small. Both of the towns, even though we're rivals in football and all of that, we still take care of each other. This
Right.
county is supportive of each other no matter what is happening. If somebody's house burns down, people are on it right then. They are giving
Bonnie,
travel trailer for them to stay in. They are giving food. They are giving clothes. They are giving money. They are giving whatever is needed. That is how we need to come together again. I know
I
these
believe
people in the
there's
big
good.
cities don't have that option. I feel sorry for them. I know it's hard to move out into the rural areas, but it,
I'll tell you
there's
this, Bonnie.
still
The
a
people,
way.
these people are not called the invisible people for nothing. Okay, Bonnie, I'm gonna have to tell you that straight up. And I've seen it all over the country. I mean, it doesn't matter what
That's the
small town.
thing.
I mean,
I
I
got
was in a
I got to
very
say
small
about that
town.
though. Let me
Go
speak for a
ahead.
second. Is I believe there's communities like yours, Bonnie, and I got to give a hand to that. But there's also a lot of communities they won't let anybody homeless be seen. All right, if you come into their town and try to sleep on a bench, you're probably going to jail. If they don't get to jail, they're going to give you a warning to get out of their area or you're going to
Yep,
jail.
I've
They will
seen that
And
happen
question
too.
you.
now,
Of
now
well,
what I'm getting to is somebody like me, probably somebody like Wingnut. If I had no place to go, I'm not gonna play that. I don't want anybody to see that card. All right, so I'm gonna try to stay unseen because I don't want to
Yep.
get wrapped up into the system either. Because they'll take you to a homeless shelter and then you got to jump through all their hoops and shit. No, that's just not me. Right? I won't do that. You know,
Yeah.
it's y-
The
but there's a
invisible
lot of
people.
things.
I mean, tell you for
Yeah,
real.
that's what it is. It is. There really is an invisible society that people don't know. Just like those train guys I'm talking about. Most people don't even
Hmm.
know that exists. But these guys,
Yeah.
there's a whole network of thousands of these young folks that live like that and have lived like that most of their life. You know,
Yeah. I'm really
We have
sorry to hear that about Shoestring too, because I really did not know that he passed on. And I mean, I wanted to meet him so bad actually, because I mean, I had a great respect for Shoestring, and Shoestring, he was an older man, you know what I mean? But that's what he did. He was like a train hopper, or I guess you would call him a hobo or whatever, you know what I mean? But he was a
it
train
is. It's
hopper,
a
and
modern day hobo kind of because I
yeah, the
knew the
modern
old
day hobo
hobo.
in a sense. Yeah, but I mean, and he went all over the freaking country on those trains and stuff. Just hopping train from train, going to different towns, different cities, and stuff like that. But I'm sorry to hear that about Shoestring. I didn't really realize. I knew he was missing. And I hadn't heard anything from him, so I knew something was up, and I was kind of worried because I didn't know. And but
Merry
now
Christmas, everybody. Lauren just said it's midnight here.
it's Christmas
It's
on the
Merry
East Coast.
Christmas.
Merry
It's
Christmas
Christmas
to
on the
all of
East
y'all.
Coast. Merry Christmas.
yeah.
Not
Cam, I
Christmas here
wanted
yet.
I'm sorry, addressing the invisible people in Orlando, we have those invisible people. I don't live in Orlando, but they live deep in the woods, and we
Yep.
have medics in Orlando who go into the woods, and nurses and doctors, and address their needs.
Yeah. I
So in
grew
a
up in
way,
Orlando. Yeah.
yeah, and so in a way, Orlando is working with the homeless. And
Yep.
also when it comes to
Mhm, all of
FEMA,
it.
DeSantis told FEMA DeSantis told FEMA to F off, that we would take care of ourselves, and Florida did take care of itself. Now, I got hit by the Hurricane Milton, not badly, lost my power for a couple days. I was very lucky. But the neighborhoods came together, the people came together in my town. So that was a good thing.
It's very rampant in Michigan since 2008 when the bottom fell out. A lot of people lost their lifestyles, their homes,
Yeah.
their jobs, everything. And like the guy that I've talked about before, that he just passed away. They found him dead. He
I'm
was
so
homeless.
sorry.
There's a homeless guy that I talk
Merry
to on a
Christmas,
regular
Jim.
basis. His name's Jamie. He's a few years younger than me, but he was a friend of mine who passed away. He went to school with him, so I know the guy. And he drives the neighborhood looking for bottles and cans, and he's done this 15 years or more that I know of. And I save things for him, and I put cans and bottles in the corner for him to pick up. And I gave him a pair of shoes this summer, and it's like some of these guys are never going to get out of that. All right.
Yeah.
His lifestyle is set. The way that he lives is never going to change. I'm not saying that he's like simple-minded or anything, but he's a pretty basic guy. All right. And there's a lot of that. I've known these guys for so long.
Car-
If you
Car-
spend time
Well,
with
no, I
them,
don't
with
think that's it. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Carl, there was a guy I used to know. I can't remember his name right offhand, but he was like a town fixture. He sat on the same corner every single day, and he held up a cardboard sign that says, "Why lie? Need a beer." And he never not had a beer. He always had a beer. He always had a little bit of change and all this other stuff. One day he was like, how old dogs know they're going to die. They're just going to go wander off somewhere and pass on. Well, that's what he did one day. He just wandered off and passed away. Nobody knew nothing until they found him. The city basically cremated him, and
the
whatever.
way it goes,
But
Wingnut, I'm down for that. I'm okay with that. I've read where
yeah,
the Indian elders, the native elders in the tribe, would know that their time was coming, and to
they
save
just
They would
everybody.
walk out into the woods.
That's
you
right.
just wander off like an old dog. And I
Yes.
mean,
Yeah.
but and people I knew people that missed him
Merry Christmas,
because they would
Moonshine.
visit with him almost every day. They,
Yes.
because he was on the same corner every day. It was almost like his job. You know what I mean? He was there every day, and he was like a fixture. It was like a part of the town. It was,
I've known
and
several people like that, Wingnut. That
So
there's old hobos too. I knew old hobos that I've knew for decades, and I knew I could always walk out to the gravel pit near the railroad tracks and see Leroy sitting there with his bottle of
right,
wine.
right.
It was.
Camel, can I ask you something? So, do people still well, I basically men, do men still jump boxcars and ride around the United States?
Oh yeah,
Well,
oh yeah.
That's
it's
still a
kind of a
thing?
little different, all right? There's actually one railroad that has enough reverence for hobos that they tell their workers that they are allowed. They leave their box cars open so people can ride them, literally, all right?
Really?
That's something, right? But now all the rest of them have what they call bulls, all right?
Yeah.
And
Yep.
the bulls make sure that all the box cars and cargo are locked up. So nowadays, instead of riding in the box cars, they usually find hopper trains is what they are. They hold dry goods, and they're like like a grain hopper. And because you
Yeah.
can get into a wedge that it shelters you somewhat from the wind and the weather, that you tuck yourself in. You're on the outside of the car, but you're hidden in like a little alcove in the front or back, and that's usually the most
happy
preferred ride.
birthday.
But any of the
Yeah.
other cars, like if you were to ride on a flatbed or you were to ride on a chemical tank, that's a rough, hard, cold ride. All right, so you need to have some place that you can actually sit
I
and
just
hang
didn't know
out.
that.
Yeah.
I just
Not
didn't even
only
know
that.
that was still a thing.
Yeah, not only that, the
Oh,
bulls in some of these railroads, man, the bulls can be really rough on people. I've
they
seen people
can.
get beat up, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. They won't even bother calling the cops. They'll just beat your ass, and
Exactly.
try and kick you off the train and whatever. They could be really rough. But yeah, and the same thing like Carl was saying, it's like, you know, there's some that where you can't even get inside a car anymore. Most of these railroads and stuff like that, they don't you won't be able to get inside a car. You'll have to ride on the outside of the car in like a little, you know, tucked away part of the how they're built. You know, they got like a little it's like part of the frame that you can tuck yourself into, and stuff like that. Yeah, and there's
But
people that do this.
seriously, why would they want to do that? Where do they think they're going to? What,
Okay,
Wherever.
sometimes it's
what
seasonal,
purpose?
sometimes it's family related. Sometimes it's because the growing season used to drive them west, all right? They'd go out to California because they knew they could sit there and clip buds for people, all right? And
So
it'd
it's
be
for work.
Yeah,
it
for
could
work.
be for work, it could be for somebody they meet. Remember, you got social media now, so they're all connected. They'll even tell you, "Hey, man, there's a place down there in San Francisco. If you go hang around that party store, people will give you money. They'll give you weed. They'll give you shit. You know,
Oh my
they
goodness.
know where the best places are."
Well, I was going to say, some dude on a train better not be coming just
I don't listen, and nobody
thinking
our age can try this because I'm going to tell you
they'll
first
give you
off,
a place to stay.
that is a miserable ride, people. All right. If you, it's all metal. You're sitting on all metal. They bring something to sit on. You have to have your pack streamlined so it doesn't catch on anything. And you have to be able to lift that pack up onto the train car when you get on. And you sometimes you have to do it while it's moving quite a bit, you know. So
And
it's
getting off of it too. Yeah.
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 So not only is it extremely dangerous. I know one guy I know just down the road here got decapitated. He fell off trying to jump on and he got decapitated. But
But y'all
the
are
thing about
talking about years ago.
no, I'm talking about
No,
still.
then
All right,
today.
You're
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about right
still.
now, today.
Yeah, yep,
today,
So,
yep,
Yeah, that's what I
today,
was asking.
yeah,
Yeah.
so
yes,
yeah.
today. I mean, I've had several people since I've been here go, holy shit, camo. You know, because they're walking up from the train tracks. You know, they're just coming into town for the first time in 3 years or something.
Yep. Well, I mean, a lot of it has to, you know, like, you know, Camo was saying, it's also when, you know, it might be for work or it might be a family thing. They may need to have to get to a family member or something like that. The cheapest way to is
no,
the way to
Huckleberry.
go is to take a train. You know what I mean? You know, just hop a train. And it's because you don't have to spend any money. You know, it is kind of dangerous, but you know, you can do that for free. You know, you
But
know, and you can
usually,
travel.
where train tracks are not in the best of places even to get let off when they slow down. So I'm having trouble comprehending this. One thing,
Yeah.
we don't have train tracks anywhere around us. And so, but in traveling and seeing where the train tracks were, it just didn't seem like a destination for someone. But yeah, small towns are even. These small towns are struggling here even because of the pipelines closing down and the oil rigs stopping. And so it's, you know, but that's a discussion for another day. Tell me a daggum good Christmas story. Huckleberry's in the chat.
Well,
This doesn't sound like Christmas stories to me.
yeah.
And there's got to be a Christmas that stands out in your mind, Wingnut, that you felt something good. Please tell me there's a good one.
I like that,
You want me to
Bonnie.
lie to you?
I like that. No, you can think of a good one, sweetie. Think of a good one.
Yeah, I don't really have any good ones, honestly, if you want to know the truth. Even when I was
No.
younger, when I was a real little kid, I didn't really like Christmas. For some reason, I had a feeling that I didn't deserve presents, for instance. Um,
A wing.
you know, and yeah, this time of the year has never been a good thing for me. I just look at it as another day. It's just another day, just like any other day. So I don't see anything more special or reverent about this day, for instance. But I like the idea of people coming together. But honestly, this should be a year-round thing, not just one day out of the freaking year. You know
Well,
what I
it
mean?
is
It
a
is.
year-round thing. We
It
did this
is.
a lot.
We've
I
done it for
mean,
4 years.
yeah.
Yeah. I
And
mean, honestly, I
the
mean, I like the
backstages,
idea.
But it is
Yeah.
Christmas.
right?
But it
Yeah.
is Christmas, you know,
It
and
is.
you don't have just like, did you not have one Christmas where you got a special gift or anything?
No.
Oh,
Honestly,
I'm
to be honest with
sorry.
you, if
I'm
I was to
so
be honest,
sorry.
to be honest.
No, that's
No, it
okay.
ain't.
That's
It's not a
okay.
big deal to me. It's not a big deal to me. You know what I mean? It's just the way it's been all my life. So it's not a big deal to me. You know what I
Okay, can
mean?
I ask you another question? Have
Yeah.
you ever gone searching for it?
Searching for what?
Yeah, I
Christmas.
totally get it. You guys got to understand. I understand exactly where Wingnut's coming from, and you've seen this, all right? And it's not nothing that's going to anybody can change. It can organically change for him. There will be, like I said, I haven't felt like celebrating anything in years, and this year I feel a lot more cheery than I have been because some people have come out and showed that they give a shit. All right.
That
Oh,
And some
humanity is
Well,
still
it's
alive.
like being here. I appreciate being here with you guys. You know what I mean? I can say that. All right. But I can do this any day of the year. You know what I mean? So
well,
today's not
no,
any
my
different,
friend,
Wingnut,
but I
but
appreciate it.
Wingnut,
here's the thing.
You
wait,
know?
You
but
guys are not
Wingnut,
letting me
today
finish.
is Christmas.
You guys are not
I'm
letting
sorry,
me
Carl.
finish.
I'm
All right.
sorry,
The
Sorry,
thing
Carl.
Carl.
is just like this Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
The
Wing.
main thing, the message I wanted to get across is that I was thankful for this community. All right.
Oh,
And I mean that because if it wasn't for all of you, I would be by myself. I wouldn't talk to anybody through any of these holidays. I got nothing to really celebrate. But now, because of this community, I've got some opportunity. All right. And it's changing the way I look at things. And that's always possible, but it's got to happen for him. We can't
Yeah.
change that for him, but he
yeah.
sounds pretty smart. I think if he, think he could figure that out on his own.
Yeah,
Carl,
I've got enough gray hair to figure that. Yeah.
Carl,
Okay,
we
can I
Carl,
ask?
we celebrate you.
Can I ask
Hey,
another question,
I love you
Wingnut?
guys. I
Go ahead,
do.
Bonnie.
I
Go
love
ahead, Bonnie.
all of
Sorry.
you guys.
Do you believe in the Lord?
Well, okay, put it this way. I know, like, for instance, Jesus was a man that lived a long time ago that was a good guy, and a lot of people wants to emulate and be like him. And I think that's the reality. But like I said, I know what the creator is. The creator is Mother Nature and Father Time, and the union between them that created everything. So the biblical part of it, like for instance of the Bible, for instance, or I'm not. I don't see that as a reality. It's a nice story, and there's some good moral points to it, but that's all it is to me. It's just another story. Because like I said, put it this way: if I lived back in the day when Jesus was alive, I'd be hanging out with him because I think he was a cool dude. You know what I mean? But that's as far as it goes. You know what I mean? I don't see him as being a
But
god
okay,
or
so you
anything like that. Yeah.
May I
okay, so
tell
you're
you a
saying
But
you don't believe
story?
in God, okay? Go ahead, Bonnie. I'm sorry.
um, I lost it.
See what you did, Wing? I
it,
swear to God, you do this
it'll
to
come
all of
back
us.
to
See
you.
what you
It'll come
do?
back to you.
I
It'll
know
circle
it'll
back
come
around.
back to me because, I mean, okay, yes, I know what that story is. So I never, ever in my life intended to have a YouTube channel. That was the farthest thing from my mind. It just kind of happened that way. But what I have seen in this community, in watching and listening to everyone, going around to all the different channels, and just the push that keeps me going, and I can't explain that to you in any other way except he's doing it. It's the spirit. I feel it. So I'm telling you, I do not believe, no matter what anyone else believes here, but this is just me, I do not believe that we have been brought together by accident. I don't believe that this was some plan of the government to put us all in this community here to be together. I believe that there is a reason, a purpose that is more divine than any of that. And so here we are.
No, I agree with you, Bonnie, because I'm
I
going to tell
agree,
you something.
Bonnie.
Because I know all our paths cross for a reason. All right, I know that for sure. I know that to be true. All right, and because I'll tell you a story. There was a guy I used to know
Whatever
a
way
long
works.
time ago. I used to know this guy that was a long time ago, man. When I was younger, and you know, I met him for like, I don't know, for like a week. I knew him for like a week, and you know, I'd smoke a pot and smoke some pot with him, share my, you know, and all this stuff and all that, whatever. We'd have conversation, deep philosophical stuff, you know, conversations. I don't even remember what the hell I said, but 3 years, you know, he disappeared, and, you know, 3 years later, he pops back up in town. Didn't remember his name. I still can't remember his name, but I don't forget faces. So I recognized his face. And he knew me. He knew exactly who I was, knew my name and everything. He's like, "Hey man, what's going on? I'm so glad to see you," and all this stuff. And I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "Man, I got to tell you this, man. You know, you remember when we were talking like years ago? Remember we were talking?" And I was like, "Yeah, I remember. You know, I remember smoking some pot with you and all that stuff. You know, and talking and whatever." And he's like, "Man, I got to tell you this, man. Um, what you told me, what you said to me, changed my life." You know what I mean? It's like he was on this bad road at the time. And evidently, whatever I said was so freaking profound, so freaking life changing or whatever. I don't even remember what it was. It changed his life. And I mean, basically, he went on a better path, and his life was on a better path ever since then. And he wanted to thank me. You know what I mean? And that dawned on me at that time. And I was like, you know, our paths are meant to cross. You know what I mean? Because I wondered if I had never talked to him and never met him, would he still be on that bad path, or would he actually just organically change and go onto that a better path? But evidently, the conversation that we had, it something clicked in his head. Something happened, and it changed. You know, and I wondered if I had never met him, would he still be on that bad path? So I know to be true that all our paths cross for a reason. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Even if we disagree, even if we are whatever, you know what I mean? There is a reason why we are put together, and we're sitting here in the chat, sitting on this panel, talking and listening, you know, or having a conversation. The reason why I got on YouTube, because I look at it as like a CB radio. I'm out here to make conversation and talk to people, making contacts and like
That's how it started
networking,
when I met you.
networking type of stuff. That's what I use
Yeah,
it for.
that's
You
what
know,
you were all
and there
about when I first met you. I mean, when
and
I
there
first
and there
met
is
you, dude,
there is
we were
some
all
kind of
about
entertainment.
radio.
Yeah, well, there is some kind of entertainment about it. You know what I mean? When it comes down to this social network scenario. But I like I said, you know, CB radio to me is the original social network. I like to talk to people and have conversations and network and stuff like that. You know, and like I said, my favorite subjects happen to be some of the taboo subjects out there, like politics and religion and this and that, whatever. Some of those are like taboo, but those are my favorite things to get into because I love getting into deep conversations about that. You know what I mean? Because I've been through a lot of different things, and some of my experiences might benefit others from the experiences that I've been through. You know what I mean? And I've wondered this in the past 20 years. If I was to pass on tomorrow, for instance, if I was just to like go across the street and get hit by a car and die tomorrow, what am I leaving behind? What is my legacy that I leave behind? You know, I don't have children, so it's not like I'm going to leave children as my legacy. And all this junk that I've got stored away in my house, this is for somebody else to deal with. Like after I pass on, they're going to have to figure out how to clean out my house and throw it away or
Well,
whatever. This is what is this my
hold
legacy?
on now, Wingnut. You can't die before we talk about radios, all right? So then I'll
Well, no,
have that.
I hear you. I hear you. No, I'm just saying this as a hypothetical. Like, for instance, if I was, you know, what is my legacy that I leave behind? You know what I mean? So maybe it's some of the stories that I have from my experiences that I tell people or I talk to people about, or even some of the philosophical conversations, the deep conversations or whatever. Maybe that is the legacy that I do leave behind, because that people will remember me for that. Maybe. You know what I mean? I mean, I've also been in those depressive type of moments where I'm like, even if I was to die tomorrow, who would care? You know what I
Jay,
mean? My
no,
mom,
Kristen.
you know, I wondered
Wait a
that,
minute.
you know.
We will all remember you.
Well,
Wingnut.
well, okay, but there has been times in my life that I have been in that very depressive type of moment where I'm like, I don't think anybody would. You know, I mean, there has been times in my life where I'm like, nobody would even remember me. Nobody even would even care. But I've grown to know that there has been times where I've had these conversations with people and talked with people and connected with people that I know somebody would remember me, and maybe that is my legacy that I leave behind. You know what I'm
But
saying?
Wingnut,
You're right where you're supposed to be, man, because it's the same with me. Most of my family and most of my friends are gone already. Now I'm the last one holding all those stories, all right? I'm the
Right,
last
right.
one
It could be.
remembering all of them, you know? And now here you are with a group of us that are all, don't underestimate how many people here right now are alone or that have been here tonight, because there is a lot of that there. And that's what one of the connecting factors,
the
I think, is
majority. Yes.
you're right where you're
Well,
supposed to be, brother. You are,
oh, I
you know,
know,
and
I know,
it started
I know
off,
exactly that. I know exactly that. You know what I mean?
and,
I mean, and there
and it
might be
did
a
start off
reason
with
for me.
radios. Wait a minute, listen, it started off with radios. I've known you a while, all right, and it
Yeah,
started off all about radios, and it's now
yeah.
you're opening up. We know more about you all the time. That's a good thing. They call it socializing. I'm still learning it.
And I
Well, yeah,
wish that you
yeah.
would feel or even look into that once you turn your life, turn, once you, I don't
Bonnie,
even
I
know
will say
how to
this:
say
it's
it.
individual.
Once
I mean,
you
what
do
works for
that,
you
well,
works for you. You
I
know what I'm saying?
understand that, Wingnut. I understand that totally. I was where you are. I know that feeling. And
Mhm.
I know that no one can say anything that's going to change your mind. But I know
Well,
that my experience, I was ready to go, go, go. And so I said, take me. Well, he took me, but he didn't let me go. And that's 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 how it happened with me. And so because of that, and because I'm still here, and because I had children who were dependent on me, and now I have a lot more that are dependent on me, it's once that happens to you and the spirit fills you, you are never alone. You are never alone. It's you can feel alone. You can I mean, it's human for us to want to be with someone. That is human nature for anybody. I don't care if it's a newborn child on up. It is human nature to need that connection with people, a caring and loving people.
Well, that's my goal in a sense, because I want to surround myself with good people. Because I mean, honestly, okay, I've said this before. You know, you look at my avatar. All right, you know, it's a big eyeball. All right, and the windows of the soul is through the eyes, and in the center of that eyeball
Mm.
is a man standing there looking into the eyeball with a staff with a light on the top of it, and that is the light that I'm trying to look into the soul with, in a sense. You know what I mean? It's like I am that lighthouse out there in the darkness. You know, for some people out there, they need that lighthouse out there because they're surrounded by darkness. All right, you know, they need that lighthouse to guide them away from the jagged rocks in the sea. You know what I mean? And there has to be people like me out there that are willing to hold that light out and guide other people in there. I'm not saying I can only show you the door, but I can't make you walk through it. I can show you, I can lead you to the water, but I can't make you drink, type of thing. You know what I mean? But I can be myself from my experiences and share myself and my experiences to others, and maybe that could be the light that could help them along the way. Kind of like that story I told you about that kid. Now, I did not know that any of that crap that I was saying back then was going to change anybody's life, but evidently it did.
That's
You know what I
right.
mean? And I don't even remember what I said. You know what I'm
But it's
saying?
a good feeling, ain't it?
Well, that's the thing too. It's like it made me wonder. You know, it's like, and also, you know, and that wonder keeps me going, because honestly, it's like I was like, okay, what if I never met this kid? What if I never had that conversation? Would he still be on that same path that he was on, or would he organically find the right way that he was on after the conversation? But you know, so there was a reason why our paths crossed, for a reason. There was a reason why our paths crossed.
Could
And
it
I see that
possibly
when it comes
be
down to
divine?
everybody that I meet, you know, everybody that I meet face to face, or even these people, everybody I meet here on YouTube, for instance, that I talk to, you know what I mean? There's a reason why our paths cross, you know, and maybe there's something that I can, you know, put out there
Take
that
it.
will help others. You know what I'm saying? That's what maybe my legacy would be, is maybe some of the stuff, some of the stories that I have, some of the experiences that I've had. And when I tell that, or have those conversations, whatever, maybe those are the legacies that I leave behind. And now that we got the internet, maybe, and if the internet sticks around for a while, this is here forever, unless it gets taken, you know, the internet goes away, you know. So
Exactly.
this is something that's going to be, it's immortal, you know, in a way.
Wing
You know what I
Nut,
mean?
Wing Nut. That's what I get from you, man. There's nothing nefarious. You have no nefarious motives. All right. To me, I see a pure person. All right, and that's really the main thing that I want around me. I don't want the negative, attacking, manipulating, lying types. All right. You're none of that. So you at any time, I was much like Bonnie in your same shoes. All right. And I had a life changing moment, is all it is. You are open to that. That's a possibility, but there's nobody that's going to force you into that or make you have it. It'll just
No.
happen.
And you know what? You may not even know it, but some of the
Exactly.
things you're talking about could be a divine intervention.
Yeah.
You were the one chosen to be that spokesperson for that child at that time. Whether
Right.
I mean, you may
Well,
not believe that, but it's possible.
well, the way I see it, you know, um, I don't look for external sources to guide me. I look from within, and like I said, you know, what I look at and what I have been shown to be the truth is the creator, and the creator is Mother Nature and Father Time, and the union between them, and that's what's created all creation. All right, now, that's how the truth that I've been shown. All right, me personally. All right, you know, because I've been on that walkabout in my life, and I'm still on that walkabout, you know, for truth. All right, you know, and the truth that has been shown to me, it's not always been pretty. It's not been bubble wrap and unicorns and shit, you know, because truth can be very ugly. You know what I mean? But the truth that has been shown to me is where I come, you know, how I look at
Wait a
things.
minute. Bubble wrap? You think bubble wrap's attractive? back up there, man.
But I'm just saying, there's some people that believe that, you know, that you know, that there is this utopian type of an idea, which I don't think there is a such thing as utopia. And Echo happened to ask in the chat if I believe in any religion or or anything like that. Me personally, I don't subscribe to any religion. I have my own, and you know, because I think in my mind, established religions that are out there is slavery for the mind. But like I said, you know, there are good moral points in all of them. You know, you look at every religion, the whole as a whole, I don't see it as a good thing. But there are moments and points in every religion that has good moral standing. And you know, I look at it like this. All right, you know, I kind of look at myself when it comes down to it. I've invented my own, I guess, my own way of thinking, and it's more organic in a lot of ways. You know, because I like Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was a good man when it comes down to it, and the way he did his thing when it comes down to martial arts. All right, he learned many different styles of martial arts, many styles of kung fu and all that stuff. What he did is he took the best parts of each one of them, the good parts of each one of those different styles, and created his own, which is called Jeet Kune Do. I kind of look at it in the same sense when it comes down to this idea of religion or ways of thought or, you know, way of life. I take the good parts of each one of those things that I've experienced and looked into, and I've created my own. I don't push my own on others because it works for me. Because like I said, Bonnie, what works for you works for you. That's fine. I applaud you. You know what I'm saying? But works for you may not work for me, may not work for Carl, may not work for anybody in the chat, or it may. You know, it might be something that people can relate to. You know, but you know, but I don't think there is a universal thing for everyone. Everybody's individual, everybody's different, and everybody has a different way of thinking about things. So what works for me may not work for you, Bonnie. What works for you may not work for me, but that's okay. You know,
That's what America is. That's what America's supposed to be.
Yeah. But you know, that's the thing. It's like, but I don't try and push my ideas when it comes down to what I look at. And see, there's a saying that I agree with, that religion or belief is always in conflict and the enemy of knowing. So I try to go for the knowing versus belief. Belief to me is a very empty concept. I can believe that the sky is purple polka dotted and plaid all I want. It doesn't make it real, you know. So I go for what's real, what's what I know instead of what I believe. So what you know and what you believe may be different than what I am. And my experiences is what
that's a real.
And what
that's
well, and what my experiences have shown me over the years to be true may not be what has shown you or anybody else the same. You know what I'm saying? And I know there's a higher collective consciousness in a sense. We're all connected. We're all connected in one way or the other. I mean, even if you go down to the quantum level, the quantum physics and all that, the quantum entanglement, we're all connected in one way or other. You know, I mean, have you ever had this experience where like you were thinking about one of your friends or something like that, and all of a sudden a phone call comes up and it's them on the other end? It's like, I was just thinking about you. It's because we're all connected. You know what I mean? And I know to be certain things like, right. And I know certain things like, for instance, I know telepathy is a real thing. To me, that's a real thing. I know it's a real thing. And when it comes down to the thought, There's nothing faster than the speed of thought, and thought has no distance limit. So I can sit there and talk to somebody through thought if I tuned into the right frequency that they're on, and it doesn't matter how far they are away from me. You know what I mean? There's things that you can't taste, touch, or smell, and see, and all that stuff that are all around us all the time. You know what I'm saying? And like if I was to relate it to a movie like Star Wars, it's the Force. It binds us all together. It flows through us. It's in everything. You know what I mean? And the way I see it, when it comes down to the creator lives in that space in between. Like for instance, if you look at this table that's in front of you, you can tap it and it's hard. The only reason why it's hard and you can't, put your finger through it is because all the atoms are so close together. But there is a space in between each one of those atoms. That's where the creator lives. It's in that space between. All right. And it's in everything. And it flows through us, and it's in on it. That's where it's at. Some people would say that's where God lives, because that's what they want to call it. You know what I'm saying? But, it doesn't matter what you call it. It's all universal. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with religions. All religions do one thing. They praise a higher being, a higher spirit, or the great spirit, as the Native Americans would explain it. They all do the same thing. They just take a different route on how to get there. You know what I mean? But the ultimate goal is enlightenment. You know what I'm saying? That's the ultimate goal of all of them, really, is to be, to achieve enlightenment. And that's where we all are striving to get to. You know what I mean? I know where I go when I die. I'm not worried about it, because this energy that's inside this physical vessel, this container that it's in right now, it'll continue going on, because that's what electricity and what energy does. It doesn't stop. It continues to go. It's never stands still. You know what I mean? So my energy, after I leave this vessel, it will continue on. It may inhabit another body somewhere down in another time or whatever, or it may go back to, some people believe, think this idea of Gaia, where it just gets pushed back into the mix of all things, and or in like some cultures, they believe the wheel of life or reincarnation and stuff like that. It's a continuum, because you got to understand, like, for instance, all these synapses firing in our brain right now is nothing but electricity. All right. And when and there's even scientists that did an experiment at the time of death, your body actually gets a little lighter, because your soul, when it leaves, it actually has a weight to it. You know what I mean? It actually has a weight to it. So when your soul actually leaves the body, the body itself gets a little lighter at the time of death. It's because your soul leaves, and it can, goes out into the ether or the atmosphere, whatever you want to call it. All right. There's different words and stuff. All right. So, I'm not worried about what happens to me after I die, because even like funerals, that's not for the dead. That's for the living. You know what I mean? The people that are dead, they don't care. They're dead. It's the funeral is only for the living. It's not for the dead. You know what I mean? And so it's really more important to live your life and experience life, instead of worrying about what happens to you after you die. You know what I mean? Because that's all taken care of. You know what I mean? It's all taken care of after, you don't have to worry about it, and to try and to just live the best you can and live yourself, I'm, if I wanted to live an easy life, you know what I mean? If I would just wanted to have everything go easy, I should just do what everybody tells me to do. Because I have people tell me, you need to do this, you need to do that, or you should do this, or you should do that. Well, things would be a lot easier if I just turn my brain off and do what everybody tells me. But that's not how I am.
That's
you
not
know what
true.
I mean? That's not how
true.
I am. Well,
But
I mean,
that's not true. Even when he grabbed hold of me, that didn't mean my life became perfect. That did not mean that everything went smoothly and I had everything in abundance. That did not happen. I still had to do what I needed to do to survive, to 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 live, work my butt off, raise my kids the best I could, do all the things necessary to live.
Mhm.
And even I hate to tell you, but to me it seemed that the closer I got to God, the more things happened. The more
No,
things happened to block that relationship. Like
I
when I would
agree. I
be going
agree
to
with you.
church, when I'd be
I
going to
agree with you
church,
on that.
something would block it where I couldn't go to church that day,
Right.
or somebody would get sick, or it happens. And
No, I
so
agree with
no,
you.
it's
I agree
not
with
a
you. It's
life
just
of
everybody calls it different things. You know what I'm saying? Everybody will call it a
yes,
different thing. You might call it one thing, I might call it something else. It's the same process. You know what I mean? But like you were talking about, you've struggled and all that stuff, to feed your kids and da 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 da. Da. That's making a living. That's not a life. The life is with the creator, or whatever you want to call it, whatever you think the creator is. That's the life. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, the way the man-made stuff, the synthetic stuff, wants to get us away from that, further away from that. Even the frequencies that we are bombarded with all the time, like the 5G or even the hum of the motor of the refrigerator, that's a frequency. These are things that are actually trying to get us away from hearing the creator's voice. All right, you know what I'm saying? It's one of those things. It's like getting us closer to whatever you want. If you want to call it God, that's fine. It's to be able to hear that voice. I know people that have been very, very religious all their life and all that stuff like that, and never in their life heard the voice of God. All right, but they've been very religious all their life. You know what I'm saying? Barry go to church every day or every Sunday or whatever. Read the Bible and all of that, but never heard the voice of God. All right, and but there's a lot of stuff that are bombarding us every day to get us away from that, get away from that voice from the Creator, and that's what it is. It's like I said, it's like we're so busy scratching our butt to make a living and not a life. You know what I mean? This making a living is getting us away from it. And even then, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Even back in the day when Jesus was alive, Caesar was in power. I'm gonna tell you something, man. He was, in my opinion, he was one of the first, most famous anarchists out there. You know what I mean? His path was not easy because he was trying to. He had to walk a path that was trying to get closer and be able to hear the Creator, and everything else at that time did not want that. You think about it, like Caesar and all that stuff, man, they didn't want that crap. You know what I mean? So the easy path is just going along with all this shit. You know what I mean? Like I said, like just doing as you're told. Like I said, it's like my life would be a lot easier if I just do what everybody told me to do. You know what I mean? It's like, you should do this, you should do that, you need to do this, you need to do that. Well, hell, I mean, that's the easy path, because just doing as I told, but I tend to walk that narrow path or that difficult path. You know what I mean? And that's why a lot of times through my life it's been pretty darn hard, and even today it's still kind of hard. You know what I mean? Because I want to live in that more of a righteous, I guess, more of a connection with that. But everything that's bombarding me in everyday life is this synthetic, artificial crap. You know, that's not of nature. You know what I'm saying? And it's just one of them things. It's like um, like I said, you can call it one thing or another, but it's all basically the same thing if you actually look down to it. Like even what you were saying, Bonnie, there's basically universal truth. It's just that you call it something different than I do. You know what I mean? And I don't need a book to guide me. I use my heart. I use my head. I use my soul to guide me. You know what I mean? I don't need an external book that some other people wrote a long time ago that to do that for me. You know, some people need that. You know what I mean? I don't. I've looked for external sources to help guide me, and I've done all kinds of stuff. I've looked in every freaking religion you can think of. I've looked into it. I've read the Bible once. I've done the Quran. I've looked into Rastafarianism. I've looked all kinds of different stuff. Buddhism. I connect more with the Druids on their philosophy through life. And that's older than Christianity. I've looked far into the past when it comes down to ways of thought of different things. And Native Americans type of, the Great Spirit, you know what I mean? There's a lot of different ways of looking at it, but all of them do one thing, is to praise the whatever you want to call it. And
it still sounds like you're searching.
Oh no! Well, if you're not searching, you're not alive. I mean, quite honestly, man.
The only thing I want to say about that, what you just said, is every time I read the Bible, I got something new out of it.
Right. Right. You can read the same passage over and over again and probably get something different out of it every time you read it. You know what I mean?
I do. I do.
And and that's the thing too. But it's like I can do that with anything, really. I mean, I can go out there and
it's what I'm talking about is the living word. All right. That's the thing, is if you really do have faith and believe in stuff, you might just open that book up one day to the middle of it, and it's right there on the subject that was haunting you. That kind of thing. All right. And I've seen other people do it too. It's once you know and you accept that things change. That's all. Yeah. It's pretty powerful. And that's why, certain people, they won't be shaken from it. That's where the faith comes in. It's not so much as faith, it's knowing. Once you know, then it's a whole different game.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like just this physical vessel that we're living in right now, this body that we're living in right now, and this energy that keeps us going, that spark that keeps us going, what people would call the soul. That this is all connected. The mind, body, spirit, as they say in the biblical sense, it's all connected. There's not separate entities. They're all connected. And I've said this before. It's like I listen to my gut, and I know it to be the truth, because my gut never lies to me. My head, my heart, and my junk down between my legs will lie to me. You know what I mean? It doesn't always, but it will. But my gut never does. My gut always tells me the truth, and I can always trust it. All right. And but they're all connected. They're not separate entities. It's kind of like if you were looking, like even the Indian, it's like the chakras of the body, or even like Asian type of the chakra. This is all connection. It's all connected. And you start, if you connect with the universe and stuff like that along with it, which we are all connected in a way. It's like this collective consciousness. We're all connected.
For me, and this is the key thing, is how I say for me, or in my opinion, or in my experience, is that then the way I say it like that is I'm not pushing on anybody. I'm not telling anybody what to do or what not to do. And it's, for me, it's, God is in everything. So when you are guided by a force from within, to me, that's God. When you see the universe and learn something from that, to me, that's God. When I, it's that Albert Einstein once said, he said, the more I study science, the more I believe in God. And the reason for that is because there's signs of that in the universe. There's more reinforcement to the belief than there is to the contrary.
Right. Well, I mean, if I was to go science fiction, it's the Force, like in Star Wars. It's the Force.
I'm very familiar with that, but but George Lucas took from every great historic culture of our past. Samurai was Darth Vader, and so on. So it's actually.
Well, I mean, I was sitting there talking about this the other night. Because we were I was like over at backstage with Indy and all that stuff, and we were sitting there talking about similar things, you know, I can't remember her name, but she was talking about her sister that got involved with, like, you know, methamphetamines and all this other stuff and all that. And she, you know, she believed that she can actually see the devil and stuff. And I was sitting there thinking, I was like, if I was to go sci-fi, well, that's exactly how Darth Vader came about. It's because he got seduced by the dark side. And that's where a lot of this artificial crap that's being bombarded is trying to seduce us into the dark side, into the darkness. You know what I mean?
Okay, now stop right there. Let me say something, because that's where my confusion lies. All right, let's talk about, you know, the force, whatever. I'm going to call it Satanism. Okay, let's say the people that believe in the devil worship the devil. Why? Because if you know what the outcome of that is, all right, and you're worshiping the dark side, why would you make that choice? And number one, if you believe that there's a dark side, then you must know that there's a light side. So those go hand in hand.
Right.
Once the
Right.
realization that there is a dark force out there, my inclination would be to go to the other side. All right, I would want to choose the right side and all of that. You know, that's
Yeah.
the one thing that the major misunderstand. I just don't understand how people can be like so negative and hateful and evil like that, and whine
Well,
like that.
but
That's where the
but
demons to me come in.
but I'll tell you this, okay? If I was to go into another philosophy, you know, you look at the yin yang. All right, the yin yang is it's a duality. All right, you got one side is dark with a little white spot in the middle, and then you got the other side is light with a little dark spot. I mean, we all have that light and dark in us. You know, it's just a matter of how you actually
All
are able
men are
to.
capable of that. Yes.
Well,
All
it depends on
people.
how you're able to contain those things. Like, for instance, if you're in that dark, if you're surrounded by darkness, there's always that little bit of light that's still back there. You know, that That's
the
is
two
still
wolves.
inside
Now
you.
you're talking about
It's
the
just being
two
able
wolves
to come out of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah,
Um,
you're talking about the two wolves philosophy. All right, you have
yeah,
one. You know, which one do you feed?
right. Well, that's the thing. It's like that's why I like, for instance, like I said about my avatar. It's me with a staff with a light on it. I'm that little bit of light in the darkness. You know what I mean? And I'm hopefully I can shine the light for others to come out of that darkness where they don't get, you know, hit by the jagged rocks out there. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that little bit of light in the darkness could help somebody guide them out of that. You know what I mean? Because I'm holding the light in my hand. You know what I mean? I could be that lighthouse on the island somewhere. You know what I mean? Because I mean, not everybody is able to do that. Some people get that seduced by that dark side, seduced into that. That's why you see so much evil or so many bad things happening in the world, because they've all been seduced by the dark side, because it's so much easier and you actually can benefit it from. There's so many promises of good, all these stuff. Like I'll use that fictional character of Darth Vader. You know why he ended up going in seduced by the dark side? Is because the dark side said that they would give them they would give him the power to actually bring back life, bring loved ones back to life. You know, because he wanted to save his mother from dying. You know what I mean?
No,
So he was like, well, if I had this power.
It's Shmi and Padme. I know the whole thing, but
right. Well, I'm just
Merry Christmas.
Like what I'm saying is that he was seduced. He was seduced by a lie. You know, it's like I'll give you this power.
Palpatine. Listen, he was actually seduced by Palpatine, who promised him the keys of saving Padme and bringing back Shmi. The most unnatural things. You know.
Well, I mean,
I'll
give you another. What was it? I think it might have been the story of Faust, where the devil gave the deal to this guy and the guy wanted to be like a rock star. He wanted to be a famous rock star or something like that. I think it was Faust. I can't remember right offhand, but he wanted to be a famous rock star. So he made a deal with the devil to be a famous rock star. Well, he did. He became a famous rock star. He was seduced by that deal. And then eventually, you know, he came to collect. for the deal that he made. And when he came to collect, and the collection was the soul of that guy, you know. So he spent his whole life being this, you know, this famous rock star, and he was like, oh, da, 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 da. But then there was one day the devil came to collect. You know what I'm saying?
Look up,
So it's like
look
he
up
was
look
seduced
up
into
the
that
movie
dark
called
side.
Crossroads. Look up the movie called Crossroads.
Well, I mean, you know, there's a lot of stories like that when it comes down to it, and that's the thing. Is trying not to be. You know, you have to. You know, I have that little bit of dark side in me, but I keep it caged up because I know what I'm capable of doing. You know what I mean? I don't let that out. I keep it caged up and locked away. You know, where it needs to be. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I try to stay in the light. Like I said, it's still a hard road to go because I mean, it's not easy and we live around so much evil in the world right now. You know, it's so
Very
evil. It's
Christmas,
so easy
man.
to be evil. It's so it's so easy to be bad. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But it seems like it's so hard to be good, you know, in
It's
some
not hard
aspects.
for me to be good. I'd make a
Well,
choice. It's a simple choice.
well,
To me,
I agree. I agree. You know, but it's still a hard road. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people. There's
no
a lot
good deed
of that
goes
evil that wants to.
unpunished. No good deed goes unpunished. The road to hell is
Right.
paved with good
Right.
intentions. There's some of that's
Exactly.
real too.
Exactly. And you know, so you know, and I'm you know, I'm constantly trying to stay on that. You know, it's like I'll give you another example. You know, I feel like, you know, I don't want to have this real ID. You know, this real ID that they're trying to that they pushed on to everybody in America and all that stuff. This real ID. I don't want anything to do with it because to me, I'm thinking I'm being forced to deal with the devil. That's how I feel about it. You know what I mean? And I want to stay on the. I want to stay free. You know, I want to stay a free man. I don't want to be in contract with the devil. You know, and
Well,
that's how I see
but look
things
at it
like
this
that.
way. But then you can look at it and see nothing is so simple. Only a Sith speaks in absolutes, Wingnut. Now, here's the thing. It's like this social media, which I'll call chat right now on the panel social media because it's more reminiscent of that to me than it is entertainment. Anyways, with that, it could very well have been even designed as a social experiment with nefarious agenda. All right. But if we are using this in a positive light or maybe informing ourselves about the negative aspects of it, sometimes maybe some of that can be turned on its face. You know what I mean? It could be turned right around on the devil himself, so to speak. Where, you know, I don't see anybody here that's evil, including you. I don't care what your beliefs are. I can tell that you are not a nefarious person. You're not here for any agenda to undermine us or disrupt us or divide us or any of that. I can tell. All right. But
That's because I choose to do that. I choose that. You know what I mean?
yeah, I could
I
say the
choose to
same.
that.
I mean,
Yeah.
anybody could say that. Anybody's capable of either
Yeah.
or, you know. And
Right.
but the thing is I see a whole lot more good here and positive than I do negative. All right. And I've been here a while and I've dealt with some dramas and all that crap. It's outweighed. All right. To me, that's outweighed. And to me also, America, you know, you're supposed to be able to have all these different groups with different beliefs live in a harmony within this country. And at times I've seen that. All right. I've seen it where
Oh
different,
yeah.
even all the different religions and beliefs, you know, there's only one there, one in a partial of another that has nefarious intentions. All right.
Yeah.
All the rest of them were meant for at least a positive thing, or you know, they might not all be, but that's what their original purpose was. So I'm not
No,
gonna
I
dislike
agree.
or like people just because based on their beliefs or anything like that. But
Right.
I really don't want to deal with the negative, you know, crap that people throw at us. That's
Right.
I try to stay
No,
on a positive tune.
I'll tell you another story. I was when I was living on the street and stuff. I used to play music on the side of the street for tips and stuff. All right. And I every once in a while I get glimmers of that. I guess of the good part, the light. You know, in humanity. And there, you know, I've had people come up to me and try and steal my money out of my hat that I've been sitting here playing music for. Or I've actually had a child about 6 years old come up to me and give me a bottle of water, you know, and it's like, here you go. And I was like, oh, well, thank you very much, you know. And that to me is like a glimmer of that the humanity in people. And you know, but there's also, like I said, there's people that are willing to like kick me and kick my stuff over and steal my money, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
there's both, you know. So you know, like I said, I choose to be on that light side, you know what I'm saying. I have the capability and to let that darkness out and swallow me up. But there's also, even if I did that, there's always going to be that little glimmer of light way back there in the back, you know. And all I need is a lighthouse to draw me back out of the darkness, you know what I mean. But like I said, I choose to stay in the light. That's just the way I am, you know what I mean. And I want to be that lighthouse, or that staff with the little light on the top of it to help guide people in, you know. And you know, because I mean, other people, you know, not everybody is as strong as I may be in my own life. I've been very weak in my life also, you know what I'm saying, and I've gotten a lot stronger over the years, you know, because I've learned how to contain certain things and you know, protect myself for certain things, because I've learned different things over the years, you know. But not everybody has had that in their life, you know. And some people, you know, like I said, like I'm not knocking any of the stuff, like when it comes down to what Bonnie was saying also, because that might be the light that she needs is in that book, you know what I mean. That might be the thing that helps her guide her out of away from the jagged rocks out there at sea, you know what I mean. Because otherwise, you know, she'd be lost, you know what I'm saying, without that lighthouse, you know what I mean. Everybody needs that in a sense, you know what I mean. And you know, it's just like I said, it's just another way of looking at it, different words to explain it and different names to call it. It's just, you know, we are in that spiritual battle right now between light and dark, good and evil, whatever you want to call it. We're all in that, you know, and we're all battling it every day, you know what I mean. You know, you might call it depression, you might call it whatever this, whatever that, whatever. It's you know, we're all battling it some way or another. And then, you know, even in our everyday connections with other people, you know, it's like, you know, just holding the door open for somebody as they come into a store or something like that. That's just that act of kindness, you know, that act of, you know, staying on the light,
As,
you know, smiling and
as that
waving at
meme
people.
says, man, as that meme says, kindness costs nothing. Spread that shit everywhere.
Right. You know, and but there are those out there. I know people out there. You know, you talk about, like, you know, the road to hell has paved with good intentions. I mean, there are people out there intend to they have these good intentions to do this and that, but you know, that doesn't always, you know, work out. I'll tell you a story. Now, this is just some kind of like anecdote type story. I remember I was living in a campground, and they had like a communal type bathhouse and stuff. All right. Well, there's this one toilet in the corner that I remember I loved using that toilet because it was like private or whatever. But there was this spider that was stuck in the damn toilet, you know. And it just, you know, I'd sit there and flush the toilet, it'd be circling around, and for some reason that thing still survived. It kept on living. It kept on. It wouldn't get caught up and get sucked down. And one day I thought I was gonna, you know, do it, you know, help it out. So I scooped that spider out and put it on the floor. Sure enough, it died right there on the floor. But my good intentions is what killed it, because it sat there and it was struggling. It stayed alive, circling the toilet, you know, every time you flushed it. Now that's but you know, but I thought I was helping it out, you know, by scooping it out, put it on the floor. That thing died, you know. And I look at
of bleach. You probably put it on bleach or something.
I don't know, but I'm just saying, it's like, you know, but it was my good intentions that led to the death of that spider, for instance.
I get that
You
because
know,
I actually catch flies and mosquitoes and whip them into the web while they're still alive. I fucking flick them into the web and feed the spiders.
right. But I'm just saying, this is just like, it's kind of like a anecdotal type story, but it's on that same level. Um, you know, um, I know people that they portray like generosity, but they're always looking for something in return. You know what I'm saying? They're always looking for something in return for their generosity, or they'll hold
Right
that
on,
over your
man.
head. They'll hold that over your head saying, it's like, well, hell, I helped you out, man. I bought you dog food this one day, man. You basically, you owe me, man, because I fucking did, whatever. I'm like, well, dude, that's not pure generosity, man. That doesn't come from the heart. I mean, you shouldn't be looking for something in return for your generosity. You know what I'm saying? You should just do it out of
Yeah,
the goodness of your heart,
that's
and
how I
not,
feel
and
about. That's about how I feel about any time I've helped somebody and it blew up in my face, which has happened. Like you said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because
right,
sometimes you're being nice to somebody and they take it as an offense. They'll do something to thwart your efforts, and it's intentional. They just don't know why they're doing it. All right, and
right.
that happens. I know what you mean.
Well, I mean, I'll give you another example. For instance, I know people that have been really messed up on drugs and stuff. Like, I knew a guy named Kendall. He was messed up on heroin for. He passed on later, but he was really bad and stuff like that. And he was a good friend of mine, and I knew him before he got on heroin. And I tried to help him out. I tried to do this and that, whatever. But he didn't really want my help. You know what I mean? I mean, he accepted it, but he didn't really want it. He didn't really want it, and he didn't really want to help himself. So he didn't, you know, um, if they're not willing to help themselves, it doesn't matter how much you want to help them, you can't help them. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
you can't. I do know what you're
They
saying.
have to
I've lost
they
several
have to
friends the
want to
same way.
they have to want to help themselves. And if they, because like I said, they'll accept, your generosity. They'll accept the $2 you want to give them, or a couch to sleep on. They'll accept that, but it's not really helping them. You know what I mean? Because they're not really wanting to help themselves. You know what I'm saying? So that's where a lot of it has to come down to. Also, is like people wanting to help themselves, and get out of the darkness and into the light. They have to want to be there, because I mean, there's some, like I said, that seduction into the darkness, man, is very strong, man. It's very appealing. You know what I mean? It's like that rock star thing. That's what he wanted to be, is like this famous rock star. That seduction into that, and the deal that he made to get that, and when they came to collect,
Nothing on this earth is worth me losing my soul. Is how I feel.
right,
I mean,
exactly,
there, there's. I mean, how's that go? It's for what is it for a man to gain the whole world yet lose his soul?
right,
I mean, if I feel something shady, I won't even endorse certain things because I don't know enough about it. All right, I, I, I would rather hang on to what I have and deal with whatever, all right, than to. There's just no way I'm going to take that. There's just no way. I'm signing nothing. You know what I'm saying? I'm
right.
keeping what I got.
And that's where it really needs to be. I mean, like I said, today is not special to me. Today is it should be every day. Should be special to everybody, not just one day out of the freaking year. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's kind of
it
like
is.
It's kind of like Thanksgiving. You shouldn't be just thankful one day out of the year. You should be thankful every single day. Every day that
Well,
you
I
wake up, you
am.
should be thankful.
I
You know?
am. And that's another thing is at times I feel like I'm so positive that I irritate people's demons, and that's no shit too. All right, because
Right.
it's if you're always happy, that irritates some people. They won't be happy until you're miserable, type of thing. So it's all over the board, man. The reactions and stuff that you can get, you have to deal with way more. It's worse
Right.
than junior high school. You know, there's more drama than that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that's one of the things about me also. I mean, I don't know if it's my generation or not, but I mean, I'm a very straightforward and blunt type of guy, because I think bullshit just wastes time. You know what I mean? I'd rather just get to the point, very blunt. And some people don't know how to actually respond to that. They don't know how to deal with that, because some people are they're so used to tiptoeing around the truth or walking in eggshells and stuff like that. I don't care. You can either take it or live it. It's not kind of like tough love. You know what I mean? I'll give you that love. It may be tough, but that's love that I'm giving you. You know what I mean? But you can either accept it or not. You know what I mean? Or take it in and all that stuff. It might not be in the same way you look at things, but that's where it's coming from. But it could be brutal at sometimes. Some of the things that sometimes I say to people, some of you my best friends and stuff, which I have very few. I might say something that they might not like, but it's coming from a place of love. You know what I mean? Because I mean, I care for that person. I care for his well-being. That kind of thing. And it might not be and it's the same thing when it comes to some of my best friends. It's like when they tell me stuff. It's like it might not be something I want to hear. It's the truth. I might not
Hey,
want
look,
to hear it.
if
You know
you're
what I mean?
singing sucks, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. If you're singing sucks and your buddies are telling you you're great, they're not doing you no good. They want something from you.
Exactly.
They're not helping you at all. They're
Yeah.
lying to you.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing too. And I appreciate that, not at that moment, at that very moment when they're doing that, I might not appreciate it, but
Well,
down the
shit,
line,
bro.
I understand what they're trying to do and what they're saying. You know what I mean? Because I mean, there's times, man, people have pointed out some of the truth in my own life from an external source looking in, and I'm like, well, and I know it. I don't like hearing it. I don't like hearing about it. You know what I mean? I know it, but it's like, I had my brother tell me, some stupid shit. It's like, you need to get a job, Mike. It's like, well, I'm like, no crap, and but I can't go out there and force people to give me a job. All I can do is put an application in and wait. You know what I mean? It's,
Oh no,
it's
there's
not.
more you can do than that. I mean, there was a time in my life where there was nobody hiring, so I went up and made work up. I started going place to
Well,
place and looking for it.
yeah, I do things to to kind of supplement. I mean, keep the bills paid and all that stuff. Like making my little stuff or whatever. But it's nice to have like a steady paycheck every week. You know what I'm saying? That's better. But so right now, the stuff that I'm doing is not very steady. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a random, it's very sporadic, economy when it comes down to my life right now. But so I hear this stuff, sometimes like even in my own life, and it's tough love, and I might not want to hear it at the moment, but I understand it where they're coming from, and it is truth. You're right, that kind of thing.
Well,
And
Wing, I
it's the
don't know
same
if you
thing.
ever heard me talk about my childhood or anything, but I had like the perfect life until I was like 8 or 9. Lived out in the country, had horses, hundreds of acres to run, swamps. I was in heaven. Then they moved me to the city, and my mom became a cop. And I had full reign of all the countryside. And then they put me in the city and left me alone and said I couldn't go places and tried to control me. And I spent age 10 to 15 either on the run or in maximum security juvenile facilities because everywhere they put me,
Business
I
fire.
ran. I mean, like over a dozen of them. And I had a change in my life. A judge gave me a chance at age 15 and cut me loose. And after he let me out, all I wanted to do was stay out of trouble. But I had an epiphany, I guess you'd call it, where I had a moment that made me question everything, all the bad shit I ever done. And I changed my ways. And ever since then, I know that I want to be good. You know, I don't want to go back to that. I don't want to witness what
Yeah.
I've seen because I knew a lot of evil, all right, growing
Yeah.
up. I've seen it
Yeah.
firsthand. And when you see that, it changes you. You know it exists, all right? And that's where I'm at, you know. So it's like I get it. A lot of your story is very familiar to me, you know, because I've lived on the streets with nothing, you know. I know what it's like to sneak into hallways to sleep in the cold or laundromats or wherever you could get, you know, and that's a rough existence. It will take the
Yeah.
spirit out of you.
Yeah. And like I said, I mean, there have been some times where my path could have been really, I could have taken a really wrong way,
Me
and
too, brother. Me too.
and
One of those
you
people
know,
I knew never made it out of the system. A lot of them died
well,
young.
yeah,
A lot
yeah.
of them
Oh,
went right into
I'm
the
s-
prison
I'm
system.
surprised I'm still alive, honestly, in some aspects.
Mhm.
If I had gone the direction I was kept on going, I wouldn't be alive today. So there's some moments in my life where I'm like, like you say, epiphany, more like a moment of clarity.
Yeah.
You know, there's, because I mean, seriously, there have been a couple of times in my life where I could have definitely gone the different direction than where I am at now, and I might
That
not
was
even
the
be here right
choice.
now because of if I had gone that direction.
That was
And
the choice.
Okay,
yes,
y'all need to breathe a second. And I'm going to share a song that Mamsie did. He's in the chat.
Well,
He
it is your show, Bonnie. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, I'm sorry, Bonnie. I didn't mean to like take over. I'm sorry.
No, and this has been great. I mean, your conversation is putting a lot of conversation in the chat, and it's maybe we all need to hear this, and maybe you need to hear what they're saying too. I know that you've been reading the chat, so
Yeah, I'm
Maybe he
watching it.
just needed to say it. Maybe he needed to say it. That's another part.
yep. Okay, so let me pull this up, and here we go.
Celebrating Christmas with my memory. So uninspired, no one to decorate with me. I shed a tear as I hang my angel on the top of the tree. I say a prayer for the broken hearted and those that are lonely. It's hard for so many this time of year. Cherish your loved ones and hold them dear. And let it snow, let it snow. It don't seem much like the holidays in this house. Don't feel like home. Let it snow, let it snow. My heart is growing so cold. Spending Christmas alone. Spending Christmas alone. like a night spent in heaven. Having you here with me together, it warmed my heart that's grown so cold. Spending Christmas alone. Let it snow. It don't seem much like the holidays, and this house don't feel like home. Let it snow. Let it snow. My heart has grown so cold. Christmas alone.
That's a little guy. Hi.
Okay, I have questions.
Mamsie, that was beautiful. And I'm sorry if you're feeling alone, but that's why we're here.
I have
Right here,
questions.
right now. What?
That was the person in chat, Mamsie Graham.
Yes.
Is that like a spin on mammogram or what? Because that's a
No.
unique name for a
No.
sound like that.
He has, I think he even said that some people have joked with him about that. It has nothing to do with that. He is,
Well, inquiring minds, you know, I always analyze people's handles. So this is the
yeah.
first I've met Mamsie. And that, I thought Mamsie was like a European, like a British slang name or something. So is
Well,
he,
if you would come over to Creek Squads with us sometimes, you would hear
I'm-
Mamsie sing, and he's pretty good at just throwing one off the cuff. He'll just make up the words right there. He's a pretty good artist.
oh, all right. And Carol says that he was the one that sounded like he was in a tin can to me. Well,
Yes, yes.
and I do go to Creeks. I've been to Creeks. I've been
That's
sub to
right.
Creeks.
You were up
Started.
on panel with him. There you go. Look at Huckleberry, his Creek Squad. Come on. No, you're not in a tin can. See, he wrote a song for Indy. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
now I know.
We have a lot, so much amazing talent in this community, in a whole lot of different ways. We have Kimmy that does the crocheting. We have cooks. We have just people who write music and sing music. And you know what, Wingnut? I hate to tell you, where do you think that love came from in your heart?
I think he might still be muted.
No, I'm not muted. I don't think so. I don't think. No, I'm still here. No. Well, like I
Are
said,
we born with it, do you think?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You think we're born
It's
with
on all
love
of
in
us.
our
It's on all of us. You know what I mean? It's just like I said. I mean, you know, I look at kind of like the yin yang. It's that darkness and that light is in all of us. It's just a matter
I know
of
the dark.
where
Yeah.
where you want to
That we
sit.
have free will to choose which way we want to go.
Right.
It's
Exactly. So that I think is the ultimate choice, honestly, is to either live in the light or live in the darkness. And
exactly, yes.
so
In the light, you will find the truth. I
I
believe.
was actually I used to be a part of this group of people, man. And when I used to go travel the country with the Rainbow Gathering, I used to go from national forest to national forest there, all over the country and stuff. And there's a group of people. It's called the Warriors of the Living Light. And I used to hang out with these people a lot too. So I mean, it's like
You're ringing bells. I remember that stuff. I've heard other people talk about
the Warriors of the Living Light. But that's another thing too. When I used to do that, you had different types of people from all over the place that would come congregate in the national forest and stuff. And you had the evil, the bad people, you had the good people and stuff like that. What I used to do is I create a camp, and I started a coffee house basically out in the middle of the woods. And we called it the Lost and Now Found Cafe. That's what we used to call it. And we'd sit way off. Yeah, we used to sit way off in the outskirts of the woods from where everybody else is. We used to sit way off in the on the background.
Is there video or some kind of stuff? Did somebody interview somebody out there? That sounded so familiar.
I don't know. I mean, this is back in the day of VHS camcorders, man. So I don't know. But yeah, the Lost and Now Found Cafe is what we called it. And we'd sit way off in the woods. And every once in a while, some random people would be lost out there and couldn't find how to get back out to main circle or whatever and all that stuff. And they'd stumble up on our camp. And we'd set them down next to the fire, make them some coffee, roll them a cigarette, whatever, and point them in the right direction, wherever they needed to go to get to main camp or whatever, where the main circle is.
Well, Merry Christmas.
And but that was kind of like we took that upon ourselves as our job. Basically, that was what we did, and because the national forest is huge where we were at. Depending on what it doesn't matter what state we're in. The national forest is pretty huge. So when everybody come for the rainbow gatherings and stuff, it's like we'd create our own trails and there'd be tents all over the place and all that stuff. And there was nothing when we got there and there was nothing when we left. So when people got there, they didn't have their bearings on how to get around. So they'd go exploring and stuff and then they get lost. And sometimes they'd end up at our camp, you know what I mean? And that's what we did. We were the Lost and Now Found Cafe. And
I swear I'd seen some video on that somewhere.
Yeah, there was one time, man, when I was in the Ocala National Forest, actually, one time, man. We used to do all kinds of stuff. We did it as a joke, really, but we cooked food and stuff for people out there too, but we would give it weird names like Poodle Strudel and German Shepherd Pie and all this other stuff, some people were like, oh man, they're cooking up dogs and stuff. But no, but we would go dumpster diving out in the towns and stuff like that, and bring food back and feed people. And, because we get all kinds of good stuff, man. We find all kinds of stuff. And that was one of the things that we used to do also. But mainly what we did was just kind of like, we served coffee, to people. And, but that was, if I ever started a coffee house or something like that, that's what I'd call it today. That's exactly what I'd call it today. It's the Lost and Now Found Cafe. Because
got a ring
we did a lot of, we did a lot of good back then.
Interesting choice of words.
Yeah. Because not all who are.
There were 73 people here. This was definitely something you needed to do, Bonnie.
I know.
I mean, you know, not all
Appreciate
who
everybody
wander are
listening.
lost. Not all who wander are lost.
Henry
I mean,
James
I've been
Thoreau.
Merry
Henry James
wandering for,
Thoreau.
yeah, been wandering for a long time. I'm not lost, but I've been wandering for a long time, and I continue to wander until I die. You know, because like I said, you know, it's like when you stop learning, that's when you're dead. You know what I mean? You know, because this whole life is nothing but a learning experience.
I learn
You know,
something new every day. Today it was mostly about you. Huh.
well, you
Hmm.
know, like I said, you know, the old saying, you know, for every gray hair is a recollection. Well, I've got a lot of recollections. You know,
What if they all fall out? We call that.
I don't know, man, but put it this way, man. I've had long hair almost all my life because I kind of look at it like Samson. You know, my hair, my strength is in my hair, so I've never cut it off. And my dad, when he was alive, man, he got his first buzz cut when he was in the military before Vietnam, and he's been bald all his life ever since then. He was my inspiration for long hair, you know. So I've had long hair all my life, and I've got some
Well,
gray up there,
I
and my beard and all
I
that
got a
stuff's all
son
gray
now,
now.
man. I lost my hair at age 20.
Night,
I
Dave.
don't
Merry
miss it,
Christmas.
but
Yeah,
I didn't lose any of my strength.
I hear you. But I kind of remember that story of Samson, you know what I mean, and Delilah, you know what I mean. So
Oh,
I kind of look at it like that. That's how I look at it for me personally. So I don't. I've cut it all off before. I had a buzz cut at one time, you know, bald heads and all that stuff at one time, but kind of like a skinhead type scenario. But that didn't last. I like
I
having
was
my
a
long
hippie
hair.
in the 70s, man. I dig it.
Yeah. You know. So, but I mean, you know, I used to do a lot of that traveling around. Like I said, I did the Rainbow Gathering. I also did the was it the what do you call it, the medieval fairs, the medieval fairs and stuff. They have a circuit that goes all around the country. You know, you can go from one medieval fair to another town, and another medieval fair. So I used to do that too for a while, and you know, the Renaissance festivals. That's what they are, Renaissance festivals.
Yeah, man. I
But
used
they
to
got
sew costumes for those people. They used to bring in all
yeah,
kinds of ideas, make different
yeah,
alterations on their outfits and leather,
yeah,
it, all kinds of stuff.
yeah. There's
They
a
even
they
had
they got they,
Renaissance. They even had the
there's like
Renaissance era tents.
yeah. There's like a circuit around the country. You know, you can go from one Renaissance festival, and when that ends, you can go to another town, and where another one will start up. And when that ends, another town where another one it will start up. You can go do that all around the country, doing that, just going from one Renaissance festival to another, to another, to another. I did that with the Rainbow Gathering too, to national forest all around the country, doing that. And you know,
Men in tights.
no, I never went that far. I never went that far. You know, it's kind of like Virginia was asking me. It's like back in the day when did you wear nut huggers? I was like, no, I never did that kind of stuff. You know, more of a baggy guy, a baggy pant type guy. You know, combat boots and fatigues. You know, I've always had a pair of combat boots or Converse high tops. You know, so that's that's pretty much all I ever wear.
Yeah, I got to wear
So
combat boots. I walk right out of tennis shoes in a month. I don't know what it is. They don't last. Like those canvas Converse you're talking about. I remember those were
yeah,
in the early 70s. And
yeah.
my mom would get bummed, man, because I'd wear them right down in a month. Walk right out of them, bursting at the seams and shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
rock
I
steady.
still have a pair of Converse high tops, the old Chuck Taylors. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, I really wish they would make them a better quality, but man, they are some really comfortable shoes. That's what I've wore almost all my life. You know, when it comes down to shoes like that, you know, it's either
Would you
boots
say,
or
Bonnie?
I was telling Rocksteady, I just typed it in chat, that I ordered mine today. My firm pillow.
oh
Can't
yeah,
wait to get it.
I don't miss my hair at all, man. I saved a lot of money over the last 45 or so years. That I don't miss it, man. It was a pain in the ass with a lot of hair because my hair didn't grow down like normal people. Mine grew out. I was like the only white guy that carried a pick in his pocket because no comb or brush was going to go through it. It was too curly to freaking manage. I don't miss it at all. It was a pain in the ass, and plus I haven't had to have. I just take a razor out. My hair's cut. You know, it's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I understand that, you know, but
What's up,
I
Sharon?
like my locks, man. I like my locks, man. I've had long hair all my life, man. You know, it's just the way it's going to be.
Well, off the head grew on the back.
No, I'm pretty much a hairless breed. I ain't got no hair on my chest or my back.
I hear you.
Nothing wrong with hair.
I guess it probably is part of the
lack
Native
of.
American, the Seminole Indian in me, I guess. Probably.
That's what it is, man. I'm half Scottish and half Native, so you know I've got the bald head, white, bearded Scottish look, but the body is Indian. There's, you know, no hair on my chest, long arms, long legs. Both of my sisters looked like they were full blood Indian, dark complexion, long dark hair. I didn't get that end of the stick.
Yeah, if you follow my family tree, my dad's side of the family anyway, my dad's side of the family, if you go back to like the 10th and 11th century, we're come from Ireland. But I've got a lot of mixture. Like my grandmother, she's from Bosnia, Chechnya. You know, my mom, her family is from all over the place. But you know, it's I've got kind of like a mud in a lot of ways. My granddad, when he was alive, before, you know, in his later years, and he was a genealogist, so he's traced our family tree. We got books and all kinds of like you know, books of our family tree traced
Yeah,
way
that's how
back.
I know about my past. It's not from the internet. They kept track. So, I mean, I know
Yeah,
I've been to my great 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 grandfather Zebedee at his grave in North Carolina at the base of the
yeah.
Cherokee. You know,
I'm
I
actually
mean,
kind of lucky, you know, in where I live right
that's
now.
Wingnut. That's 17. He lived from 1706 to 1786 in North Carolina,
Right.
and the
Yeah.
family kept track of the movements through Missouri into Texas, is where my mom came from. So it's like all that information was right there for me.
Well, my dad's side of the family was one of the first families that colonized through St. Augustine out here in Florida. So my dad's side of the family's been here in Florida from the beginning of Florida. Um,
Well, that's a long
and
time ago. That's the 1500s.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, I'm actually kind of lucky. I'm walking distance to a graveyard where a lot of my relatives are buried. My dad's buried, my grandmother, my granddad, you know, a bunch of my great granddad, you know, a bunch of my other relatives. So, I mean, it goes way back to like the Indian, you know, wars, the Indian, you know, all that stuff. I got one where it's like they were, it says on the gravestone of the American Indian Wars, the Florida militia, you know, back when, you know, during the Confederate War, there was a lot of my family was in the Confederate military, you know, but you know, I have a lot of history here in Florida, for instance. That's why I always tend to gravitate back to Florida for some reason. But
That's same here. My family's
yeah,
been here for like 200 years. And I have
yeah,
such a mixture in me. It's, I wouldn't
yeah,
even know where to begin. It's a lot.
yeah. The church where that cemetery is actually is like a over 100-year-old church. If you look inside the church, you know, when they were building it, it's like, you know, this is one of those churches that, you know, they didn't use a lot of nails and stuff. It's all like, you know, wood pegs and stuff like that. But back when they were building the church, the wood planks were sitting on the ground, and you can still see the feet print from the little children where they were like running around, and they would walk you on the planks and stuff. They Their feet
Good
prints
night,
are
rock
still left
steady.
on the boards
Merry
itself, you
Christmas.
know. And you can go in the church even today, and you can still see. You can look on the ceiling where all the boards are. You can still see the little feet print from the children when they were running around. And, it's pretty cool. I might make a video on that one day.
Yeah,
Show
Yeah,
you guys.
good. Sounds like it'd be good.
that would be good.
Yeah, yeah. It's a pretty interesting thing. You know, it's nice to have a little bit of history. I mean, until recently, my uncle just moved out here to the property full time. But other than that, I'm the only one that's been out here full time. But I've got a lot of family that own property around here, and a lot of cousins, and you know, backwoods, you know, distant cousins that live around here and all that stuff. You know, but you know, so I'm kind of on that end. If I want to stick around, you know, you know, like I said, I've lived all over the country, and I've traveled around and stuff like that. But I'm at that point in my life where I just want a home base. I want, you know, I want a place where I can set roots, and I love to travel, but I always want somewhere to come back to. And so I'm at that point where that's what I want. You know, I don't want to just be living out of my backpack for the rest of my life. I want to have a place to come back to, and you know, I'm technically, you know, 51 years old now, so you know, I don't know if I'll, you know, start my own family at this age or not, but
So you don't
I
have
haven't
any
met.
children?
No. Well, technically, there is. I had a child when I was 16. When I was 16, I had a child. She went up for
Oh,
adoption when she was born. So
oh, you didn't
technically,
have to
yeah,
tell me that. Okay.
yeah, yeah. So you know, she's
Mhm.
probably 30 some odd years old by now, something like that.
Yeah.
But you know, back then, or I don't know if it's changed since then or not, but in North Carolina, um, they only have closed adoptions in North Carolina,
How
so
old
there's
were
no
you?
con.
How old were
Yeah,
you when that happened? When that?
16.
Okay, so there's 5. That's she'd be 45. If you're 51, you'd be
Yeah,
35. 35, I think.
she'd be in her 30s now, somewhere around there. Um, but yeah, so I mean, you know, but I mean, you know, I keep myself open because I mean, you know, there's a chance that she might hunt me down, which it won't be very easy because I don't make myself very, you know, accessible and trackable. But if she ever did, I'd keep myself open, you know. I mean, but I'm not expecting that.
Have you thought about looking for her?
No,
Oh, okay.
no.
Just
And then on
curious.
top of that, like I said, I couldn't do it anyway. There's no records that I can access. Because like I
Right.
said, they don't, you know, there's open and closed adoptions,
Closed
and
adoption. Yes.
yeah, the closed adoption, they have no contact whatsoever with the natural parents at all. And you know, the records would be sealed or whatever. She had the ability to find out on her own at the age of when she becomes an adult, like age 18 or something like that.
Yes.
So, but from my end, I couldn't. I couldn't find
That's
out
like the
anything.
lost link of my history is because a Scottish man came over from Canada to Detroit, got a native gal pregnant that had my dad, and she died at childbirth. So my dad was adopted. That grandfather disappeared. Nobody even knows who he is or where he went or what he was. Nobody knows nothing about him. So I get that, man. Sometimes you don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah, and there's a part of me that's like she's probably better off. I hope. You know what I mean? I mean, there is that chance that, you know, she's bouncing from foster home to foster home or whatever, you know, the negative end of it. But there's also the other end of it where she's found, you know, she was adopted with a very loving family, and then, you know, and
Right.
had a good life from that
And at
moment, you know.
35, I'm sure she's hopefully
Hopefully, yeah,
settled
hopefully
in.
there is that hopefully thing, you know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But you know, and like I said, I mean, you know, I made a decision at that time because I knew I couldn't take care of a child, and and I made a decision at that time not to have children.
Right.
And I still haven't had children since then. And I never wanted to get married. I've had two women actually ask them. They asked me to marry them, but it's not like I didn't want to marry them. I just didn't want to get married. So I've never been married,
Wow.
and I still don't want to. But you know, there is that part of me. You know, I'm looking for my Trinity. You know, like in the movie Matrix. You know that Trinity in the movie Matrix. I'm looking for her. I'm looking for that. I'm looking for my Trinity. You know, some woman that maybe I can go through the apocalypse with. You know what I mean? Somebody that I can actually uh, you know that we would make each other whole. You know what I mean? Because
I understand. That's kind of what everybody wants.
well, there's also a part of me that stopped looking long time ago. You know, I'm just like maybe there's that one out there for me. But and we're both out there looking for each other, and we just haven't crossed paths yet. You know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
maybe I screwed it up a long time ago, and I told that girl to kick that girl to the curb a long time ago. Maybe that one person I already kicked her to the curb a long time ago, and I lost my chance. There is that possibility also, but I don't know. And that's another thing too. Is like when I was talking about the legacy thing, there's a good possibility that I may pass away alone. You know what I mean? That that's probably more in my luck to happen. But
A lot
don't
of
know.
us.
Yeah, but that's just the way it is. But it would be nice that that I can find her and she can find me, whatever, that kind of thing, one
Yeah.
day. But I'm not holding my breath, put it that way. But I look, I try to keep on the positive side of things. Like I said, I expect the worst, but I hope for the best, I guess you would say. But
No expectation, no disappointment.
right,
Keep an open
exactly.
mind.
And I've said this many times before. I've even said this to my family. And it's like, don't you ever expect anything from me. You know what I mean? Because you will always be disappointed. If you don't expect anything from me at all, you'll never be disappointed. You know what I'm saying? So because expectations lead to disappointment.
That's
And
true.
I was even thinking, it's like on that level of love. I always associate pain to come along with love also. So I'm kind of weird about some of it in some ways. You know what I mean? So
Attachment, man. The Jedi's attachment.
yeah. So I mean, but like I said, it's like trying to have all this positivity and this good nature and all that stuff. It's a constant, everyday type of thing. That's why I was like,
Absolutely.
I love all this Christmas type mentality and this Christmas type feelings and stuff. But like I said, this should be a everyday type of thing instead of just one day a year. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So
Yes, love comes with pain.
Yep.
But
yep, it's one in the same. It's like it you can't get away from it.
but it's worth it to take the chance.
Better
Yeah.
to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all.
Right, and that's the thing. It's like that's why I don't regret any of the stuff that I've done over my years. But there are things that I wonder if I had did it different. Like for instance, there's this one girl that I knew a long time ago. We traveled around in my van for a long time.
I'll be right back again. Excuse me.
And
All right.
and I've wondered if me and her stayed together, what my life would have been otherwise. But
if you didn't
I
have
don't know.
those kinds of wanderings, you wouldn't be human.
Right. Like I said, I don't regret any of it, but I do wonder, 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 book of love. But you know, it's one of them things. So you know, and I
Wait a
appreciate
minute. I
all
didn't
you
know it was
guys.
your birthday, Lisa. Happy birthday, Lisa. I didn't know that. Wow. So you were one of those kids that got ripped off when it come to the holiday season because you got your birthday presents and Christmas presents probably combined, huh?
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, mine's close to Thanksgiving, so um, you know, I got that. So, but yeah, actually, me and my grandmother, when she was still alive, her birthday is the day after mine. So me and her would combine our birthdays together.
Oh, right on, Lisa. My mom's was Christmas. All right. So I know it was kind of a, well, it's mom's birthday and it's Christmas kind of deal. We had to make something else of it, you know.
Yeah, yeah, I appreciate all you guys in the chat too, man. I mean, you know, you guys are awesome. And like I said, you know, otherwise, it's kind of like what Carl was saying. We'd be sitting here alone, not talking to anybody, if it wasn't you guys up here, hanging out. And so I appreciate all you guys hanging out with us.
Wasn't very social through my life. This is the most social I've ever been. I don't normally I certainly don't stand in front of people and talk to crowds or nothing like that. This is just I don't know what it is, man. I feel welcome and I feel like I belong here, you know. That's a rare thing for me.
Yeah, well, like I said, I mean, I've been talking on CB radio. That was my social thing. I mean, I was kind of like the loner in school. I was the black sheep of the family. I had very, very few what I would call friends or close friends through the life. I've moved a lot, so I don't have, it's not. I almost kind of envy some of those people that still keep in contact with their people, the friends that they had at high school. I've been to like 4 different schools, high schools and middle schools and stuff like that growing up, 4 or 5 different
Boy,
ones.
do I get that, man. I moved all over the
You know,
place even when I was a kid. So I get it. That's
yeah.
why I'm pretty much a
Well,
gypsy now. What's up,
yeah,
Victor?
we used to move around like every couple of years when I was a kid, and then when I moved out of the house, I moved around a lot, and I quit school. So I don't have any contact with any of my old, middle school, high school, friends and stuff like that. So I kind of envy some of those people that have that. I don't have that.
Well, I get what Guns is saying too, man. I gotta have my time. And there is times where I've
Oh
been
yeah,
around people all the time, man, and all I want to do is get to somewhere to be alone.
oh yeah. No, I mean I enjoy being by myself. I don't I'm comfortable with it, so I don't mind it at all.
That's what I think is kind of great about this too. Is right, when I'm done with being on the panel, done talking to people, I can turn my phone off and I'm alone
Right.
again. Right?
Yep.
It's like instant gratification of some type where I don't have to even drive home. I don't have to wait
Right.
for my guests to leave. I
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep. Yeah, I can turn this off at any moment, and I don't have to come back at all for a long time if I don't want to.
well, I want to be around a lot of these people, but what I'm saying is it's my choice where I can, when I'm done here, I have my silence, I have my peace, whatever it is that you can't get in a social situation because I've lived with too many people too, there is such a thing.
Yeah, I used to have roommates at one time, man. And I don't want to ever go back to that again.
Crazy shit,
I
man.
enjoy having my own place.
Well, I've experienced it, and I'm glad I did. But it's like even when I was, in my young 20s, me and a bunch of guys that were all friends fixed an old house up for this old guy. It was an old church. It was massive, and it was burned, and we wedged
2x4s into the roof, laid a new roof over it. And he said, well, you guys can use it if you want to use it. So we used it. We made 10 bedrooms in this thing. And if we didn't need a place, somebody else did. So,
Right.
it was like our own little boarding house, and
Yeah.
man, it was good times, but there was also just mass pandemonium, cops there every weekend.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, there's pros and cons to all that.
Yeah. I used to live in Key West for a little while. I lived there for about 2 years. And this is back when I was dating this one girl. We ended up down in Key West. And there's the guy we met that had his own house, but he also had another house that he was that he owned property in the house and all that stuff. But he had a bunch of crackheads that were living there at the time, and we made a deal with the guy. He's like, I'll let you live there if you can get those people out of there. I'll let you live there for just nothing but the utilities. You wouldn't even charge us rent or nothing. And we ended up getting all those people kicked out of there, and we cleaned it up. I'm gonna tell you something, like that place was nasty. And I mean, I remember the housing appraiser came in there one time, and it was a 2-story house. Like, I think it was a four or so bedroom. I think it was something like that. But it was a 2-story house. And the second story, I remember the housing appraiser walked 2 steps in the door and then turned around and puked over the hand railing. And it was just that bad. I mean, we went through like probably 3 cases of bleach just trying to clean things up. And that's where we ended up living for a while
People
there.
could be gross, brother. I worked for nothing more. You can't call him anything. He was a slumlord. All right, he had the cheapest housing in Pontiac, Michigan you could get, and all these places were trash, anyways. But one of them moved out, and we went to go clean it out. And Wingnut, it had a full size, big basement. Like the ones you put pool tables and laundry rooms and have
Right.
everything in. It was packed to the ceiling with garbage bags. They never used the garbage pickup and saved like 3 years of garbage stuffed to the ceiling of that basement. Baby diapers, all kinds
Yep.
of stuff in there.
I
It
know
was
exactly what you're talking
horrible.
about.
It
Yep.
took several dump truckloads to get the shit to the landfills, man. It was a
Oh yeah.
horrible job.
Yep. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep.
Huh.
Man,
You
I'm gonna
know,
tell
you
you
open
something.
up
I can
a
still
bag
smell the
rips
smell.
open.
Like,
Yeah, a bag rips open and 5 gallons worth of maggots fall out of it. That kind of
yeah.
shit.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, actually, in that house down in Key West, the cleanest room in the whole house was actually the bathroom. Surprisingly enough, but that was the cleanest room in the whole freaking house. It was the bathroom. I don't know.
Yeah, that is
It
weird.
was
That is
weird.
weird.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, that's what it was like in some of the rooms. It was just piled up garbage, and stuff like that. Everything from dirty diapers to dirty needles and everything. It was pretty bad. But we cleaned it up, man. We actually got a nice place out of it to live in for a while. And it was a good deal because down in Key West, man, it's expensive to live down there. And so we got a good deal, just paying just nothing but utilities. Um, I remember my sister and my mom and my sister's girlfriend came down there to visit one time, and my sister and her girlfriend really liked it a lot, so they wanted to come back down, and they stayed with us for a little while, and we put them up in the house, and yeah, it was actually pretty good, man, for a while there. But
I
yeah,
was like
there's
you. I always chose to go to the woods. I lived in the woods several times in my life, partially to get away from people. It was
yeah.
pretty peaceful out there.
Well, I did that a lot, and then I also did a lot of abandoned houses and stuff like that, abandoned buildings. There was a lot of all the different towns that I would find in. I would find like abandoned warehouses, abandoned buildings, or
It's
houses, or
really
something like that.
freaky when you find them that still have power. That's the freaky
Oh,
part.
dude, there was this place down in Tallahassee. It's an old insane asylum. It was called Happy Valley. All right, and it's been abandoned for a lot of years. All right, and I remember I was actually squatting in this place for a little while, But man, there's parts of the downstairs area. It was like a 3-story building. All right. And the downstairs area was mostly where all like the kitchen and all that other stuff was. And, but man, that was the creepiest place to be, because you just being there, just the feeling that you would get walking around this place, even if you didn't know the history about it, just walking, just the vibe that this building put off.
I've explored several abandoned insane asylums. There's 4 here in Michigan alone. They always have underground tunnels linking all the buildings together and shit.
Yeah. Well, see, it got down to the point, man. It was abandoned, and for a lot of years, they had just like one security guard that just kind of like roam around the property, make sure that nobody's breaking windows or whatever. And it got down to the point where that money ran out, and then the security guard was no more. And I'd find this one room in the corner of the building, and I'd lock myself in there, and that's where I'd sleep at night, and just keep just so I can keep myself safe, me and my stuff safe. I can lock
Been
myself
there,
in.
done that, man. I don't know how many people know what that is like, man. That's hard to convey those. I don't know how to explain all the things you go through in your mind when you're in those situations,
Oh yeah, dude. Because I mean, you never know. Being abandoned buildings, man. You always got somebody wander around. I mean, that's one thing I hated about, people vandalizing places and stuff. It's like almost everywhere I've ever been, almost all the windows are always busted out. It's like, people always just
Well, I'm a
vandalizing
little
and
older,
graffiti.
so I was fortunate, Wayne, because being a little bit older than you, there was a time where it wasn't all vandalized, and there wasn't always
I know.
graffiti,
Yeah.
and that stuff pretty much happened. Like I think it started really in the late '80s, but really took off in the '90s.
Yep. And it's bad. I mean, it's hard to find places nowadays that hasn't been like massively vandalized, like with like graffiti everywhere and windows are all busted out, everything's destroyed. It's really hard to find stuff that hasn't been touched nowadays. But I like that kind of stuff, because I've always been, my granddad, like I said, he was a genealogist, so he used to tow me around to graveyards and stuff like that a lot when I was young. So I've always been comfortable with graveyards and cemeteries and stuff. I love hanging.
A large part of a restoration of an 1840s cemetery here in Michigan. Back when I was, young, I was in something called the Michigan Youth Corps, and I went out there and burned and slashed a little triangular piece of property. What happened was property owners were finding bits and pieces of tombstones in their backyard, and it turns out that the state had forgotten about a piece of property where all the founders of Ortonville, Michigan were buried. It was 16 family plots, 42 people, 7 of which are still under M15 through Ortonville, Michigan, under the highway, because they just moved their stones back and paved right over them. But all the streets downtown are named after these people, and they were completely forgotten. We restored it. We fixed the tombstones because they're old marble, really tall, thin stones and stuff. But we repaired those. The state now maintains it. But I found most of those graves. I mean, and I relocated. We went by the old records and stuff and put the stones where they're supposed to be, and it was a jigsaw puzzle. Anyways, I feel really comfortable there. I've gone there and spent hours alone at night at that cemetery, and if anything, I just feel welcome there because of everything I did for them.
Oh yeah, I've had some really good nights of sleep in cemeteries before, because
Jeez,
I will say this.
They're on the same level, dude, in a way that
I will say this though. It's kind of dangerous in the New Orleans cemetery, though. New Orleans cemeteries at night are kind of dangerous, man. There's some wild people that wander around that thing. But the New Orleans cemeteries are awesome because they got those big crypts and stuff. Everything's above ground. You know what I mean? It's pretty awesome cemeteries out there in New Orleans.
Necropolis.
Yeah, there's this one cemetery. It's right in the middle of Key West, and they got this huge banyan tree. I don't know if you know what a banyan tree is. It's like this, all the roots or stuff are all above, above ground. It's just like huge tree, but it's like right in the center of the cemetery. And I used to climb up in this damn tree and just kind of sit there and just, hang out. And you get these tourists that are kind of wandering around the cemetery looking and stuff. They wouldn't even know I'm up there in the tree. I could be looking, I could be sitting right above them, and I could spit on their head. You know what I mean? That's how close I was to them. And they didn't even know it. You know what I mean?
It's
I just
weird
got
you
to
say
hang out.
that, not to mention that, because when we were first finding the grave sites, we realized that every time we'd find a grave, in which you could usually locate it by a sunkenness, right? The coffins collapse over time, and
Right,
the ground would sink over the body.
right.
And we were
Yep,
finding old tree stumps at the head of a lot of these graves. And what we found
yeah,
out is they used to plant a tree near a
yeah,
grave. And what was happening is, in a lot of the cases, the roots would grab the stones or the
yep,
bases of the stones and force them underground and break the stone up. And we were
yeah.
digging those stumps up, and we'd find the rest of the tombstone embedded in the roots of those stumps.
Oh, I found tombstones embedded in a tree trunk before. You know,
Yep, yep,
yep.
yep.
So yeah, it's pretty wild, man. I mean, like I said, I've been to a lot of different cemeteries and a lot of different grave sites around the country and stuff. And because I mean, when my granddad, like I said, he used to tell me around all these things, and we, writing names and dates and stuff, tracking different uh, family trees, like go to people's houses and stuff. And back in the day, they used to write all the information of like marriages and births and stuff in the back of the Bibles. And we'd go to people's houses and get all this information and kind of track um, family tree that way and stuff. Um, you know, so I've always been comfortable, and I mean, I can actually say that I've actually sat down and smoked a joint with Smokey the Bear, and I
God,
can actually say that. Yeah, dude. I mean, New Mexico, in a town called Capitan. Um, see, Smokey the Bear was actually a real bear, because in Capitan, there's like this one area of hills and stuff that caught on like fire, like a forest fire, and the forest rangers found this baby bear up in the top of a tree, about I think it's like 40%, third-degree burns all over it, and they brought it, took care of it, and healed it up, and they called it Smokey. That's where the whole, you can prevent forest fires, all that stuff started, is from that actual real bear. And then Capitan, when that bear died, they made a grave site right there for where they buried the bear, and right next door is like a museum of all the old ads, like all the old Smokey the Bear
only
ads, from
you
back in the
can
day.
prevent
Yeah,
forest fire.
and I sat down right next to Smokey's gravesite and smoked a joint. So me and Smokey smoked a joint together, and yeah, and that
That
was
was his
when I was on
thing.
my
He used to
travels.
say, it used to be, only you can prevent forest
Yep,
fire.
only you. Yep, that's where that all started. Is from an actual real bear, and I thought that was interesting. I mean, it's interesting how my travels led me to that, and I never knew anything about all that stuff until I actually stumbled up on it one day. Like I said, I ended up in Capitan, New Mexico. My van broke down, and I was there for about a year and a half, and that's how I found it. This is not that far away from like Lincoln County, where like Billy the Kid and the Lincoln County Wars and all that stuff happened. It's like not that far away. And
I've been to Carlsbad Caverns. I
yep, I've been
inherited
there
a
too.
piece of
Yep,
inherited a little piece of property just south of Deming, New Mexico, there right by the border.
yeah.
Never been there. I quit paying taxes on it, but I still hold the title to it. But yeah, that's on my to-do list, man. Is that area? I want to go back to Carlsbad Caverns for one, but
Oh man, that's
I
a
want
pretty
to see
awesome place.
Roswell. I got to see Roswell. I got to go there.
Well, Roswell, there's not. It's all commercialized now. I mean,
I know
every
it is. I
store has
know
got
it is.
some kind of a freaking alien on it. Or I
I
remember I
know.
went to Roswell.
Listen, I'll
Yeah,
be
there's
honest.
like a
I'm only going there for the photo ops. All right. I'm not
right,
going there for any other
right.
reason other than to park in front of that alien and that spaceship, and take pictures of my
Yeah,
truck there. That's what I'm
yeah.
going there for.
There's a. I mean, when I was there, I don't know if it's probably still there today, but I remember there's like a what do you call it? Um, not a thrift store, like a
It's a novelty store all about UFOs and aliens, isn't it?
well, it's more like what I'm thinking about right offhand. It's not a thrift store. It's like a what do you call it? Like
Flea
a
market? Flea market?
you know
Antique
where you
mall?
no, it's more like
Souvenir
where you
shop.
can where you can like sell your stuff,
Yeah,
and
that's a flea market. Flea market.
like a
Consignment.
like
Yeah.
well yeah, kind of like, but what do you? Dang, I'm trying to think of the damn words leaving my mind now.
Swap
But
meet? Swap meet?
no,
Bizarre.
How many? No, I
what do you
gotta know
call
what
them?
it is.
Well, it's like if you're wanting to go, if you're wanting to sell like your jewelry or whatever, or your tools, whatever, and you can get money for selling your tools to the shop, and they turn around and sell it in the shop. Um,
Oh, an
but anyway,
outlet.
well, it's sort of, kind of. But anyway, they had this big flying saucer out there for part of their sign, and almost everything, like the Waffle House, has got freaking aliens and stuff on their buildings. I don't know. It's all really commercialized now, or at least when I was there. Anyway, it's probably still the same way. There's really nothing to see because I mean, evidently the crash happened into some farmer's, field. There ain't nothing left of any of that stuff. So there's really nothing to look at. But I remember going through Lincoln County. Matter of fact, if you know the story of Billy the Kid, where he got put in jail and he shot his way out and broke out of jail or whatever, that building is still there. And at the time when I was there, it had been refurbished, and it was like a pottery, uh, a place where you can learn how to do pottery and stuff. It's like that's what they use the building for now. But that building is still there, and uh, and there's areas out there, man. You go wandering out in the desert and stuff. I think I still have some pictures of them, but I've got some old black and white pictures that I took while I was out there when I was traveling around. There's like some old buildings that I come across out there in the middle of the desert that have been sitting there for like 100 some odd years or whatever, just kind of like these rickety old buildings and stuff. You almost have this feeling, almost like this vibration of Billy the Kid walked right through here. You can almost feel it in your bones. You know what I mean? And it's pretty cool on that end of it. It's like
You've been to
going wandering
Merrimack
around.
Caverns where Jesse and Frank James hid out and all that?
I didn't go out there, but I know what you're talking about. Um, but I spent most of my time like in Capitan, Ruidoso, was it Santa Fe, Taos. Taos is nice because they got all the hot springs out there. That's pretty nice. The hot springs are freaking awesome.
Yeah, some of those are on my list of things to do too. I've been
Oh man,
watching.
if you ever get out there, go to Taos, man. Go to Taos. Santa Fe is
Well,
nice
I
too.
think it was Echo that said something, but it's like I've been watching so many videos on YouTube now for so many years about all these places all out west. I've never been over the Rockies. I've been to a whole lot of states, but I've never been over the Rockies or seen the West Coast. So I've got all these videos of all these places and stuff that I've seen. Man, I just wanted to stop at every one of them.
I've been as far as Arizona. That's as far west as I wanted to go. I didn't want to go any further west. That's about as far as I got. And then I've been as far north as New York. I've been as far south as Key West. You know what I mean? So that's
Yeah,
the
man, I've
big
been
loop
to
that I did.
35 or 36 of the states. I lived down south for a while. I've been to Texas like 10 times. I've been to Florida twice, but I never got to poke around, man. I want to spend some time there. It's I like that, man. I look forward to this. If I can stay, you know, on course and travel all over this country, that's the goal. That's the dream. I don't
Yeah,
care if I ever
I had
have a permanent landing place. If I could just keep
there.
going.
There's this one guy that I met on YouTube actually that did a lot of traveling and stuff. He made it down in this direction. I let him, he had a camper and stuff. I let him stay out here for about almost like 5 days, almost about a week, and then he moved on. I don't know. He's an older guy, older gentleman, old Marine. A lot of old stories and stuff we used to talk about. There's a lot of stuff that we cannot talk about here on the internet. We can only talk about face to face, that kind of thing. And so it was really nice to meet him and spend some time with him. I think you probably still find his YouTube channel. You can even find his website. It's like No Stress Mike, NoStressMike.com, NoStressMike.com. That's him. He's an older guy, kind of a real quirky type of dude too. You can meet him in real life. Yeah. So there's and he used to do a lot of traveling. He'd go down into South America and stuff like that on a motorcycle. Him and his dog.
Probably the
Something I
biggest
haven't
thing I've
done
ever
yet.
done like that was in '87. I walked across the states. I went from North Carolina down into Georgia and all the way back up and walked back to Michigan. And that's probably like the longest journey I've ever done, because it took a couple months.
Yeah. That's something I thought about it one time, man, going down to like South America, down to Guatemala or something like that. I had an invitation. Somebody bought a big, I think it's like a 60-foot schooner that he was going to live on. And he invited me to come down there. And I was thinking about doing that at one time, going down there and living down in Guatemala, down on some of those islands off the coast, out on a
I
boat.
used to want to go places like that, but I don't want to leave America anymore, man. I don't think they don't like
I
us
hear you.
very much anymore, and it just sounds like a pain in the ass. And even just going to Canada, which I've been to Canada probably over 30 times. I know it's over 30 times. Anyways, the shit they put you through just to go to Canada now, they'll tear your whole vehicle apart. They'll search you up
Yeah.
and down.
See, when I was thinking about going there, you didn't have to have a passport to go down there. Now you have to have the passport to go down there, or even to Canada now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
So
changed. The world's changed.
it's
And I had
changed.
invites
Yeah.
to go to Australia. The guy I know he's serious, man. He went all over the west coast of Australia and found all the old World War II Jeeps left over, and he kind of accumulated them. And he made a successful business of restoring those in Australia. And it always was a dream of mine to drive across the outback. And I was seriously at one time going to ship one of these trucks to Australia just to drive across that, because that sounds like that's living. And to me, that would
Well,
be epic adventure on a scale I can't top,
well, the people I've talked to over the years on the CB radio, I've got invitations all over the world. I mean, honestly, I've got an invitation to go to Australia. I've got invitations to go to UK, Scotland, Ireland. They'll put me up. They'll give me a place to stay. I mean, it's like if I ever make it out of the country, I've got somewhere to go. Because people have given me invitations to come out there and all that stuff. They'll give me a place to stay, show me around. Matter of fact, in Australia, actually, it's on the the southeastern part of the country, called a place called Eden. It's just down there by Tasmania, down that direction. And a buddy
It's
of
a
mine
pretty
that I've
good
talked to on the
feeling
radio.
itself, isn't it, man? It's a pretty good feeling. I have literally 100 invitations to come visit YouTubers all over this country. And that's what my goal is, Wayne. And I'm going to, anytime I just got the tires, things are coming together fast now. I'm going to be on the road and I'm going to make content of everybody that I meet along the way that most of y'all know. I got an invite to go see Vision Preparedness. I'm going to meet Shad. I'm going to meet Metal. I'm going to meet Billy. I'm going to meet, it goes on and on and on. Rescue. And Bonnie and Echo, and it's just there's a lot of them that I've wanted to meet. D way out there in California. I mean, I've got invites that I'm taking it serious, folks. I'm going. All right, I'm going to go all the places I can go.
He calls us YouTubers. That's what Bonnie said. He calls us YouTubers. All us YouTubers.
Well, I don't know. Well, it's true though. It's accurate.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, all them famous YouTubers out there.
I know somebody else in Idaho, Claude. I would take you up on that, man. I'm not even kidding. I've already been living like a gypsy for years. It's going to be more fun. All right, if anything.
I think it would be fun, Carl. I really do. I think it would be fun. You know what I mean? There's been, I mean, honestly, the way I see it, we're the only thing that divides us right now is location and geographic locations. That's about the only thing that divides us, because there's a lot of us out here that are on the same level. We live so far apart. You know what I mean? It would be nice if we lived near each other, where we could go visit each other face to face.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
There's a few. I don't know if you know Jeff Riddle, but he had this party here 2 summers ago, and I got to meet like 10 YouTubers all at the same party, and that was a blast, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. And I see these meetups they do, at Pilot Mountain or out in Missouri, and I want to be at those, man. It makes me really want to go to those.
Yeah. I wanted to go, but I couldn't. I didn't have a way to get out there. But there's this thing that some of these First Amendment auditors started up. They call it Autopalooza, and they had it like over in Pensacola, which is not that far. It's like an hour away from me. I just had no way of getting out there. Actually, Joe Cool was going to come and get me, and we were going to go, but he didn't make it out there. But
I got a pretty close friend, man. He's in Florida and he's blooming rich. All right, I'm talking. He's a jet setter. All I see all over his social media is, all over the world. Rich, drinking champagne with beautiful women all around him. That kind of life. And I know his home base in Florida. It's not all YouTubers I want to visit. I know a lot of people around the country, and I'm just, he's right down there in downtown Miami area. That it's just, yeah, I'm gonna tease the hell out of him if I go down and see him. He grew up.
You'll get mesmerized by the women on the beaches, though. You get mesmerized.
Well, I've been there, done that. I went to the Bahamas, and like I said,
those teeny weeny bikinis. Yeah, there's some nice places. I don't like Miami that much, but I mean, there's some places down there like I used to go scuba diving out that direction.
Scuba diving in the Bahamas, even snorkeling, that was a fantastic experience, man. And I know that the South Pacific's like that around Florida. I want to swim the Keys, man. I want to drive the Keys, but also there's a couple places like when they were building the Key Bridge, there's a train wreck that's still under there and stuff. I want to scuba dive and see some of that shit.
It's pretty nice. I've done that. I mean, I used to go to lobster weekends and stuff like that down there and then also I lived down there in Key West itself. But if I was to go back down and live down there, I'd go to like Big Pine or Marathon Key. Those are nicer to live on. But there's some really nice places out there next to the bridges. Man, you can find lobster all the time. And man, I'm gonna tell you, you can eat good just on lobster. And I took some people from North Carolina. It's like never been out of the state of North Carolina one time down to Key West for a lobster weekend. And, we had like a little camper and stuff. We parked next to one of the bridges down on Marathon Key. And we stayed down there. And during that time, it was like a four lobster per person per day. Dude, we were eating so good while we were down there. So good. And, man,
I've heard some of their stories, man. I have. I've heard some of these same stories from different people. I got to see that,
Yeah, it's pretty fun, man. There was I think there was about a dozen of us that went down there, and about half of us were scuba divers, and the others are just snorkeling and stuff. And that's all we would do. We just go down there next to the pylons of the bridge, just tickling lobster out of the coral. And there was one time, man, we were out there, and there's this an old car hood that we found down there on the bottom of the bottom of the bottom of the ground or whatever. Just flip that upside down, come back in a couple hours, there'll be like 10 or 15 lobster hauled up underneath it, you know, and grab them out. You know, it was fun. I had a blast doing that stuff. I haven't done scuba diving in a long time. I was like, I ended up selling all my equipment, and I haven't done it in a long time. Probably need to get
Yeah, they
recertified
wouldn't
one
even
day.
fill my tanks. Last time I went to, I had tanks and everything, and the last time I went to go have,
Yep.
they're like, these things are ancient. You can't fill these. We won't register. You know, you gotta. They won't even fill
Yeah,
the tank.
I had everything. I had tanks, BC, mass fence, snorkel, wetsuit, all the whole 9 yards, gauges, everything. I had the whole thing, and yeah, and I actually I think I got certified when I was like 14, you know, through Patty, and
So you ever wondered if the Gulf of Mexico was just a big meteor impact site?
I think parts of it is down towards South America, down toward Panama. I think there's a spot down there I think is actually a crater. I don't know if the whole Gulf of Mexico is, but I know there's a part down toward Panama that is, and it's all underwater. But you know, you go certain. I think it's like you go, I don't know, about 10. Like for instance, like where I'm at down here in Panama City. If you go about, I don't know, about 10 or 15 miles offshore out into the Gulf of Mexico, it just drops. I mean, it just drops way deep. And you know, but you know, I'm really weary. You know, it's like I don't like sharks. I mean, I'd rather deal with an alligator than a shark personally.
I don't
I
mind
don't
them. I
like sharks.
swim with them as long as I can keep an eye on them and I got something to stab them with. I feel all right. But
Yeah.
it's like swimming on the top of the water with no mask, where you don't know what the fuck's under you. That's the part
Oh
that I
yeah.
won't. Yeah.
Yeah. I like to see what I'm looking exactly. I mean, I remember we were down in what was it? Oh oh man, it's down toward Miami. Damn, I can't remember it now. But we went. Me and my dad and my brother went scuba diving out there. We go, I don't know, about 4 or 5 miles offshore out there on the coral reef out there, and go diving. And I remember I'm sitting there, I'm like got my little stick, and I'm just trying to tickle this lobster out of some coral, and I see this big shadow, kind of like how like an airplane, you know, like an airplane would put a shadow on the ground when it goes over you. Well, I saw this shadow go over me, and I thought it was a freaking airplane. I look up, and I see my brother and my dad pointing, and I look over, and it's this huge freaking shark. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I figured out it was a nurse shark. But this thing is a big freaking shark, just floated right over me, and was, you know, kept on going and stuff. Man, they were freaking out. They were like pointing it, like, oh, you know, trying to yell at me, and it was, oh my gosh. I remember, you ever seen those like you ever see those nature shows where like some of those people are like grab a hold of the back of a sea turtle and swim with them? Well, my brother
Yes.
thought he was going to be. My brother thought he was slick and he was going to do that. We found this big sea turtle was just swimming around, and he wanted to like you know get up there and swim up there and grab a hold of the back of the shell and swim with it. Well, probably got about, I don't know, about 5 or 6 feet away from this sucker. This thing did like a U-turn and flipped around and started coming back at my brother was doing the back paddle fast. I mean, he was trying to get away. This damn turtle was coming back at him. It was so much. I was laughing my
The
butt off.
ocean will fuck you up. All right, let's put it that way. The ocean will fuck you up if you touch
Oh yeah.
something wrong. If something touches you wrong. If something's hungry. If something's
Oh
bigger
yeah.
than you. Listen, I was swimming between. I swam out between. It was called Paradise Island and Nassau, Bahamas. Nassau is the big island, but the little island, right where all the ships come in. All right, there's literally warships and love boats and all that coming right in there. We swam past those, and we went probably 2 miles out, and it's still only like 40 or 50 foot deep. It's deeper where the big ships went all the time, because they actually wear like a channel in the bottom of the ocean there, but it's still it's crystal clear. All right, you can see 50 foot down to the bottom of the ocean everywhere and we just were snorkeling. We didn't have scuba gear or nothing, and
Yeah.
we were like 2 miles out, and finally where there's no ships around and stuff, and I saw a barrel, and I'm like, I'm gonna go see what's in the barrel. So I swim under, and I went down and kicked the barrel with my fin, and my foot goes right through it, and the fin comes off, and it scraped me up a little bit. And by that time you go 40 or more feet down underwater, you only got a minute, right? You got enough to go down and back up. So losing the fin, I went back up. And I was like, oh man, I lost my fin. I'm gonna have to go back down. But he was like, man, something fucking bit me. And I remember just joking, and I said, dead end, dead end, dead end. Like the Jaws. That was, this is 1980,
Right.
so Jaws was a new movie at that time. And anyways, I told him I'm gonna go get my fin, and we'll go. And I go back down, get my fin, put it on, and as I'm going up, I get close to the surface, and it's all red. I mean, the whole, like right up to where he is a red line, and it's coming fast. All right. And as I get close to the surface, I see his snorkel floating down to the bottom. I grabbed his snorkel and get closer to him, and he was flipping out, dude. He was yelling and swimming on top of the water back towards the shore as fast as he could go. And I shoved his snorkel in mine and held it and swam underneath these little demons, but they were little tiny, like 3-inch wide jellyfish, little red jellyfish, millions of these motherfuckers, and they all came in fast, dude. We didn't know it was coming, and tried to swim ahead of him. I got like 50 stings, but he got it like 200 times. He was sick from the amount of stings that he got. All right, he was fucked up. But man, the ocean will kill you. Right?
Oh yeah.
It will kill you.
Dude, I've come across eels and stuff, man. Those things they'll come at you. I'm sitting there messing around with them. I'm trying to take a lobster and stuff out of some coral. Next day, I come across a freaking eel. That thing pops out of the damn coral and stuff, man. It scared the shit out of me, dude. It was oh man, I had some fun times, man, doing that, man. But I'd rather go around freshwater nowadays, man. I don't. I've been around the ocean most of my life. I'm so sick of it now. I stick around these freshwater springs. That's where I stay now, And because I like the clean water, I like the trees and all that stuff, and crystal clear water. I'm gonna tell you, oh man, some of these springs around here are nice, beautiful, beautiful places. That's where I go now. Mess around, that kind of stuff.
I remember standing in a pool up to my shoulders with hundreds of sharks trapped inland. The tide would go out on the far side of Paradise Island, and it would always trap the same pool of sharks. They were only like 3 foot long, and you could walk right into them. Like you'd have sharks touching you all over the place, and barracuda. But they didn't give a fuck about you. All they wanted was out of that little bit of water. They wanted free, and they'd get trapped in the tide. I don't know why they did it repetitively, but they did. If it's a bull shark or something out there and it's got some size, then you got to start worrying about it. Those little ones and the barracudas, they didn't mess with it at all.
Tiger sharks are really bad. Tiger sharks, man, they're really aggressive, actually.
Yeah, some of them just want to eat you right now.
Oh, I'm not muted anymore.
What are you laughing at, Bonnie? I wasn't even reading chat. What'd they say?
Nothing. Just
they're just talking.
Y'all have talked about just about everything. And are there really love boats, Carl?
That's what they're huge too. It's weird swimming up next to one of those things, how big they are. You think about those propellers, you really do,
Yeah, when I was in Key West, I used to work on a boat down there. I was like a first mate of this boat, It was called the Dolphin Watch, and we would go. There's like these two islands that are right off Key West. It's called Tank Island and Christmas Island, and we'd go between those islands, go way out into the sand flats. And this is where a lot of the there's like this big pod of dolphins would hang out most of the time because it's like kind of shallow, and they do a lot of fishing right in there. And we take our boat out there and take customers out there to go snorkeling with dolphins and stuff. And I remember there
Man,
was this one time.
if I had a friend like Flipper, I'd never leave there. That would be
Wait.
And dolphins are awesome. Dolphins
Where
are
is
awesome.
Christmas Island?
Christmas Tree Island and Tank Island are right off the outside of right on the outside of Key West. There's two islands. One of them is built up. I think that's Tank Island. That's built up with a bunch of like high dollar homes. And Christmas Tree Island is still vacant, because I think the woman that owned it at that time, she put it in a will to where it would never be built upon. So it's still vacant. With
So
still
it's called
trees on
Christmas
it.
Tree Island.
Yeah, Christmas Tree Island.
And so they still grow Christmas trees on it?
No, it's just it's just an island. It's still wooded. It's just nothing's ever been built on it. But that was the name that was given to it. But we used to take the boat and go right between those two islands, go way out, I don't know, like 4 or 5 miles offshore, out into the
So
sand
like
flats out
somebody
there.
could sneak up on it and pitch a tent and nobody would know.
Yeah, it's been done. It's been done. Yeah, it's been done. I haven't done it, but I mean, I knew people that did it. The Coast Guard and stuff like that didn't like it that much, especially if they catch you out there and stuff. They didn't want you out there because it's technically private property. But the lady that owned it, she passed away, and she put it in her will where it would never get built up. So nothing's ever been. It never got. It's still continued. Considered private property, so nothing's ever been built there. And
Right.
But yeah, we used to go out there. I remember there was this one time. I had I think I had like 5 or 6 people, customers and stuff that they pay us to take them out there and go swimming with dolphins and stuff. And I had all these people out there with mast fins and snorkels, just sitting out there in the water, kind of like in a circle. And there's like a pod of dolphins, like about 30 dolphins or whatever, that would kind of hang out there. And they knew the boat really well, so they knew the sound of the motor and everything, so they felt real comfortable coming around where the boat was. And I remember I'm sitting on the boat and I'm looking down at all my people out there in the water, and there was a shark, I think it was a hammerhead, that was coming close to my group of people. And 2 of the dolphins, 2 of the adolescents, like the teenagers or whatever, swam out there and flanked each side of the shark and escorted it out of the area. I thought that was the coolest thing. And I was like, man, that was freaking awesome. I felt really safe in the water if I had dolphins around me. You know what I mean? Because I didn't have to worry about sharks.
A dolphin will kick a shark's ass.
Oh, man, they'd sit there and swim about 30, 40 miles an hour and ram that sucker and create like internal hemorrhaging and kill that shark, dude. It would just, it's pretty awesome. These things would book. I mean, we'd have our boat full freaking blast and we couldn't catch up to them. It's like, there was it was like a school of fish, like up in the distance. They'd know it. And then next thing you know, you'd see them all just take off. And we'd sit there and we'd turn that boat up and have it full freaking blast, just going out there chasing and trying to get up to them. And man, they were just going way faster than we were. And then finally we get up there where they're at, and they're all like sitting there getting all these stinging fish that are in the school. It was pretty cool, man. I
Isn't
learned
it
a lot about
supposed to be
dolphins.
healing to swim with the dolphins?
It is, in my opinion. Like I said, I think some dolphins are smarter than some humans, man. They're really smart animals, let me tell you. And even the Navy down there in Key West. The Navy down there in Key West uses them.
You think more like the island of misfit toys done.
Yeah, the Navy down there in Key West, they actually use dolphins as like guard dogs for like underwater facilities and stuff. They use them to like plant mines on ships and stuff. It's it's pretty crazy what they use dolphins for in the U.S. Navy.
Yeah, I've seen some of that research. Sure have. And when the dolphins leave and go out into space, that's when we're screwed, because like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a good possibility that's where there's some people who think that that's where we came from. It's from the water. We all originated in the water and we ended up on land, and that's where
Oh, I
humans
was not a
started.
fish. I did not come out of the ocean. I'm sorry. I can't grasp that. As much as I love water, because I'm a water sign, but still, no. I love being near the beach. I love any kind of body of water. But
We are
most
ghosts. We are
most
ghosts driving meat-covered skeletons made of cosmic dust, riding a rock through the cosmos. Fear nothing.
Singing and dancing piles of crap.
wow, my goodness.
Now there's the origins of the earth, the origins of humanity altogether. It's going to be a mystery until we figure it out.
I have it figured out. Nope. Not a fish.
Right.
Not an ape.
No, but I don't know why nobody liked that movie Waterworld. I thought Waterworld was a good movie.
I mean, I can see if it did get to the point to a water world where that would be something. But I watched that movie like twice, and that was it. I didn't care for the movie all that much.
I don't know why it got such a bad rap.
There is something I'm going to share with y'all. I hope all the men haven't left yet. I mean, y'all are men too, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, wait a minute. What kind of shit was that, buddy?
Darn it, where'd it go?
What was that one movie? There was that one movie where there was this one guy that ended up on this one planet with another but a bunch of Amazon women or something like that. He's the only man.
Maybe I already pulled it up. I think I might have. No. Tactical couch. Oh, there it is. Don't play. It's going to play. Okay. Here we go. Y'all listen to this. This is very
Guess I have to.
Do what?
Guess I have to.
This is very telling. I mean, okay, here we go.
Russia and in America if they would 100% financially support their woman.
Number one, why would I? But what is she doing while I'm working? It's kind of like each relationship now is a 50-50.
То, наверное, да. Вот, потому что все-таки я беру ответственность за человека.
She has to fight for herself. She's an adult.
Конечно, если жена, это семья, это дети, и, конечно, в идеале, чтобы она уделяла 100% времени воспитанию.
Well, I mean, I would want it to be 50-50.
Просто самореализовываться, ей приятно находиться на моем содержании, почему нет, я могу себе это позволить.
I asked men in Russia and in America if they would 100% financially support their woman.
Number one, why would I? But what is she doing while I'm working? It's kind of like each relationship now is a 50-50.
То, наверное, да. Вот, потому что все-таки я беру ответственность за человека.
Nah, she has to provide for herself. She's an adult.
Конечно, если жена, это семья, это дети, и, конечно, в идеале, чтобы она уделяла 100% времени воспитанию.
Well, I mean, I would want it to be 50-50.
Хочется самореализовываться, ей приятно находиться на моем содержании, почему нет, я могу себе это позволить.
I asked men in Russia and in
I got a comment about that.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right. When I started off in this journey, all right, when I was young and looking for my gal, I fully expected to find a girl, marry her, and provide for her, where she could stay home, raise children, take care of the household, livestock, pets, garden, whatever the hell we had going on. All right, whatever she wanted to do, basically. But as long as she was there to support me, I would support her. Now that I've had several failed attempts at that, I feel like, well, now what would she do? I mean, she's in the same boat that I am, basically, at this age, to where you don't have kids to raise or anything. I wouldn't be against providing for a gal, if I was able to, but I think at this point, if I joined or got on somebody else's ship, or she joined my ship, we ought to both be putting in on it now. That's just the way I feel about that now. I don't know, just my opinion.
You ought to both be putting in on. Okay, see, this is where we've had these discussions, though. Back in the day, that's how it was. Men took care of their women. And that's what the Russians were saying. The Russian men were saying, if that's their wife, then yes, it's their responsibility, their duty to take care of their wife, because she's taking care of the home and the kids.
That's what I mean, though. Is
Get Ronan. He's hot. No. I see a lot of men getting up.
But you're thinking monetarily alone, all right? It doesn't mean that she has to put into the mix monetarily. If I can provide for her by working and keeping the operation going, she could probably do something pretty good with that at home. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, exactly. But
I'm not against that. Of course, a guy's got to be financially able to do that, which is really, in this world, that's a trick. That's why there's, both parents are working now, that kind of thing.
But did you hear the American men's response?
No, I didn't really.
But did you see, and Ronan was right, why were the American men overweight and the Russian men weren't? No, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that they chose certain ones for whatever reason, but I just thought it was interesting. The difference in Russia seems to be still in the old ways, and America has completely changed their point of view.
Well, okay, I can add something else to this.
And is it a lack of respect for women?
Well, there's another part of this too that I've experienced twice in a severity and once kind of on a mild case. Whereas I did provide, and all I did was, all I did was provide them a place to stay. They stayed at my place while I worked. They didn't have to work. I didn't expect it of them, but they got bored. All right, they got really bored.
Well, yeah. Yeah, it depends on how much work there is to do in the home. But even still, there's always cooking and baking that needs to be done. And if there's no children, I guess there's not that, but not much time to get bored is what I'm
Well,
finding.
I'm thinking of one time in particular. I had an apartment. And the gal moved in with me. I was working. She wasn't, and she was crawling the walls at times. You know.
In turning guns, is that a problem here though? Don't you think? Here we all are saying that human nature is to be with another person. So if you're being taught that you don't need that other person, but yet at the same time it's your nature to be with another person, isn't that contradictory?
Well, that's not an easy answer either, because like I was saying before, I was totally, that's what I thought people did. You meet the person that you spend your life with young, you live together, you grow old together. I had this fucking idea of like, you know, probably TV gave me that idea. All right. And none of that worked out. So now I've gone through all these relationships and all these years, and it's like it just changes your outlook on things. It's like I don't know what I was trying to say.
I mean, that's that my ex-husband, that was his attitude. He would come even when I was working also though, because I had a desk job doing bookkeeping. He would be like, no, I'm going to sit here in the recliner and watch TV. You take care of everything because your job is not as hard as mine. Well, that's a pretty sucky attitude, isn't it? And
Yeah.
truthfully, sitting at a desk working all day is more stressful than going out and doing physical labor. I was way happier working at the restaurant where I was constantly moving than sitting at a desk. And you laugh? Really?
Yeah.
I'm not going to ever compare anybody's misery. I really don't want to do that, especially with Battle of the Sex shit. I'm not even gonna go there, because it
No, I'm not trying to create a battle of the sexes. I'm just saying that I felt personally I would rather do physical labor than sit at a desk because it was more exhausting. You're sitting there using your brain all day long.
I kind of get that, because I'd rather go dig the ditch out in the back field that needs dug and let the gal do the paperwork for the bills. Done deal.
Yes.
That I'm down with that shit. I mean, that's the way I was raised. All right, I was raised by all women, so any dirty deed, guess who did it? you know.
Yes, turning guns. Okay, there you go. That's the problem. Some women these days are gold diggers. Yes, I've seen that. And then Monty says, I'm out. Good night, Mommy. Merry Christmas.
A lot of these gals are all strong and independent and stuff, but wait till they get a spider in the bathtub or a rat in the cupboard or something. That's when they need a man, right there on the spot.
No, Cindy, I don't think we were married to the same man. I think it's where our culture has changed. And
well, a lot of the younger women think that they can do what the man does, in a sense. See, traditionally, naturally, the men are the protectors and the providers, and the women are the nurturers.
Yes,
that's how it is naturally. All right, that's how.
I agree with that.
All right, but unfortunately, there's a lot of this feminist type movement or whatever that think that they can switch the roles in a sense, and where the women become what the men been, and
Or
men.
is it because they've been stuck with the role? How many
Well, it's a
how
combination
many
of that and something called social engineering. All right, the
yes.
economy is geared against us. The two working parent thing is a necessity these days. It's coming at you from a few angles.
But it's really not. If you don't have kids at home, it's not. I don't see it that way.
Oh, I'm talking, there's, a family life, the nuclear family. All right. There's been a war on that for a while. That's
Yes.
demonized. And when there's so many broken families in the country already, that becomes pretty rare. How many nuclear families exist as compared to like percentage wise from the 50s?
Yeah, it's a rare thing to find couples that have been together for over 60 years. You know what I mean?
I know.
It's not very common anymore.
I know. The only ones I've seen were my grandparents and my ex-husband's grandparents. And then it seemed to stop there. Then there was more divorces, more everything. And so what changed the culture? Because that was the culture of it before.
Television. I knew, see, my parents, they got split up when I was like 13, I think it was. It's like 13, 14, something years old, something like that. They got divorced. And but I knew it was going to happen. The TV told me. The TV told me it was going to happen. So I wasn't surprised because the TV told me it was going to happen.
Yeah. Turning Gun said this country has consistently gone to the shit after the moms were called to the workforce.
Yeah, and then on top of that, I mean, they're originally the reason why women weren't allowed to vote is because they were not conscripted to being drafted. They weren't obligated to go to war if they were being drafted. They weren't being drafted, so they weren't. That was the reason why they weren't. And then when it all changed, this other stuff, it
The
changed.
reason why they weren't what? Weren't
Well,
allowed
yeah,
to
they weren't able. The reason why they weren't able to vote,
I
back in
don't
the
think
day, is
that was
because
the reason.
yeah, the reason why they weren't able to vote back in the day is because back in the day, the men were able being drafted into war, and they had more of a responsibility toward voting than women did because they were being drafted going to war.
There were a lot of women involved in the war. It was just like Rosie the Riveter, and
But
then
they weren't drafted. They weren't drafted.
But World War
It's not
II
the
was
only thing.
volunteer. It was not a draft thing. Whenever they went to World War II, because all of my great uncles did, and it was not a draft thing. They went voluntarily. They would lie about their age just to go in and fight for the country. But when they came home, they were out of it.
It was kind of like back. It was kind of like back in the
like-
day. The men were the ones that went to war, and the property owners are the ones that actually. And property owners and the ones that went to war are the ones that were actually able to vote. That's how it was back in the day because they're the ones that were technically liable for the nation in a sense. But it's changed over the years. Since then, and then now it's like this women's rights and all this other stuff. But I mean it's different now because I mean they our warrior culture is not necessarily like it was back in the day. Even when I was a kid, it's like you don't see kids today going out and having BB gun wars and stuff like that. They might go airsoft or something like that.
Hey, listen, I don't think that women should be denied any rights like voting or anything. Because, like, what about a single mother that raises her children alone because of no father or whatever the reason? but it's more
Passed
that
away. They
I think what I would like to see is mothers be able to raise their children and homeschool them and be able to afford doing
Well,
that
that was the
without.
reason why back in the day is because when the men were going out to war, the women are supposed to be staying home with the children, because I mean, honestly, if you put both men and women into war, who's staying home with the children? You know
Right,
what
but
I'm
that what
saying?
I'm
So that was,
saying is the choice. This choice should exist. But if she wants to be a corporate CEO or something, that's different. She chose
that's a
not to have
career.
children.
That's a career.
Right.
It's not necessarily fighting for the nation in a sense,
right.
No, but
As
But they still
sacrificing the ultimate sacrifice, which is the life.
all I'm saying is like the economy was geared against that for most of our lives. Has been getting worse. It's just
Well, I mean, my grandmother was in the Air Force and all that stuff. She also helped build airplanes back in the day when she was, and everything
right,
else.
right, yeah. But I'm just saying that all right, if families were stronger and children were raised by their parents in a more of a nuclear family, I think the world would be healthier. You know, Probably a lot of our trouble is from all the broken families. You
yes.
know, it's
Yeah, yeah,
like a deterioration of our culture in a way.
yeah, yeah. I agree. I mean, it's like I was going back to that, back to some of those stories we had earlier about the homeless thing. Like for me, like I said, my parents, split up when I was like 13, 14 years old. You know what I mean? And I'm the oldest of 4 kids. So I was the oldest, and
My mother divorced my father when I was 1, and she was married 6 times.
yeah, my grandma, my mom's
And
mom,
her
she's
parents,
been married more times than Elizabeth Taylor. You know what I mean?
right, but
So,
her parents had been married for 65 years. So how do you explain that? Because I've seen a lot of people say it's the parents' fault. No, it's not. There's something else going on. And that's what I'm trying to find. What is that little piece that is missing that turned things around? And
yeah, it's ideological subversion. It's
everyone
ideological
has a
subversion.
whole different idea of what it is, but I have not heard a good enough reason to satisfy me.
Okay, you know what ideological subversion is? You know what that is, right? Ideological subversion. It's a way to destroy a nation from within, basically, and it's a
It's
4-step
war, man.
process.
It's
The 4-step
unconventional
process. The
warfare.
first step of that process to demoralize the nation. All right, the demoralization of the people in that nation. That's the first step. And that's where a lot of it is the demoralization of everybody. I mean, people don't have morals anymore. There's very, very, it's like, well, I'm not saying everybody, but there's like a lot of people in this nation that are just don't have morals. You know what I mean? And, you can look at like the OnlyFans and all that crap, and whatever. These are not,
exactly.
and these women are sitting on OnlyFans and wanting a traditional man, but they're not a traditional woman. Well, how can you expect to have a traditional man when you're not even willing to be a traditional woman? You know what I mean?
But it's not just
true.
that. It's Steve.
What happened?
Somebody's glitching out.
Oh, it's not me? Okay.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not. I hear you fine.
Carl, you went bye-bye.
You went glitching.
I don't know what happened.
Am I here now?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Renan said the communists did it. It's in their books.
Yeah. Yep.
Well,
that's part of the ideological subversion. That's what that is. That's like I said. It's like the first step of ideological subversion is demoralize the nation. The second step is to bring the nation to crisis. The third, the second step is destabilize the nation, and then the third step is to bring the nation to crisis, and then the fourth step is to normalize it all.
I have a request. Will you play If I Was the Devil by Paul Harvey from 1965?
Oh yeah, that's a good one actually. That's a good.
We've all heard
like
it.
that. Yeah.
And Lauren, what do you mean I talk too much? I hardly ever talk. But when I do, I have questions during it. And Cynthia, this is so it. People don't have the morals and ethics or spiritual beliefs of our grandparents. When they married, they swore oath before God for better or worse. Now people divorce as often as they change socks. And I have
Yep.
seen where I just saw a video not very long ago that it was this married couple and something happened to the man. He had a head injury and she didn't care. She was there to take care of him no matter what. That was her pledge to God, and she was sticking to it. I've seen the same with men doing it for women. And I've seen where men, once their wife starts gaining a little bit of weight or something, or after you're having a baby, I'm sorry, but that's what happens. You gain some weight and it's hard to lose. And I've seen men either leave them or cheat on them because of that, because they think that a woman is supposed to be perfectly shaped all the time. And that does not happen. And so
Yeah.
it's
Meanwhile,
not,
they look like a Pillsbury Doughboy.
yes. And so that's what I'm saying though. It's the commitment. If you commit to somebody, and it can even be there is no love there. You commit to somebody, you will come to love that person. I don't care what anybody says. When you commit to somebody and it is working, you communicate, whatever, you will come to love that person.
I had even
And if
higher
you
hopes.
already do love that person, then the love will grow.
Look, I had even higher hopes than that. You know, like we were saying, till death do you part. Why would I want to part with the one person I cherish most? All right, that's the one thing I always question about that. If I
I
spend
can
my
tell you a
life
story about that.
with a woman and love her like that, I don't want to part with her. All right, I would want to meet her in heaven. All right, I would
I
want
can
to.
tell you,
I don't want, you know,
I
but
can tell you
it's like
something, Carl.
I fully. I just wanted something. I've never been able to be mean to my significant other. All right, I would not want to be like in any way disrespectful, or that would be that's supposed to be my best friend, my confidant. There's supposed to be trust there. There's supposed to be real love, you know, and that stuff's hard to find in this world, you know. To actually get the full package in a relationship, I gotta hand it to anybody who's made it all those years, like you're talking about. I've known some where they were together for 60 years or more. That's just kudos to them, man. It's not very common. I could take 100 couples I knew through my life, and out of that 100, there's maybe 2 of them that stayed together, you know, through the
And there's
years.
a reason for that. Yes, it's by design. Dylan Tree said late 70s, early 80s, people acquired more debt, bigger house, new car, etc., or living beyond their means, which caused both mom and dad to be in the workforce. And that's true, keeping up with the Joneses. They weren't happy with the little log cabin with 1 bedroom anymore. They wanted the
Right.
bigger house. They wanted each kid to have their own room. And I think that's a lot of where we went wrong too.
Yep. I'll tell you a story, like on what even what Carl was saying. One of my best friends that I knew a while back ago, her parents, I think they were together for a little over 40 years, something like that. But her dad died, and her mother was in perfect health, but within 2 weeks, she died, and she died of a broken heart. You know, and that's real. That's what really happened. She died of a broken heart
I know it's
because
real.
she
I
could not
can
live
guarantee you it's
another day
real.
without him. And So
Yep.
that really happens. And
Yes,
but
it does.
there was something else too. I was sitting there thinking about while you were talking, Bonnie, but I forgot what it was. It'll come back to me in a minute. But there's another story I had. Anyway.
So did y'all want me to?
Yeah, I mean,
Why were
it is real because I mean, like in the 80s and the early 90s and all that stuff, the divorce rate went sky high.
Yes.
And like I said, I mean, and I blame a lot of it on TV too.
I do
it comes
too.
down to it.
Because everything was sex based. And somebody said earlier about the women starting to smoke. You look at those movies back then, and it was supposed to be sexy for a woman to smoke or something. I don't know. I don't know what the purpose was. But you always
the
saw
movie
them
stars
with
did
those
it. Yeah, the
long,
movie stars did it. Yeah.
yeah, you'd see them with the long cigarette holders and sitting there all foo-foo. And that's the thing too. And I see it with my girls. The amount of money spent on the stupidest things like fingernails or eyelashes or going out to eat all the time, or it's like, what a waste of money. Put that money back. Cook yourself something in the kitchen. Darn it. I taught you how to cook for a reason.
Oh my gosh, that's another thing too, Mo. I mean, tell you, I mean, this is for more men and women. It's like it's hard to find anybody out there that knows how to cook anything by scratch anymore. It's like a lot of these people they burn water if they had, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's pretty bad, because everything's so convenient. You got frozen dinners that you can go buy, or you can get nowadays, like what is that? But you can get food delivered to you. You know what I mean? It's that convenience is actually throwing us away from what's really natural and healthy. You know what I'm saying? Even the food today is not even healthy. Everything's full of freaking chemicals and crap now. It's not even really. Have you ever noticed that anything that is actually healthy, like like broccoli or an orange or carrots, have you ever noticed that nothing that is actually healthy doesn't even have a commercial for it? There's no commercials for healthy food.
There used
There's
to
not
be.
one.
But do you
There's
know
not
how
one
many
commercial
men?
now.
Do you know how many
Huh?
men will not touch broccoli?
I'm
Do
just
you know how
saying,
many men
yeah.
won't touch anything green at all?
Well, yeah. I mean, I like healthy food. I mean, I like Asian food. So I mean, I eat all kinds of greens and meats and stuff like that too. I love,
Yeah.
So I mean, like beef and broccoli, stir fry. That's all. I love that. For instance, but
That is interesting, turning guns. Ronan said, from his understanding, it wasn't about women voting or not. The mindset of the nation was one family, one vote. And I remember hearing that.
Yeah.
Actually, y'all, it was one time not long ago, 100 years or so ago, it would have been scandalous for a woman to smoke or have tattoos or drink liquor.
Yes. It's always been a man's world. And I know men don't agree with that.
Well, and like I said, we were the protectors, we were the providers, of course. We're the ones. See, men build things, women build lives, build they build the children. You know what I mean? They're the ones that actually construct the children in their stomach or in their, but we can build things. Us men can build things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's how it's always been. It's like they were the nurturers, we were the providers and the protectors.
And I will never say I can do the same work as a man because I am not built like a man, thank goodness.
Right.
Then
And
we
it
would
drives
have
me nuts when I
Walmart.
hear like feminists saying that stuff. It drives me nuts. I'm like, okay, you wanna have equal and all that stuff? Fine. There's a bricklayer over here hiring. Go get a freaking job doing bricklaying. You know, stop trying to get into positions of power or CEO in a freaking company. No, go out here and do damn construction work. And that's one thing that I've noticed about some of the Latin American type culture that come into this country and start working. Dude, the women that speak, these women, they'll get out here and build a freaking house just as much as a man will. And I'm so surprised at these women. These women are hard women. They work. You know what I
I've
mean?
seen Oriental
They have
women
a
do the
different
same thing.
culture in their head too. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes. I've seen,
You know.
there's this one video that I watch pretty often, little Oriental woman, and she builds underground, I
Yeah,
don't
I know
know,
what
it's
you're talking about. I know what you're
homes
talking about.
under a tree or whatever.
Yeah.
And she makes it to where you can't even tell there's anything under there. And I mean, I've seen that.
Hey, if it comes
Dude,
down to me having to dig all the holes and all, lift all the heavy stuff versus something ripping out of my crotch, fair trade, because I'd rather die than have a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Hell, a toothache is worse than a toothache is bad enough. I sure as hell don't want anything popping out of my genitals.
Turning
I'm
Gun
telling
said, I'm convinced that if women didn't vote, the Democrat Party wouldn't even exist.
I agree too. I mean, honestly, man, politics, man, the whole nature of politics is to divide us anyway, divide and conquer. And honestly, man, when the Democratic Party came into play, that's how they could divide us into two different separate groups at the minimum. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Wow. How you doing, Kelly Sexton? I actually know a Kelly Sexton here in Michigan. I've known a gal named that for a long while. Are you a girl or? Because I've known a dude Kellys too, but.
Hi, Kelly. Merry Christmas.
And I've done my share of brick work too. That's I did that down south when I was young and could handle it. But man, that's like I think Moose was joking, but you use mortar and handle brick all day, you lose your skin, man. You're you're down to your last layer of skin on your fingers.
Oh yeah.
Muriatic acid, all kinds of fun stuff in that trade.
I babysat
Moose
for
Man at one time, Moose Man was like, at one time that was the only ones that could vote, or the ones that owned land. That was the only ones that could vote. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? At one time. And honestly, man, it probably should be that way again, but it's gotten down to the point where you don't even own land anymore because you got to pay rent on it every freaking year in the form of taxes. You know what I mean? So you don't really own it. It's like, that whole scenario needs to go, that whole property tax needs to go away, period. And that drives me nuts also. Like, for instance, if you don't want your children in public school and you want to put them in private school, you're paying twice because you got to pay for the private school and then you still got to pay property tax, which pays for the public school. So you're getting double dipped right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That pisses me off, man. I hate that. Anyway.
I see you, Cynthia.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
I don't mean just the spider and stuff. Listen, like I said, my dad died when I was 3, and my mom must have loved him because she never found nobody else after that. And she took care of us, and me especially, because I was a lot younger than my older sisters. And it's not that I was like burdened with all those tasks because I was the man or the boy. I was kind of like, I felt good about it. It makes a guy feel good if he can go out there and catch the horse that the girls couldn't get or something, whatever it is. Or sometimes you got to be the one to put the horse down, all right? Because the girls didn't want to do that. That kind of shit doesn't bother me. I think that there is a lot of things a man should step up and do. I've always done all the outdoor maintenance on the building or the land itself. I've always done that stuff because I feel like it's a lot harder on a gal to do that stuff. We are built different. There's my 2 cents.
Okay. Then I'll probably close this down soon.
Well, you know me, I'm terrible till noon-ish. Hopefully I get up before noon.
We're trying to figure out what time we have to be ready in the morning and how much sleep we're going to get.
Well, you know what? You never know what'll happen because I found out I got more StreamYard hours. They're replenished.
Yes. And you said you were saving those for traveling, but if you go live, you go live.
Probably
'Cause
won't be
there's,
tonight. I don't know. It's kind of
I
late,
don't
but
know. There's 63 people still here. Kind of amazing. And Ronan said hello, Bonnie, too.
Hi, Ronan.
there's also the drive that a good woman gives a man. All right. If you have a good woman in your life, you want to do things for her. You want to make her day. You know, at least
Oh,
that's
that's
how it's not even been girlfriends or stuff, but even like my mom, all right, there were times where, oh, I'm gonna paint the shed while my mom's at work, all right, and then she comes home and she's like, oh wow, that looks so, those kind of things. Those kind of things always made me feel good. They kind of drive me. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think that's true. And I don't want to hear a word out of you because I know you're going to defend him. But, like, okay, supper was always on the table at 6 p.m. That was supper time. Everybody better be there. If the kids didn't like what I cooked, there was ramen or peanut butter and jelly sandwiches they could make. And a lot of times they chose ramen for whatever reason. They were picky teenagers. This is whenever they were teenagers. This isn't when they were little, because then they would eat everything. Really healthy. I made everything from scratch. But so, and then he was a firefighter. He would fight forest fires. You're a brat. And Merry Christmas, Texas Orchid.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Texas Orchid.
And so when he would go to forest fires, packing his pack, it was, you never knew if he was going to be gone 2 weeks or a month, whatever it was. It was going to be a while. And I stuck little notes in there. We miss you. Love you. In every little pocket I could find. So I knew he wasn't going to find each one on the first day all at once. It was going to be spread out.
Wow, you are kind of clingy, aren't you?
That's clingy. Oh my God. Merry Christmas, everybody. This show's over.
I zoned out, and I didn't even hear what you said.
I cannot believe you just said that. That is clingy. Wow. And here, this is
Oh
the
man,
problem.
I'm glad
right here.
Snick's not up here right now, boy. I'm gonna tell you, she would have.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason for the Great Divide, right here.
Oh man, calm down, David. Calm down.
Hey,
Calm down,
David.
David.
Calm down, people, man. Calm down. Virginia. Look at we summoned Virginia.
Virginia, you want to come up here and help me with this? Lingy, he said. You just got on my list, Carl.
Bonnie's about to give him the. Bonnie's about to give him the axe. She's about to give him the axe.
Merry stinking Christmas to you too.
Yeah. No, I wish I would have had that kind of thing. I really do. He didn't know what he had. Whatever went wrong.
I don't know. I don't know what it
I don't know.
was.
Just make me a damn sandwich.
You can have that sandwich thrown upside your head if you ask like that, because that's not even asking. That's an order.
I had a girl that wrote me every day in the juvie, and I did appreciate that. Believe me.
I've lost touch with a lot of them.
See,
Past.
Cheryl. She put a note in her husband's lunch every day. His friends always got jealous. That was before cell phones. Benford would love notes in his pockets.
All right. Bonnie, would it surprise you to know that I have written songs and poems to my girl, that I have brought them, potted plants and flowers and,
Oh, I
really
used to
done
make I made mixtapes. That's what I did. I made mixtapes.
Well, I've even done that. I've done, I've drew them, I've painted them, I've made them clothes. I've done all those things. I have. Would that surprise you to know that, Bonnie?
No, because you've said it over and over. It doesn't surprise me, but I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. So we can be attracted to the wrong type of people.
Oh, yeah.
I truly believe that. And maybe because of it's comfortable, or it's what you've grown up with, whatever it is, I don't know. And so I think that that's where a lot of the problem is also, is going by that attraction instead of, and that's where I kind of think the internet is better, y'all, because you're not seeing them. Do you see these people? You see their handle.
And,
Well, I mean,
I got a question too.
A couple of them you see, but you don't see them. You just see a handle. And so when you're talking to them in chat, if you're attracted to a certain person in chat because of the things they're saying, then it's not the physical attraction that you are attracted to. It's that person's heart. If they're actually speaking from their heart, you're seeing their heart, not what they look like, not their age, not any of that. You're seeing.
Well, I think it's easier for me, Bonnie. I think it's easier because I don't
And
look
these
at
men
anybody.
are laughing.
No, listen, I
Well,
don't look at anybody that way. I don't look at anybody as a prospect. I look at everybody here in chat as people I just like to talk to, whether they're male or female. I mean, I do prefer talking to females, but it's not like I'm expecting something more of that. It's more of I can talk to these people, it's more of I appreciate the conversation and the companionship. I would have to actually meet somebody in person for that to ever go any further.
And that's because men are visual. I'm sorry.
It's not because of that. It's not because of the visual thing. It's not because of just that. It may be some of that, but it's also, I don't even know if she could put up with me. I don't know if I could put up with her. I don't know if she was being real. I don't even know if that was really a girl. She could have been using some kind of a, in this world, I don't know. So I have to know that I would be compatible with that person. And the only way I can envision knowing that is by meeting them in person and getting to know them.
But Carl, you're an open book.
Well, no, we all of us lead 3 different lives. You got the public life, the private life, and the secret life. That's all of us have those,
I don't have
And
a secret life, and I'm exactly
I
who
know.
I am
I'm
all day
like,
long.
secret life. Where's it at?
a
Yeah, I
secret
don't
life
have
is
any.
a
That's not true,
secret.
Wingnut. 'Cause
A secret life is what you do not tell anybody about. A private
Well,
life
no,
is
I've
what you
already
only
told
tell the people
everybody
like your
everything.
family or your loved ones or something like
No,
that.
I
That's a private
disagree.
life.
And the reason, listen, I've told these guys
Here
everything.
we go.
They know everything about me, and I have no secret life, and I have never been a good actor. All right, I can't play the part. I didn't even, even when I was a kid, I didn't pretend well. But still,
I'm
what
sure
it is,
there are
I don't
some
have.
things in your life that you have never told anybody. I'm sure there
Well,
is.
kissing and telling, that's about it. All right. But other than that, I want to portray myself exactly as I am. That way I attract the right people. Because if you act like you're some clown, you're gonna attract a circus. All right. I want people to know who I really am. I'm not gonna wear a mask. That's why I've been this open. I don't.
I'm sorry.
Not
I'm
everybody's
laughing
the
at
same,
chat.
Wingnut. Not everybody's the same, Wingnut. That's all I can say about that.
Well, I'm just saying, because the way I look at things, I know everybody's got, like for instance, how I see it. Okay. You're not going to tell everybody when you're going to jack up every time, are you, Carl? Are you going to tell anybody about that?
I even
Or
do
when
that.
when the last time you took a shit in your pants or something like that? You know what I mean? Yeah, are you going to tell anybody about that? That's a
I think we
secret life.
have
There's a
talked
secret
about
life
that.
that you don't tell anybody about.
But those have already been covered. Those
I'm
have
just
all
saying.
been talked about. Both of those things have already been talked about. I'm not even kidding.
Well, anyway.
I think my
I'm
comments
always
always
opening
been,
can of worms.
that's the thing is I've got nothing. Listen, I wouldn't be up here telling my whole life story if I had something to hide. That's the thing. All right. I don't feel like I have. I've told you people about how I'm uneducated. I was a juvenile delinquent. I come from nothing. I am nothing. I am what I am, and I don't portray myself any other way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there, like I said, for me personally, I know there's 3 lives. There's the public life, the private life, and the secret life. Now, if you want to put your private life out into the public, that's your own prerogative. But honestly, the private life needs to stay private. And the private life is what I would, is what you would
I'm down
might
for the
reveal
secret
to.
life because I mean the private life I get because I don't want nobody in the bathroom with me. All right, I like the
Well,
bathroom alone.
that's like the secret life because you don't tell anybody about that. You should, that's something that you don't reveal to anybody. All right, that's the
Well, I
secret
think
life.
in my case,
All
the
right.
private life and the secret life are the same damn thing
Oh,
because I've got.
okay. Well, see, that's the thing that I distinct the two. The private life is something that you might reveal to your spouse or your mother or your father or your family or something like that. That's about your private life, all right. But the secret life is what you would not tell
Hey,
anybody.
the last relationship I was in, I didn't have a private life. She'd walk right in there when I was using the bathroom. It didn't matter to her. There was no privacy.
I hear
No,
you.
when you're in that close a relationship, it's all in the open. It's pretty much.
Yeah, while she's on the toilet, you just go in there and walk in there and take a piss in the sink. Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
The only question I have now that we're talking about this is how come they don't leave the seat up for us?
Ah, that's a good question.
Because the
No,
seat
because they don't want to
goes
look. They just want to
down.
sit down.
Because we don't want our toilet wide open. Kim said it's all your
Oh
fault,
man.
Bonnie. You got the boys started. Bonnie, you need a song about now. Walk Like a Man by Four Seasons. Carl, instigator without knowing it, sometimes knowingly.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness. All right, y'all. As much as I hate to, I have totally enjoyed this. y'all have been amazing.
Well,
Well,
Nate,
Bonnie, I want to say thank you for letting me up, and I appreciate everybody in the chat, and everybody that's been up on panel. I appreciate all you guys. I mean, it's going into like 2:35 a.m. now here where I'm at.
Yes.
So I mean, it's just technically Christmas now. So
Yes.
I appreciate all of you guys, and I'll catch all you guys on the flip side on some other channel.
it's still a little early. I might go live unless Cola already is live. I don't know.
Thank
Well,
you, Wayne.
I'm probably gonna go make me something to eat, and I'll probably do some window shopping on the internet, on YouTube, and see what else is going on. And,
Right.
you never know.
I
You'll
agree. I
probably see
mean,
me
but I
around.
think the private secret life, I think it's combined because I really am not hiding
Merry
anything
Christmas.
secret. I got nothing to hide. You know what I'm saying? And when if you're hiding aspects of your identity, because my name really is Carl, a lot of people really know my whole name. I'm not. I only hide those things to protect myself on here. That's
Are you going to bed?
hacking is real.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, thank you, you guys. I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
Later,
Thank you.
Wingnut. It was quite a talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all did a lot of that.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Not everybody.
I just throw things out there, and they could be totally off the wall. Been told I'm psycho. That's okay. Whatever.
I don't know.
Just
I mean, again, I don't think you have anything you're hiding. I don't see you're putting yourself out here in the world, and everybody's grown to love Bonnie because of who you are. People really enjoy listening to your voice, your laugh. They enjoy the laid back,
thank you.
companionship that you're providing. There's, it's not like I think, oh well, she was actually the daughter of Bonnie and Clyde, and she robbed gas stations secretly, or what I mean. It's like,
Never know. No, I don't tell
if we're gonna end this, and I actually did go live, history shows you usually show up anyways.
Well, maybe in the morning when I wake up, but no, I don't know what. I know they want us there early as can be because we're going to play games, and it's going to be an all day thing. And
yeah, you should do that. I mean, I get it. The only reason I ain't got nothing to do all day. I'm not expecting presents under the tree, And anybody who's got kids, that's what anybody with kids in their life ought to be doing.
Yep. So I have a couple more songs. You gonna stay up for them?
I'll stick around for them. Well, I'll jump down. I'll get in the chat. And thanks for having me up here.
Thank you,
Why?
Carl.
Are you going to keep going? Because you just
No.
going to play a couple songs and then you're going to end it?
A couple of songs so that we remember what this day is, since we seem to have got way off track.
All right. Well, I'm going to say Merry Christmas now. Merry Christmas, everybody in chat. I might or might not go live. We'll see how I feel. But I'll jump in chat here and listen.
Thank you. And Merry Christmas to you, Carl. And Merry Christmas to all of y'all if y'all leave. Because I know a lot of people leave when songs start playing for some reason. Well, I'll start at the beginning. Stole a lot of these from Indy. Okay, not stole, but you know. But I already played that one. I think I already played that one too. Okay, I might have one song to play. Ronan. What? Virginia, don't agree with me. Okay, we need this song. No. Start yet. Okay. Several songs. All right. Well, y'all are going to have to give me some titles. Because, yeah. Here's this one.
God became a little child. What a wondrous mystery. I've heard the story 1,000 times, but now it's changing me. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. Emmanuel, God with us, the greatest story ever told. He became like one of us, just so we could hold him close. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. Go and tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. But this is more than just a story. It is the truth that has saved our lives. Now the world is not alone, and neither am I. Go tell it in the city streets to all of our friends who feel lost and alone. Go tell them they are loved again, for Jesus Christ is born. Go tell it to the broken ones, the poor, the rich, the least, the free and the slave. Tell them they're not orphans anymore, for Jesus Christ is born. We're not orphans anymore. Jesus Christ is born.
Indy, is she in the indie music community? She has such a beautiful voice. Someone from Venus. Okay, Cindy, what'd you say? Oh, yep, Bye. Please, Bye. I think that's all the songs I have pulled up. It is. Because I played all of these others. Yep. All right, y'all. She sang about the hurricane in North Carolina. Is she the one from Tennessee? But thank you for dropping her link. Turning guns. Yeah, Andy. The song you and your daughter sing. I don't know how to find that one. All right, y'all. I'm going to go to bed and get ready for tomorrow. I hope that y'all have a good day. I know that there'll be somebody live. Please don't ever believe that you are totally alone. You're not. You're just not. And thank you for spending this Christmas Eve with me and early Christmas morning. I appreciate all of y'all. God bless you. Have a good night. We'll see you next time. Good night, everyone.